From Bourg. What road? Through Champagne. Champagne? Then when did you reach Châtillon? Yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. In that case, you must have heard of the stoppage of the diligence. General? Yes, a diligence was stopped at 10 in the morning between Châtillon and Bar-sur-Seine. General, it was ours. Yours? Yes. You were in the diligence that was stopped. I was. Ah, now I shall get the exact details. Excuse me, but you understand my desire for correct information, don't you? In a civilized country which has General Bonaparte for its chief magistrate, diligences can't be stopped in broad daylight on the high roads with impunity. Or, General, I can tell you nothing except that those who stopped it were on horseback and masked. How many were there? 4. How many men were there in the diligence? 4, including the conductor. And they didn't defend themselves? No, General. The police report says, however, that 2 shots were fired. Yes, General, but those 2 shots, well, were fired by my son. Your son? Why, he is in Vendée. Roland, yes, but Edouard was with me. Edouard? Who is Edouard? Roland's brother. True, he spoke of him, but he is only a child. He is not yet 12, General. And it was he who fired the 2 shots? Yes, General. Why didn't you bring him with you? I did. Where is he? I left him with Madame Bonaparte. Bonaparte rang and an usher appeared. Tell Josephine to bring the boy to me. Then, walking up and down his study, he muttered, 4 men, and a child taught them courage. Were any of the robbers wounded? There were no balls in the pistols. What, no balls? No, they belonged to the conductor, and he had taken the precaution to load them with powder only. Very good. His name shall be known. Just then the door opened and Madame Bonaparte entered, leading the boy by the hand. Come here, Bonaparte said to him. Edouard went up to him without hesitation and made a military salute. So you fired at the robbers twice, did you? There, you see, Mamma. They were robbers, interrupted the child. Of course they were robbers. I should like to hear anyone declare they were not. Was it you who fired at them when the men were afraid? Yes, it was I, General. But unfortunately, that coward of a conductor had loaded his pistols only with powder. Otherwise, I should have killed their leader. Then you were not afraid? I, replied the boy. No, I am never afraid. You ought to be named Cornelia, Madame, exclaimed Bonaparte, turning to Madame de Montrevel, who was leaning on Josephine's arm. Then he said to the child, kissing him, Very good, we will take care of you. What would you like to be? Soldier first. What do you mean by first? Well, first a soldier, then later a colonel like my brother, and then a general like my father. It won't be my fault if you are not, answered the first consul. Nor mine, retorted the boy. Edouard, exclaimed Madame de Montrevel timidly. Now, don't scold him for answering properly. And Bonaparte, lifting the child to the level of his face, kissed him. You must dine with us, said he. And tonight, Bourrienne, who met you at the hotel, will install you in the Rue de la Victoire. You must stay there till Roland gets back. He will then find you suitable lodgings. Edouard shall go to the Prytanée, and I will marry off your daughter. General, that's all settled with Roland. Then, turning to Josephine, he said, Take Madame de Montrevel with you, and try not to let her be bored. And Madame de Montrevel, if your friend, he emphasized the words, wishes to go to a milliner, prevent it. She can't want bonnets, for she bought 38 last month. Then, giving Edouard a friendly tap, he dismissed the 2 women with a wave of the hand. Chapter 31. The son of the miller of Le Guerno. We have said that at the very moment when Morgan and his 3 companions stopped the Geneva diligence between Bar-sur-Seine and Châtillon, Roland was entering on. If we are to know the result of his mission, we must not grope our way, step by step, through the darkness in which the Abbé Bernier wrapped his ambitious projects, but we must join him later at the village of Mosilac, between Ambon and Guernic, 6 miles above the little bay into which the Vilaine River falls. There we find ourselves in the heart of the Morbihan, that is to say, in the region that gave birth to the chouannerie. It was close to Laval, on the little farm of the Poiriers, that the 4 Chouan brothers were born to Pierre Cottereau and Jean Monnet. One of their ancestors, a misanthropical woodcutter, a morose peasant, kept himself aloof from the other peasants as the chatouant, screech owl, keeps aloof from the other birds, hence the name chouan, a corruption of chatouant. The name became that of a party. On the right bank of the Loire they said chouans when they meant Bretons, just as on the left bank they said brigands when they meant Vendines. It is not for us to relate the death and destruction of that heroic family, nor follow to the scaffold the 2 sisters and a brother, nor tell of battlefields where Jean and René, martyrs to their faith, lay dying or dead. Many years have elapsed since the executions of Perrine and René and Pierre, and the death of Jean, and the martyrdom of the sisters. The exploits of the brothers have passed into legends. We have now to do with their successors. It is true that these Gars lads are faithful to their traditions, as they fought beside La Rouerie, Bois-Hardy, and Bernardil Villeneuve. So they did fight besides Beaumont, Frotté, and Georges Cadoudal. Theirs was always the same courage, the same devotion, that of the Christian soldier, the faithful royalist. Their aspect is always the same, rough and savage. Their weapons the same gun or cudgel, called in those parts a fert. Their garments are the same, a brown woolen cap, or a broad-brimmed hat scarcely covering the long straight hair that fell in tangles on their shoulders. To protect themselves from rain and cold, they wore goatskin garments made with the long hair turned outside, on the breast of which, as countersign, some wore a scapulary and chapelet, others a heart, the heart of Jesus. This latter was the distinctive sign of a fraternity which withdrew apart each day for common prayer. Such were the men who, at the time we are crossing the borderland between the Loire Inférieure and Morbihan, were scattered from La Roche-Bernard to Vannes and from Kurtenberg to Billiers, surrounding consequently the village of Moussilac. But it needed the eye of the eagle soaring in the clouds or that of the screech owl piercing the darkness to distinguish these men among the gorse and heather and underbrush where they were crouching. Let us pass through this network of invisible sentinels, and after fording 2 streams, the affluents of a nameless river which flows into the sea near Billiers, between Arzal and Dangour, let us boldly enter the village of Moussilac. All is still and sombre. A single light shines through the blinds of a house, or rather a cottage, which nothing distinguishes from its fellows. It is the 4th to the right on entering the village. Let us put our eye to one of these chinks and look in. We see a man dressed like the rich peasants of Morbihan, except that gold lace about a finger wide stripes the collar and buttonholes of his coat, and also the edges of his hat. The rest of his dress consists of leathern trousers and high-topped boots. His sword is thrown upon a chair. A brace of pistols lies within reach of his hand. Within the fireplace, the barrels of 2 or 3 muskets reflect the light of a blazing fire. The man is seated before a table. A lamp lights some papers which he is reading with great attention and illuminates his face at the same time. The face is that of a man of 30. When the cares of a partisan warfare do not darken it, its expression must surely be frank and joyous. Beautiful blonde hair frames it, great blue eyes enliven it. The head, of a shape peculiarly Breton, seems to show, if we believe in Gould's system, an exaggerated development of the organs of self-will. And the man has 2 names, that by which he is known to the soldiers, his familiar name is Roundhead, and his real name, received from brave and worthy parents, Georges Cadoudal, or rather Cadoudal, tradition having changed the orthography of a name that is now historic. Georges was the son of a farmer of the parish of Kerlion in the commune of Brèche. The story goes that this farmer was once a miller. George had received at the college of Vannes, distant only a few leagues from Brèche, a good and solid education when the first appeals for a royalist insurrection were made in Vendée. Cadoudal listened to them, gathered together a number of his companions, and offered his services to Stofflet. But Stofflet insisted on seeing him at work before he accepted him. George asked nothing better. Such occasions were not long to seek in the Vendéan army. On the next day, there was a battle. George went into it with such determination and made so desperate a rush that Monsieur de Maulevrier, former huntsman, on seeing him charge the Blues, could not refrain from saying aloud to Bonchamp, who was near him, "If a cannonball doesn't take off that big round head, it will roll far, I warrant you." The name clung to Cadoudal, a name by which, 5 centuries earlier, the lords of Malestroit, Penhuel, Beaumanoir, and Rochefort designated the great constable whose ransom was spun by the women of Brittany. "There's the big round head," they said. "Now we'll exchange some good swordplay with the English." Unfortunately, at this time it was not Breton sword thrust against English, but Frenchmen against Frenchmen. George remained in Vendée until after the defeat of Savenay. The whole Vendéan army was either left upon the battlefield or vanished in smoke. For 3 years, George has performed prodigies of valour, strength, and dexterity. He now crossed the Loire and re-entered Morbihan, with only one man left of all who had followed him. That man became his aide-de-camp, or rather his brother-in-arms. He never left him, and in memory of the hard campaign they had made together, he changed his name from Le Mercier to Tiffauges. We have seen him at the Ball of the Victims, charged with a message to Morgan. As soon as Cadoudal returned to his own part of the country, he fomented insurrection on his own responsibility. Bullets respected that big round head, and the big round head justified Stofflet's prediction. He succeeded La Roche-Jacqueline, Delbert, Bonchamp, Lecure, even Stofflet himself, and became their rival for fame, their superior in power. For it happened, and this will give an idea of his strength, that Cadoudal, almost single-handed, had been able to resist the government of Bonaparte, who had been first consul for the last 3 months. The 2 leaders who continued with him, faithful to the Bourbon dynasty, were Frotté and Beaumont. At the time of which we are now speaking, that is to say, the 26th of January 1800, Cadoudal commanded 3,000 or 4,000 men with whom he was preparing to blockade General Hatry in Vannes. During the time that he awaited the first consul's answer to the letter of Louis XVIII, he had suspended hostilities, but Tiffauges had arrived a couple of days before with it. The letter was already on the way to England, whence it would be sent to Mitoul, and since the first consul would not accept peace on the terms dictated by Louis XVIII, Cadoudal, commander-in-chief of Louis XVIII in the West, renewed his warfare against Bonaparte, intending to carry it on alone, if necessary, with his friend Tiffauges. For the rest, the latter was at Poincet, where conferences were being held between Chatillon, d'Autichamp, the Abbé Bernier, and General Edouville. He was reflecting, this last survivor of the great warriors of the Civil War, and the news he had just received was indeed a matter for deep reflection. General Brune, the conqueror of Alkmaar and Castricum, the saviour of Holland, had just been appointed to the command of the Republican forces in the West. He had reached Nantes 3 days previous, intending, at any cost, to annihilate Cadoudal and his Chouans. At any cost, therefore, Cadoudal and his Chouans must prove to the commander-in-chief that they knew no fear, and had nothing to expect from intimidation. Just then, the gallop of a horse was heard. The rider no doubt had the countersign, for he passed without difficulty the various patrols stationed along the Taude to La Roche-Bernard, and entered the village of Mouzilac, also without difficulty. He stopped before the door of the cottage in which George was sitting. The latter raised his head, listened, and, by way of precaution, laid his hands on his pistols, though it was probable that the newcomer was a friend. The rider dismounted, strode up the path, and opened the door of the room where George was waiting. "Ah, it's you, Cœur de Roy," said Cadoudal. "Where do you come from?" "From Poinsay, General." "What news?" "A letter from Tiffauges. Give it to me." George snatched the letter hastily from Cœur de Roy's hand and read it. "Ah," he exclaimed. Then he read it a second time. "Have you seen the man whose coming he speaks of?" inquired Cadoudal. "Yes, General," replied the courier. "What sort of man is he?" "A handsome young fellow of 26 or 7. "What manner?" "Determined." "That's it. When does he arrive?" "Probably tonight." "Did you safeguard him along the road?" "Yes, he'll come safely." "Do it again. Nothing must happen to him. He is protected by Morgan." "That's understood, General." "Anything more to say?" "The advance guard of the Republicans has reached La Roche-Bernard." "How many men?" "About 1,000. They have a guillotine with them and the commissioner of the executive power, Millière." "Are you sure?" "I met them on the road. The commissioner was riding near the colonel, and I recognized him perfectly. He executed my brother, and I have sworn that he shall die by my own hand." "And you will risk your life to keep your oath?" "At the first opportunity. Perhaps it won't be long coming." The gallop of the horse echoed through the street. "Ah," said Cœur de Roy. "That is probably the man you expect." "No," replied Cadoudal. "This rider comes from the direction of Vannes." The sound became more distinct, and it proved that Cadoudal was right. The second horseman, like the first, halted at the gate, dismounted, and came into the room. The royalist leader recognized him at once, in spite of the large cloak in which he was wrapped. "Is it you, Benedicite?" he asked. "Yes, General." "Where do you come from?" "From Vannes, where you sent me to watch the Blues." "Well, what are the Blues doing?" "Scaring themselves about dying of hunger if you blockade the town." In order to procure provisions, General Hatry intends to carry off the supplies at Grand Champ. The general is to command the raid in person, and, to act more quickly, only 100 men are to go. "Are you tired, Benedicite?" "Never, General." "And your horse?" "He came fast, but he can do 12 or 15 miles more without killing himself." "Give him 2 hours' rest, a double feed of oats, and make him do 30. "On those conditions he can do them." "Start in 2 hours. Be at Grand Champ by daybreak. Give the order in my name to evacuate the village. I'll take care of General Hatry and his column." "Is that all you have to say?" "No, I heard other news." "What is it?" "That Vannes has a new bishop." "Ha, so they are giving us back our bishops." "So it seems. But if they are all like this one, they can keep them." "Who is he?" "Audrien." "The regicide?" "Audrien the renegade." "When is he coming?" "Tonight or tomorrow. I shall not go to meet him, but let him beware of falling into my men's hands." Benedicite and Cœur de Roy burst into a laugh which completed Cadoudal's thought. "Hush," cried Cadoudal. The 3 men listened. "This time it is probably he," observed George. The gallop of a horse could be heard coming from the direction of La Roche-Bernard. "It is certainly he," repeated Cœur de Roy. "Then, my friends, let me alone. You, Benedicite, get to Grand Champ as soon as possible. You, Cœur de Roy, post 30 men in the courtyard. I want messengers to send in different directions. By the way, tell someone to bring the best that can be got for supper in the village." "For how many, General?" "Oh, 2. "Are you going out?" "No, only to meet the man who is coming." 2 or 3 men had already taken the horses of the messengers into the courtyard. The messengers themselves disappeared. George reached the gate on the street just as a horseman, pulling up his horse, looked about him and seemed to hesitate. "He is here, sir," said George. "Who is here?" "He whom you seek." "How do you know whom I am seeking?" "I presume it is George Cadoudal, otherwise called Roundhead." "Exactly." "Then I bid you welcome, Monsieur Roland de Montrevel, for I am the person you seek." "Aha!" exclaimed the young man, amazed. Then, dismounting, he looked about as if for someone to take his mount. "Throw the bridle in your horse's neck, and don't be uneasy about him. You will find him when you want him. Nothing is ever lost in Brittany. You are in the land of honesty." The young man made no remark. threw the bridle over his horse's neck, as he had been told, and followed Cadoudal, who walked before him. "Only to show you the way, Colonel," said the leader of the Chouans. They both entered the cottage, where an invisible hand had just made up the fire. Chapter 32. White and Blue. Roland entered, as we have said, behind George, and, as he entered, cast a glance of careless curiosity around him. That glance sufficed to show him that they were alone. "Are these your quarters, General?" asked Roland with a smile, turning the soles of his boots to the blaze. "Yes, Colonel. They are singularly guarded." George smiled in turn. "Do you say that because you found the road open from La Roche-Bernard here?" he asked. "I did not meet a soul. That does not prove that the road was not guarded. Unless by owls, who seemed to fly from tree to tree and accompanied me all the way, General. In that case, I withdraw my assertion." "Exactly," replied Cadoudal. "Those owls were my sentinels, sentinels with good eyes, inasmuch as they have this advantage over the eye of men. They can see in the dark. It is not the less true that I was fortunate in having inquired my way at La Roche-Bernard, for I didn't meet even a cat who could have told me where to find you. But if you had raised your voice at any spot on the road and asked, 'Where shall I find George Cadoudal?' a voice would have answered, 'At the village of Musilac, fourth house to the right.' You saw no one, Colonel, but at that very moment 1,500 men or thereabout knew that Colonel Roland, the first consul's aide-de-camp, was on his way to the conference with the son of the miller of Le Guerno. But if they knew that I was a colonel in the Republican service, and aide-de-camp to the first consul, how did they come to let me pass?" "Because they were ordered to do so." "Then you knew that I was coming." "I not only knew that you were coming, but also why you have come." Roland looked at him fixedly. "Then it is useless for me to tell you, and you will answer me even though I say nothing?" "You are about right." "The deuce. I should like to have a proof of the superiority of your police over ours." "I will supply it, Colonel. I shall receive it with much satisfaction, especially before this excellent fire, which also seems to have been expecting me." "You say truer than you know, Colonel, and it is not the fire only that is striving to welcome you warmly." "Yes, but it does not tell me, any more than you have done, the object of my mission. Your mission, which you do me the honor to extend to me, was primarily intended for the Abbé Bernier alone. Unhappily, the Abbé Bernier, in the letter he sent his friend Martin Dubois, presumed a little on his strength. He offered his mediation to the first consul." "Pardon me," interrupted Roland. "You tell me something I did not know, namely that the Abbé Bernier had written to General Bonaparte." "I said he wrote to his friend Martin Dubois, which is very different. My men intercepted a letter and brought it to me. I had it copied and forwarded the original, which I am certain reached the right hands. Your visit to General Edouvel proves it. You know that General Edouvel is no longer in command at Nantes. General Brune has taken his place. You may even say that General Brune commands that La Roche-Bernard, for 1,000 Republican soldiers, entered that town tonight about 6 o'clock, bringing with them a guillotine and the Citizen Commissioner General Thomas Millier. Having the instrument, it was necessary to have the executioner. Then you say, General, that I came to see the Abbé Bernier?" "Yes, the Abbé Bernier had offered his mediation, but he forgot that at the present there are two Vendées, the Vendée of the left bank and the Vendée of the right bank, and that, after treating with Dortichamp, Chatillon, and Suzanne at Poincé, it would still be necessary to negotiate with Frotté, Beaumont, and Cadoudal, and where, that no one could tell, except you, General. So, with the chivalry that is the basis of your nature, you undertook to bring me the treaty signed on the 25th. The Abbé Bernier, Dortichamp, Chatillon, and Suzanne signed your pass, and here you are. On my word, General, I must admit that you are perfectly well informed. The first consul desires peace with all his heart. He knows that in you he has a brave and honourable adversary, and being unable to meet you himself, since you were not likely to come to Paris, he expedited me to you in his behalf. That is to say, to the Abbé Bernier. That can hardly matter to you, General, if I bind myself to make the first consul ratify what may be agreed upon between me and you. What are your conditions of peace?" "They are very simple, Colonel. that the first consul shall restore His Majesty Louis XVIII to the throne, that he himself be constable, lieutenant general, general-in-chief by land and sea, and I, his first subordinate. The first consul has already replied to that demand, and that is why I have decided to reply myself to his response. When? This very night, if occasion offers. In what way? By resuming hostilities. But you are aware that Chatillon, D'Autichamp, and Suzanne have laid down their arms. They are the leaders of the Vendéens, and in the name of the Vendéens they can do as they see fit. I am the leader of the Chouans, and in the name of the Chouans I shall do what suits me. Then you condemn this unhappy land to a war of extermination, General? It is a martyrdom to which I summon all Christians and Royalists. General Brune is at Nyon with the 8,000 prisoners just returned to us by the English after their defeats at Alkmaar and Castricum. That is the last time they will have the chance. The Blues have taught us the bad habit of not making prisoners. As for the number of our enemies, we don't care for that. It is a mere detail. If the General Brune, with his 8,000 men, joined to the 20,000 he has received from General Edouvel, is not sufficient, the first consul has decided to march against you in person with 100,000 men. Cadoudal smiled. We will try to prove to him, he said, that we are worthy to fight against him. He will burn your towns. We shall retire to our huts. He will burn your huts. We will live in the woods. Reflect, General. Do me the honor to remain here 48 hours, Colonel, and you will see that my reflections are already made. I am tempted to accept. Only, Colonel, don't ask for more than I can give. A night's sleep beneath a thatched roof or wrapped in a cloak under an oak tree, a horse to follow me, and a safeguard when you leave me. I accept. Have I your word, Colonel, that you will not interfere with any orders I give, and will do nothing to defeat the surprises I may attempt? I am too curious to see for that. You have my word, General. Whatever takes place before your eyes, whatever takes place before my eyes, I renounce the role of actor and confine myself wholly to that of spectator. I wish to say to the first consul, I have seen. Cadoudal smiled. Well, you shall see, he said. At that moment, the door opened, and two peasants brought in a table all laid, on which stood a smoking bowl of cabbage soup and a piece of lard. An enormous pot of cider, just drawn from the cask, was foaming over the edges of the jug between two glasses. A few buckwheat cakes served as a dessert to this modest repast. The table was laid for two. You see, Monsieur de Montrevel, that my lads hoped you would do me the honour to sup with me. Faith, they were not far wrong. I should have asked for supper had you not invited me, and I might have been forced to seize some had you not invited me. Then fall to. The young colonel sat down gaily. Excuse the repast I offer you, said Cadoudal. Unlike your generals, I don't make prize money. My soldiers feed me. Have you anything else for us, Brie Bleu? A chicken fricassee, General. That's your dinner, Monsieur de Montrevel. A feast. Now, I have but one fear, General. What is it? All will go well for the eating, but when it comes to drinking, don't you like cider? The devil, I'm sorry, cider or water, that's my cellar. Oh, that's not it. But whose health are we going to drink? Is that all, sir? Said Cadoudal with great dignity. We will drink to the health of our common mother, France. We are serving her with different minds, but I hope the same hearts. To France, monsieur, said Cadoudal, filling the two glasses. To France, General, replied Roland, clinking his glass against that of George. And both gaily reseated themselves, their consciences at rest, and attacked the soup with appetites that were not yet 30 years old. Chapter 33. The Law of Retaliation. Now, General, said Roland, when supper was over and the two young men with their elbows on the table and their legs stretched out before the blazing fire began to feel that comfortable sensation that comes from a meal which youth and appetite have seasoned. Now for your promise to show me things which I can report to the first consul. You promised, remember, not to object to them. Yes, but I reserve the right, in case you wound my conscience too severely, to withdraw. Only give time to throw a saddle on the back of your horse, or of mine, if yours is too tired, Colonel, and you are free. Very good. As it happens, said Cadudal, events will serve you. I am here not only as general but as judge, though it is long since I have had a case to try. You told me, Colonel, that General Brune was at Nantes. I knew it. You told me his advance guard was only 12 miles away, at La Roche-Bernard. I knew that also. But a thing you may not know is that this advance guard is not commanded by a soldier like you and me, but by Citizen Thomas Millier, Commissioner of the Executive Authorities. Another thing of which you may perhaps be ignorant is that Citizen Thomas Millier does not fight like us with cannon, guns, bayonets, pistols and swords, but with an instrument invented by your Republican philanthropists called the guillotine. It is impossible, sir, cried Roland, that under the first consul anyone can make that kind of war. Let us understand each other, Colonel. I don't say that the first consul makes it. I say it is made in his name. And who is the scoundrel that abuses the authority given him to make war with a staff of executioners? I have told you his name. He is called Thomas Millier. Question whom you please, Colonel, and throughout all Vendée and Brittany you will hear but one voice on that man. From the day of the rising in Vendée and Brittany, now 6 years ago, Millier has been, always and everywhere, the most active agent of the Terror. For him, the Terror did not end with Robespierre. He denounced to his superiors, or caused to be denounced to himself, the Breton and Vendéan soldiers, their parents, friends, brothers, sisters, wives, even the wounded and dying. He shot or guillotined them all without a trowel. At Domeray, for instance, he left a trail of blood behind him which is not yet, can never be, effaced. More than 80 of the inhabitants were slaughtered before his eyes. Sons were killed in the arms of their mothers, who vainly stretched those bloody arms to heaven, imploring vengeance. The successive pacifications of Brittany and Vendée have never slacked the thirst for murder which burns its entrails. He is the same in 1800 that he was in 1793. Well, this man. Roland looked at the general. This man, continued the general, with the utmost calmness, is to die, seeing that society did not condemn him. I have condemned him. What? Die at La Roche-Bernard, in the midst of the Republicans, in spite of his bodyguard of assassins and executioners? His hour has struck. He is to die. Cadudal pronounced these words with such solemnity that no doubt remained in Roland's mind, not only as to the sentence, but also the execution of it. He was thoughtful for an instant. And you believe that you have the right to judge and condemn that man, guilty as he is? Yes, for that man has judged and condemned, not the guilty, but the innocent. If I said to you, on my return to Paris, I will demand the arrest and trial of that man, would you not trust my word? I would trust your word, but I should say to you, a maddened wild beast escapes from its cage, a murderer from his prison. Men are men, subject to error. They have sometimes condemned the innocent. They might spare the guilty. My justice is more certain than yours, Colonel, for it is the justice of God. The man will die. And by what right do you claim that your justice, the justice of a man liable to error like other men, is the justice of God? Because I have made God a sharer in that justice. Oh, my condemnation of that man is not of yesterday. How do you mean? In the midst of a storm, when thunder roared without cessation, and the lightning flashed from minute to minute, I raised my arms to heaven, and I said to God, "Oh God, whose look is that lightning? Whose voice is that thunder? If this man ought to die, extinguish that lightning, still the thunder for 10 minutes. The silence of the skies, the darkness of the heavens shall be thy answer." Watch in hand, I counted 11 minutes without a flash or a sound. I saw at that point of a promontory a boat, tossed by a terrible tempest, a boat with but one man in it, in danger every minute of sinking. A wave lifted it as the breath of an infant lifts a plume, and cast it on the rocks. The boat flew to pieces, the man clung to the rock, and all the people cried out, "He is lost!" His father was there, his 2 brothers were there, but none dared to succor him. I raised my arms to the Lord and said, If Milier is condemned by thee as by me, O God, let me save that man. With no help but thine, let me save him. I stripped, I knotted a rope around my arm, and I swam to the rock. The water seemed to subside before my breast. I reached the man. His father and brothers held the rope. He gained the land. I could have returned as he did, fastening the rope to the rocks. I flung it away from me. I trusted to God and cast myself into the waves. They floated me gently and surely to the shore, even as the waters of the Nile bore Moses' basket to Pharaoh's daughter. The enemy's outposts were stationed around the village of Sanof. I was hidden in the woods of Grandchamp with 50 men. Recommending my soul to God, I left the woods alone. Lord God, I said, if it be thy will that Milier die, let that sentry fire upon me and miss me. Then I will return to my men and leave that sentry unharmed, for thou wilt have been with him for an instant. I walked to the Republican. At 20 paces he fired and missed me. Here is the hole in my hat, an inch from my head. The hand of God had aimed that weapon. That happened yesterday. I thought that Milier was at Nantes. Tonight they came and told me that Milier and his guillotine were at La Roche-Bernard. Then I said, God has brought him to me. He shall die. Roland listened with a certain respect to the superstitious narrative of the Breton leader. He was not surprised to find such beliefs and such poetry in a man born in face of a savage sea, among the druid moments of Karnak. He realized that Milier was indeed condemned, and that God, who had thrice seemed to approve his judgment, alone could save him. But one last question occurred to him. How will you strike him? He asked. Oh, said George, I do not trouble myself about that. He will be executed. One of the two men who had brought in the supper table now entered the room. Brie Bleuet, said Cadoudal, tell Coeur du Roi that I wish to speak to him. 2 minutes later the Breton presented himself. Coeur du Roi, said Cadoudal, did you not tell me that the murderer, Thomas Milier, was at Roche-Bernard? I saw him enter the town side by side with the Republican colonel, who did not seem particularly flattered by such companionship. Did you not add that he was followed by his guillotine? I told you his guillotine followed between 2 cannon, and I believe if the cannon could have got away, the guillotine would have been left to go its way alone. What precautions does Milier take in the town he visits? He has a special guard about him, and the streets around his house are barricaded. He carries pistols always at hand. In spite of that guard, in spite of that barricade and the pistols, will you undertake to reach him? I will, General. Because of his crimes, I have condemned that man. He must die. Ah, exclaimed Coeur du Roi, the day of justice has come at last. Will you undertake to execute my sentence, Coeur du Roi? I will, General. Go then, Coeur du Roi. Take the number of men you need, devise what stratagem you please, but reach the man and strike. If I die, General, fear not. The curate of Le Guerneau shall say enough masses in your behalf to keep your poor soul out of purgatory. But you will not die, Coeur du Roi. That's all right, General. Now that I am sure of the masses, I ask nothing more. I have my plan. When will you start? Tonight. When will he die? Tomorrow. Go. See that 300 men are ready to follow me in half an hour. Coeur du Roi went out as simply as he had entered. You see, said Cadoudal, the sort of men I command. Is your first consul as well served as I, Monsieur de Montrevel? By some, yes. Well, with me it is not some, but all. Benedicite entered and questioned Georges with a look. Yes, replied George, with voice and nod. Benedicite went out. Did you see anyone on your way here? Asked Cadoudal. Not one. I asked for 300 men in half an hour, and they will be here in that time. I might have asked for 500, 1,000, 2,000, and they would have responded as promptly. But, said Roland, you have, in number at least, a limit you cannot exceed. Do you want to know my effective? It is easily told. I won't tell you myself, for you wouldn't believe me. Wait, I will have someone tell you. He opened the door and called out, Branch door. 2 seconds later, Branch door appeared. This is my Major General, said Cadoudal, laughing. He fulfills the same functions for me that General Berthier does for the First Consul, Branche-Dure. General, how many men are stationed along the road from here to La Roche-Bernard, which the gentleman followed in coming to see me? 600 on the Arzeau moor, 600 among the Marzengors, 300 at Puyol, 300 at Billiers. Total 1800. How many between Noyelles and Mosillac? 400. 200, 200. How many between here and Vannes? 50 at Tiex, 300 at Trinité, 600 between the Trinité and Mosillac. 3,200. And from Ambon to Le Guerneau, 1,200. 4,400. And in the village around me, in the houses, the gardens, the cellars, 500 to 600, General. Thank you, Benedicite. He made a sign with his head, and Benedicite went out. You see, said Cadoudal simply, about 5,000. Well, with those 5,000 men, all belonging to this country, who know every tree, every stone, every bush, I can make war against 100,000 men the First Consul threatens to send against me. Roland smiled. You think that is saying too much, don't you? I think you are boasting a little, General. Boasting of your men, rather. No, for my auxiliaries are the whole population. None of your generals can make a move unknown to me, send a dispatch without my intercepting it, find a retreat where I shall not pursue him. The very soil is royalist and Christian. In default of the inhabitants, it speaks and tells me, the blues passed here, the slaughterers are hidden there. For the rest, you can judge for yourself. How? We are going on an expedition about 24 miles from here. What time is it? Both young men looked at their watches. 11:45, they said together. Good, said George. Our watches agree. That is a good sign. Perhaps some day our hearts will do the same. You were saying, General? I was saying that it was 11:45, Colonel, and that at 6 o'clock before day, we must be 20 miles from here. Do you want to rest? I? Yes, you can sleep an hour. Thanks, it's unnecessary. Then we will start whenever you are ready. But your men? Oh, my men are ready. Where? Everywhere. I should like to see them. You shall. When? Whenever agreeable to you. My men are very discreet, and never show themselves until I make the signal. So that whenever I want to see them, you will tell me. I shall give the signal and they will appear. Let us start, General. Yes, let us start. The two young men wrapped themselves in their cloaks and went out. At the door, Roland collided against a small group of 5 men. These 5 men wore Republican uniforms. One of them had sergeant stripes on his sleeve. What is all this? Asked Roland. Nothing, replied Cadoudal, laughing. But who are these men? Coeur de Roy and his party. They are starting on that expedition you know of. Then they expect by means of this uniform? Oh, you shall know all, Colonel. I have no secrets from you. Then turning to the little group, Cadoudal called, Coeur de Roy. The man with the stripes on his sleeves left the group and came to Cadoudal. Did you call me, General? Asked the pretended sergeant. Yes, I want to know your plan. Oh, General, it is very simple. Let me be judge of that. I put this paper in the muzzle of my gun. Coeur de Roy showed a large envelope with an official red seal, which had once, no doubt, contained some Republican dispatch intercepted by the Chouans. I present myself to the sentries, saying, Dispatch from the General of Division. I enter the first guardhouse and ask to be shown the house of the Citizen Commissioner. They show me, I thank them. Always best to be polite. I reach the house, meet a second sentry to whom I tell the same tale as to the first. I go up or down to Citizen Millier according as he lives, in the cellar or the garret. I enter without difficulty. You understand? Dispatch from the General of Division. I find him in this study or elsewhere, present my paper, and while he opens it, I kill him with this dagger, here in my sleeve. Yes, but you and your men. Ah, faith, in God's care, we are defending his cause. It is for him to take care of us. Well, you see, Colonel, said Cadoudal, how easy it all is. Let us mount, Colonel. Good luck, Coeur de Roy. Which of these 2 horses am I to take? Asked Roland. Either. One is as good as the other. Each has an excellent pair of English pistols in its holsters. Loaded? All well loaded, Colonel. That's a job I never trust to anyone. Then we'll mount. The two young men were soon in their saddles and on the road to Vannes, Cadudal guiding Roland and Branstor, the Major General of the army, as George called him, following about 20 paces in the rear. When they reached the end of the village, Roland darted his eyes along the road, which stretches in a straight line from Mousillac to the Trinité. The road, fully exposed to view, seemed absolutely solitary. They rode on for about a mile and a half, then Roland said, "But where the devil are your men?" "To the right and left, before and behind us." "Ha, what a joke." "It's not a joke, Colonel. Do you think I should be so rash as to risk myself thus without scouts? You told me, I think, that if I wished to see your men, I had only to say so. I did say so. Well, I wish to see them. Wholly or in part. How many did you say were with you?" 300. "Well, I want to see 150. "Halt!" cried Cadudal. Putting his hand to his mouth, he gave the hoot of the screech owl, followed by the cry of an owl, but he threw the hoot to the right and the cry to the left. Almost instantly, on both sides of the road, human forms could be seen in motion, bounding over the ditch which separated the bushes from the road, and then ranging themselves between the horses. "Who commands on the right?" asked Cadudal. "I, Moustache," replied the peasant, coming near. "Who commands on the left?" repeated the general. "I, Chanteilnever," replied another peasant, also approaching him. "How many men are with you, Moustache?" 100. "How many men are with you, Chanteilnever?" 50. 150 in all, then?" asked George. "Yes," replied the two Breton leaders. "Is that your number, Colonel?" asked Cadudal, laughing. "You are a magician, General." "No, I am a poor peasant like them. Only I command a troop in which each brain knows what it does, each heart beats singly for the two great principles of this world, religion and monarchy." Then, turning to his men, Cadudal asked, "Who commands the advance guard?" "Fandelaire," replied the two Chouans. "And the rear guard?" "La Giben." The second reply was made with the same unanimity as the first. "Then we can safely continue our way?" "Yes, General, as if you were going to mass in your own village." "Let us ride on then, Colonel," said Cadudal to Roland. Then turning to his men, he cried, "Be lively, my lads." Instantly every man jumped the ditch and disappeared. For a few seconds the crackling of twigs on the bushes and the sound of steps among the underbrush was heard. Then all was silent. "Well," asked Cadudal, "do you think that with such men I have anything to fear from the Blues, brave as they may be?" Roland heaved a sigh. He was of Cadudal's opinion. They rode on. About 3 miles from Trinité, they caught sight of a black spot approaching along the road with great rapidity. As it became more distinct, the spot stopped suddenly. "What is that?" asked Roland. "As you see, a man," replied Cadudal. "Of course, but who is this man? You might have guessed from the rapidity of his coming. He is a messenger." "Why does he stop?" "Because he has seen us and does not know whether to advance or retreat." "What will he do?" "Wait before deciding." "For what?" "A signal." "Will he answer the signal?" "He will not only answer but obey it." "Will you have him advance or retreat, or will you have him step aside?" "I wish him to advance. That means we shall know the news he brings." Cadudal gave the call of the cuckoo with such perfection that Roland looked about him for the bird. "It was I," said Cadudal. "You need not look for it." "Is the messenger going to come?" "Not going to. He is coming." The messenger had already started. He was rapidly approaching. In a few seconds he was beside the general. "Ah," said the latter, "is that you, Montalasson?" The general stopped, and Montalasson said a few words in his ear. "Benedicite has already warned me," said George. Then, turning to Roland, he said, "Something of importance is to happen in the village of the Trinité in a quarter of an hour, which you ought to see. Come, hurry up." And setting the example, he put his horse to a gallop. Roland did the same. When they reached the village, they could see from a distance, by the light of some pine torches, a tumultuous mob in the market square. The cries and movements of this mob bespoke some grave occurrence. "Fast, fast!" cried Cadoudal. Roland asked no better. He dug his spurs in his horse's belly. At the clatter of horses' hoofs, the peasants scattered. There were 500 or 600 of them at least, all armed. Cadoudal and Roland found themselves in a circle of light in the midst of cries and agitation. The crowd was pressing more particularly toward the opening of a street which led to the village of Tridon. A diligence was coming down that street escorted by a dozen schwans, 2 on either side of the postilion, 10 others guarding the doors. The carriage stopped in the middle of the market square. All were so intent upon the diligence that they paid but scant attention to Cadoudal. "Holla!" shouted George. "What is all this?" At this well-known voice, everyone turned round and heads were uncovered. "The big round head," they murmured. "Yes," said Cadoudal. A man went up to George. "Didn't Benedicite and Montelasso notify you?" he inquired. "Yes. Is that the diligence from Ploermel to Vannes that you are bringing back?" "Yes, General. It will stop between Treflion and Saint-Neuf." "Is he in it?" "We think so. Act according to your consciences. If it is a crime toward God, take it on yourselves. I take only the responsibility toward men. I will be present at what takes place, but I will not share in it, either to hinder or help." "Well," demanded 100 voices, "what does he say, Sabretou?" "He says we must act according to our consciences, and that he washes his hands of it." "Long live the big round head," cried all the people, rushing toward the diligence. Cadoudal remained motionless in the midst of this crowd. Roland stood near him, also motionless, but full of curiosity, for he was completely ignorant of who or what was in question. The man who had just spoken to Cadoudal, and whom his companions called Sabretou, opened the door. The travellers were huddled together and trembling in the darkness within. "If you have nothing to reproach yourselves with against God or the king," said Sabretou, in a full, sonorous voice, "descend without fear. We are not brigands, we are Christians and royalists." This declaration no doubt reassured the travellers, for a man got out, then 2 women, then a mother pressing her child in her arms, and finally another man. The schwans examined them attentively as they came down the carriage steps. Not finding the man they wanted, they said to each traveller, "Pass on." One man alone remained in the coach. A schwan thrust a torch in the vehicle, and by its light they could see he was a priest. "Minister of the Lord," said Sabretou, "why did you not descend with the others? Did you not hear me say we were Christians and royalists?" The priest did not move, but his teeth shattered. "Why this terror?" continued Sabretou. "Does not your cloth plead for you? The man who wears a cassock can have done nothing against royalty or religion." The priest crouched back, murmuring, "Mercy, mercy." "Why mercy?" demanded Sabretou. "Do you feel that you are guilty, wretch?" "Oh, oh!" exclaimed Roland. "Is that how you royalists and Christians speak to a man of God?" "That man," said Cadoudal, "is not a man of God, but a man of the devil." "Who is he then?" "Both an atheist and a regicide. He denied his God and voted for the death of the king. That is the conventional Audrien." Roland shuddered. "What will they do?" he asked. "He gave death. He will receive death," answered Cadoudal. During this time, the schwans had pulled Audrien out of the diligence. "Ha! Is it you, Bishop of Vannes?" cried Sabretou. "Mercy," begged the bishop. "We were informed of your arrival, and were waiting for you." "Mercy," repeated the bishop for the 3rd time. "Have you your pontifical robes with you?" "Yes, my friends, I have." "Then dress yourself as a prelate. It is long since we have seen one." A trunk, marked with the prelate's name, was taken from the diligence and opened. They took the bishop's robes from it and handed them to Audrien, who put them on. Then, when every vestment was in its place, the peasants ranged themselves in a circle, each with his musket in his hand. The glare of the torches was reflected on the barrels, casting evil gleams. 2 men took the priest and led him into the circle, supporting him beneath his arms. He was pale as death. There was a moment of lugubrious silence. A voice broke it. It was that of Sabretou. "We are about to judge you," said the schwan. "Priest of God, you have betrayed the church. Child of France, you have condemned your king to death." "Alas, alas," stammered the priest. "Is it true? I do not deny it, because it is impossible to deny. What have you to say in justification?" "Citizens." "We are not citizens," cried Sabratu in a voice thunder. "We are royalists." "Gentlemen." "We are not gentlemen, we are schwons." "My friends." "We are not your friends. We are your judges." "You judges are questioning you. Answer." "I repent of what I did, and I ask pardon of God and men." "Men cannot pardon you," replied the same implacable voice. "For pardon today, you would sin tomorrow. You may change your skin, but never your heart. You have nothing to expect from men but death. As for God, implore his mercy." The regicide bowed his head. The renegade bent his knee, but suddenly drawing himself up, he cried, "I voted the king's death, it is true, but with a reservation." "What reservation?" "The time of the execution. Sooner or later, it was still the king's death which you voted, and the king was innocent." "True, true," said the priest, "but I was afraid." "Then you are not only a regicide and an apostate, but also a coward. We are not priests, but we are more just than you. You voted the death of the innocent. We vote the death of the guilty. You have 10 minutes in which to prepare to meet your God." The bishop gave a cry of terror and fell upon both knees. The church bells rang as if of their own impulses, and 2 of the men present, accustomed to the offices of the church, intoned the prayers for the dying. It was some time before the bishop found words with which to respond. He turned affrighted glances in supplication to his judges, one after the other, but not one face met his with even the consolation of mere pity. The torches, flickering in the wind, lent them, on the contrary, a savage and terrible expression. Then, at last, he mingled his voice with the voices that were praying for him. The judges allowed him time to follow the funeral prayer to its close. In the meantime, others were preparing a pile of wood. "Oh," cried the priest, beholding these preparations with growing terror, "would you have the cruelty to kill me thus?" "No," replied his inflexible accuser. "Flames are the death of martyrs. You are not worthy of such a death. Apostate, the hour has come." "Oh, my God, my God!" cried the priest, raising his arms to heaven. "Stand up," said the schwan. The priest tried to obey, but his strength failed him, and he fell again to his knees. "Will you let that murder be done before your eyes?" Roland asked Cadudal. "I said that I washed my hands of it," replied the latter. "Pilate said that, and Pilate's hands are to this day red with the blood of Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ was a righteous man. This man is a Barabbas." Kiss your cross, cried Sabratu. The prelate looked at him with a terrified air, but without obeying. It was evident that he no longer saw, no longer heard. "Oh," cried Roland, making an effort to dismount, "it shall never be said that I let a man be murdered before me, and did not try to save him." A threatening murmur rose around him. His words had been overheard. That was all that was needed to excite the young man. "Ah, is that the way of it?" he cried, carrying his hand to one of his holsters. But with a movement rapid as thought, Cadudal seized his hand, and while Roland struggled vainly to free himself from this grip of iron, he shouted, "Fire!" 20 shots resounded instantly, and the bishop fell, an inert mass. "Ah," cried Roland, "what have you done?" "Forced you to keep your promise," replied Cadudal. "You swore to see all and hear all without offering any opposition." "So perish all enemies of God and the king," said Sabratu in a solemn voice. "Amen," responded the spectators with one voice of sinister unanimity. Then they stripped the body of its sacerdotal ornaments, which they flung upon the pile of wood, invited the other travellers to take their places in the diligence, replaced the postilion in his saddle, and opening their ranks to give passage to the coach, cried, "Go with God." The diligence rolled rapidly away. "Come, let us go," cried Cadudal. "We have still 12 miles to do, and we have lost an hour here." Then, addressing the executioners, he said, "That man was guilty, and that man is punished. Human justice and divine justice are satisfied. Let prayers for the dead be said over his body, and give him Christian burial. Do you hear?" And sure of being obeyed, Cadudal put his horse to a gallop. Roland seemed to hesitate for a moment whether to follow him or not. Then, as if resolving to accomplish a duty, he said, "I will go to the end." Spurring his horse in the direction taken by Cadudal, he reached the Xuan leader in a few strides. Both disappeared in the darkness, which grew thicker and thicker as the men left the place where the torches were illuminating the dead priest's face, and the fire was consuming his vestments. Chapter 34. The Diplomacy of George Cadudal. The feeling that Roland experienced as he followed George Cadudal resembled that of a man half awakened, who is still under the influence of a dream, and returns gradually from the confines which separate night from day. He strives to discover whether the ground he walks on is that of fiction or reality, and the more he burrows in the dimness of his brain, the further he buries himself in doubt. A man existed for whom Roland felt a worship almost divine. Accustomed to live in the atmosphere of glory which surrounded that man, to see others obey his orders, and to obey them himself with a promptness and abnegation that were almost oriental, it seemed amazing to him to encounter, at the opposite end of France, two organized powers, enemies of the power of that man, and prepared to struggle against it. Suppose a Jew of Judas Maccabeus, a worshipper of Jehovah, having from his infancy heard him call the King of Kings, the God of strength, of vengeance, of armies, the Eternal, coming suddenly face to face with the mysterious Osiris of the Egyptians or the thundering Jupiter of the Greeks. His adventures at Avignon and Bourg with Morgan and the company of Jehu, his adventures in the villages of Mouzilac and the Trinité with Cadudal and his Xuans, seemed to him some strange initiation in an unknown religion, but like those courageous neophytes who risk death to learn the secrets of initiation, he resolved to follow to the end. Besides, he was not without a certain admiration for these exceptional characters, nor did he measure without a certain amazement these revolted Titans. Challenging his God, he felt they were in no sense common men, neither those who had stabbed Sir John in the chartreuse of Seyon, nor those who had shot the Bishop of Vannes at the village of the Trinité. And now, what was he to see? He was soon to know, for they had ridden 5 hours and a half, and the day was breaking. Beyond the village of Tridon, they turned across country. Leaving Vannes to the left, they reached Treflion. At Treflion, Cadudal, still followed by his major general, Branchdor, had found Monté-à-l'Assaut and Chanté-en-Hiver. He gave them further orders and continued on his way, bearing to the left and striking the edges of a little wood which lies between Grandchamp and Larrey. There Cadudal halted, imitated 3 separate times in succession the cry of an owl, and was presently surrounded by his 300 men. A greyish light was spreading through the sky beyond Treflion and Saint-Neuf. It was not the rising of the sun, but the first rays of dawn. A heavy mist rose from the earth and prevented the eye from seeing more than 50 feet beyond it. Cadudal seemed to be expecting news before risking himself further. Suddenly, about 500 paces distant, the crowing of a cock was heard. Cadudal pricked up his ears. His men looked at each other and laughed. The cock crowed again, but nearer. "It is he," said Cadudal. "Answer him." The howling of a dog came from within 3 feet of Roland, but so perfectly imitated that the young man, although aware of what it was, looked about him for the animal that was uttering such lugubrious plaints. Almost at the same moment he saw a man coming rapidly through the mist, his form growing more and more distinct as he approached. The newcomer saw the 2 horsemen and went toward them. Cadudal rode forward a few paces, putting his finger to his lips as if to request the man to speak low. The latter, therefore, did not pause until he was close beside his general. "Well, Fleur de Pin," asked George, "have we got them?" Like a mouse in a trap, not one can re-enter Vannes if you say the word. I desire nothing better. How many are there? 100 men, commanded by the general himself. How many wagons? 17. When did they start? They must be about 1.75 miles from here. What road have they taken? Grandchamp to Vannes. So that if I deploy from Meucon to Plecop, you'll bar the way. That's all. Cadoudal called his 4 lieutenants, Chanté-en-Hiver, Monté-à-l'Assaut, Fondelier, and La Giberne to him, gave each of them 50 men, and each with his men disappeared like shadows in the heavy mist, giving the well-known hoot as they vanished. Cadoudal was left with 100 men, Branchdor and Fleur de Pin. He returned to Roland. "Well, General," said the latter, "is everything satisfactory?" "Yes, Colonel, fairly so," replied the Chouan. "But you can judge for yourself in half an hour." "It will be difficult to judge of anything in that mist." Cadoudal looked about him. "It will lift in half an hour," said he. "Will you utilize the time by eating a mouthful and drinking a glass?" "Faith," said the young man, "I must admit that the ride has hollowed me." "I make a point," said George, "of eating the best breakfast I can before fighting." "Then you are going to fight?" "I think so." "Against whom?" "Why, the Republicans, and as we have to do with General Hatry, I doubt if he surrenders without resistance." "Do the Republicans know they are going to fight you?" "They haven't the least idea." "So it is to be a surprise?" "Not exactly, inasmuch as when the fog lifts, they will see us as soon as we see them." Then, turning to the man who seemed to be in charge of the provisions, Cadoudal added, "Brie Bleu, is there anything for breakfast?" Brie Bleu nodded affirmatively, went into the wood, and came out dragging after him a donkey loaded with 2 baskets. He spread a cloak on the rise of the ground, and placed on it a roast chicken, a bit of cold, salt pork, some bread and buckwheat cakes. This time Brie Bleu had provided luxury in the shape of a bottle of wine and a glass. Cadoudal motioned Roland to the table and the improvised repast. The young man sprang from his horse, throwing the bridle to a Chouan. Cadoudal did likewise. "Now," said the latter, turning to his men, "you have half an hour to do as we do. Those who have not breakfasted in half an hour are notified that they must fight on empty stomachs." The invitation seemed equivalent to an order, so promptly and precisely was it executed. Every man pulled from his bag or his pocket a bit of bread or a buckwheat cake, and followed the example of his general, who had already divided the chicken between Roland and himself. As there was but 1 glass, both officers shared it. While they were thus breakfasting, side by side, like 2 friends on a hunt, the sun rose, and, as Cadoudal had predicted, the mist became less and less dense. Soon, the nearest trees could be distinguished, then the line of woods, stretching to the right from Meucon to Grandchamp, while to the left the plain of Plecop, threaded by a rivulet, sloped gradually towards Vannes. This natural declivity of the ground became more and more perceptible as it neared the ocean. On the road from Grandchamp to Plecop, a line of wagons were now visible, the tail of which was still hidden in the woods. This line was motionless. Evidently some unforeseen obstacle had stopped it. In fact, about 1/4 mile before the leading wagon, they perceived the 200 Chouans under a Monalassot, Chanté-en-Hiver, Fondelier, and Giberne, barring the way. The Republicans, inferior in number, we said that there were but 100, had halted and were awaiting the complete dispersion of the fog to determine the number and character of the men they were about to meet. Men and wagons were now in a triangle, of which Cadoudal and his 100 men formed one of the angles. At sight of this small number of men thus surrounded by triple forces, and of the well-known uniform of which the colour had given its name to the Republican forces, Roland sprang hastily to his feet. As for Cadoudal, he remained where he was, nonchalantly finishing his meal. Of the 100 men surrounding the general, not one seemed to perceive the spectacle that was now before their eyes. It seemed almost as if they were waiting for Cadoudal's order to look at it. Roland had only to cast his eyes on the Republicans to see that they were lost. Cadoudal watched the various emotions that succeeded each other on the young man's face. Well, asked the Chuan, after a moment's silence, do you think my dispositions well taken? You might better say your precautions, General, replied Roland, with a sarcastic smile. Isn't it the first consul's way to make the most of his advantages when he gets them? Asked Cadoudal. Roland bit his lips. Then, instead of replying to the royalist leader's question, he said, General, I have a favour to ask which I hope you will not refuse. What is it? Permission to let me go and be killed with my comrades. Cadoudal rose. I expected that request, he said. Then you will grant it, cried Roland, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, but first, I have a favour to ask of you, said the royalist leader with supreme dignity. Ask it, sir. To bear my flag of truce to General Hatry. For what purpose? I have several proposals to make to him before the fight begins. I presume that among those proposals which you deign to entrust to me, you do not include that of laying down his arms? On the contrary, Colonel, you understand that that is the first of my proposals. General Hatry will refuse it. That is probable. And then I shall give him his choice between two others, either of which he can, I think, accept without forfeiting his honour. What are they? I will tell you in due time. Begin with the first. State it. General Hatry and his 100 men are surrounded by a triple force. I offer them their lives, but they must lay down their arms and make oath not to serve again in the Vendée for 5 years. Roland shook his head. Better than that to see his men annihilated. Maybe so, but he would prefer to have his men annihilated and be annihilated with them. Don't you think, asked Cadoudal, laughing, that it might be as well, in any case, to ask him? True, said Roland. Well, Colonel, be so good as to mount your horse, make yourself known to him, and deliver my proposal. Very well, replied Roland. The Colonel's horse, said Cadoudal, motioning to the Chuan who was watching it. The man led it up. The young man sprang upon it, and rapidly covered the distance which separated him from the convoy. A group of men were gathered on its flank, evidently composed of General Hatry and his officers. Roland strode toward them, scarcely 3 gunshots distant from the Chuans. General Hatry's astonishment was great when he saw an officer in the Republican uniform approaching him. He left the group and advanced 3 paces to meet the messenger. Roland made himself known, related how he came to be among the whites, and transmitted Cadoudal's proposal to General Hatry. As he has foreseen, the latter refused it. Roland returned to Cadoudal with a proud and joyful heart. He refuses, he cried, as soon as his voice could be heard. Cadoudal gave a nod that showed he was not surprised by the refusal. Then, in that case, he answered, go back with my second proposition. I don't wish to have anything to reproach myself with in answering to such a judge of honour as you. Roland bowed. What is the second proposition? General Hatry shall meet me in the space that separates the 2 troops. He shall carry the same arms as I, that is, his sabre and pistols, and the matter shall be decided between us. If I kill him, his men are to submit to the conditions already named, for we cannot take prisoners. If he kills me, his men shall pass free and be allowed to reach Vannes safely. Come, I hope that's a proposition you would accept, Colonel. I would accept it myself, replied Roland. Yes, exclaimed Cadoudal, but you are not General Hatry. Content yourself with being a negotiator this time, and if this proposition which, if I were he, I wouldn't let escape me, does not please him, come to me. I'm a good fellow, and I'll make him a third. Roland rode off a second time. His coming was awaited by the Republicans with visible impatience. He transmitted the message to General Hatry. Citizen, replied the general, I must render account of my conduct to the first consul. You are his aide-de-camp, and I charge you with your return to Paris to bear testimony on my behalf to him. What would you do in my place? Whatever you would do, that I shall do. Roland started. His face assumed the grave expression of a man who is arguing a point of honour in his own mind. Then, at the end of a few seconds, he said, General, I should refuse. Your reasons, citizen, demanded the general. The chances of a duel are problematic. You cannot subject the fate of 100 brave men to a doubtful chance. In an affair like this, where all are concerned, every man had better defend his own skin as best he can. Is that your opinion, Colonel? On my honour. It is also mine. Carry my reply to the Royalist General. Roland galloped back to Cadoudal and delivered General Hatry's reply. Cadoudal smiled. I expected it, he said. You couldn't have expected it, because it was I who advised him to make it. You thought differently a few moments ago. Yes, but you yourself reminded me that I was not General Hatry. Come, what is your third proposition? Said Roland impatiently, for he began to perceive, or rather he had perceived from the beginning, that the noble part of the affair belonged to the Royalist General. My third proposition, said Cadoudal, is not a proposition but an order for 200 of my men to withdraw. General Hatry has 100 men. I will keep 100. My Breton forefathers were accustomed to fight foot to foot, breast to breast, man to man, and oftener 1 to 3 than 3 to 1. If General Hatry is victorious, he can walk over our bodies and tranquilly enter Vannes. If he is defeated, I cannot say it is by numbers. Go, Monsieur de Montrevel, and remain with your friends. I give them thus the advantage of numbers, for you alone are worth 10 men. Roland raised his hat. What are you doing, sir? Demanded Cadoudal. I always bow to that which is grand, General. I bow to you. Come, Colonel, said Cadoudal. A last glass of wine. Let each of us drink to what we love best, to that which we grieve to leave behind, to that we hope to meet in heaven. Taking the bottle and the one glass, he filled it half full and offered it to Roland. We have but one glass, Monsieur de Montrevel. Drink first. Why first? Because there is a proverb that whoever drinks after another knows his thought. Then he added, laughing, I want to know your thought, Monsieur de Montrevel. Roland emptied his glass and returned it to Cadoudal. The latter filled his glass half full, as he had done for Roland, and emptied it in turn. Well, asked Roland, now do you know my thought, General? My thought, said Roland, with his usual frankness, is that you are a brave man, General. I shall feel honoured if, at this moment, when we are going to fight against each other, you will give me your hand. The two young men clasped hands, more like friends parting for a long absence than two enemies about to meet on the battlefield. There was a simple grandeur, full of majesty, in this action. Each raised his hat. Good luck, said Roland to Cadoudal, but allow me to doubt it. I must even confess that it is from my lips, not my heart. God keep you, sir, said Cadoudal, and I hope that my wish will be realized. It is the honest expression of my thoughts. What is to be the signal that you are ready? Inquired Roland. A musket shot fired in the air, to which you will reply in the same way. Very good, General, replied Roland, and putting his horse to a gallop, he crossed the space between the Royalist General and the Republican General for the third time. Friends, said Cadoudal, pointing to Roland, do you see that young man? All eyes were bent upon Roland. Yes, came from every mouth. He came with a safeguard from our brothers in the Midi. His life is sacred to you. He may be captured, but it must be living. Not a hair of his head must be touched. Very good, General, replied the Chouans. And now, my friends, remember that you are the sons of those 30 Bretons who fought the 30 British between Ploermel and Josselin, 10 leagues from here, and conquered them. Then, in a low voice, he added with a sigh, Unhappily, we have not to do with the British this time. The fog had now lifted completely, and, as usually happens, a few rays of wintry sun tinged the plain of Plecop with a yellow light. It was easy, therefore, to distinguish the movements of the two troops. While Roland was returning to the Republicans, Branchdor galloped towards the 200 men who were blocking the way. He had hardly spoken to Cadoudal's 4 lieutenants before 100 men were seen to wheel to the right and 100 more to wheel to the left and march in opposite directions, one toward Plumagat, the other toward Saint-Ave, leaving the road open. Each body halted 3/4 of a mile down the road, grounded arms and remained motionless. Branchdor returned to Cadoudal. "Have you any special orders to give me, General?" he asked. "Yes, one," answered Cadudal. "Take 8 men and follow me. When you see the young Republican with whom I breakfasted, fall under his horse, fling yourself upon him, you and your 8 men, before he has time to free himself, and take him prisoner." "Yes, General." "You know that I must have him safe and sound?" "That's understood, General." "Choose your 8 men. Monsieur de Montrevel once captured, and his parole given, you can do as you like. Suppose he won't give his parole. Then you must surrender him so that he can't escape, and watch him till the fight is over." "Very well," said Branchdor, heaving a sigh, "but it will be a little hard to stand by with folded arms while the others are having their fun." "Oh, who knows," said Cadudal. "There'll probably be enough for everybody." Then, casting a glance over the plain and seeing his own men stationed apart, and the Republicans massed for battle, he cried, "A musket!" They brought one. Cadudal raised it above his head and fired in the air. Almost at the same moment, a shot fired in the same manner from the midst of the Republicans answered like an echo to that of Cadudal. The drums beating the advance of a bugle were heard. Cadudal rose in his stirrups. "Children," he cried, "have you all said your morning prayers?" "Yes, yes," answered almost every voice. "If any one of you forgot them or did not have time, let them pray now." 5 or 6 peasants knelt down and prayed. The drums and bugle drew nearer. "General, General," cried several voices impatiently. "They are coming." The general motioned to the kneeling peasants. "True," replied the impatient ones. Those who prayed rose one by one, according as their prayers had been long and short. By the time they were all afoot, the Republicans had crossed nearly 1/3 of the distance. They marched, bayonets fixed, in 3 ranks, each rank 3 abreast. Roland rode at the head of the first rank, General Hatry between the first and second. Both were easily recognized, being the only men on horseback. Among the Chouans, Cadudal was the only rider, Branchdor having dismounted to take command of the 8 men who were to follow George. "General," said a voice, "the prayer is ended, and everyone is standing." Cadudal looked around him to make sure it was true. Then he cried in a loud voice, "Forward! Enjoy yourself, my lads!" This permission, which to Vendéens and Chouans was equivalent to sounding a charge, was scarcely given before the Chouans spread over the fields to cries of "Vive le Roi!" waving their hats with one hand and their guns with the other. Instead of keeping in rank like the Republicans, they scattered like sharpshooters, forming an immense crescent, of which George and his horse were the centre. A moment later, the Republicans were flanked and the firing began. Cadudal's men were nearly all poachers, that is to say, excellent marksmen, armed with English carbines, able to carry twice the length of the army musket. Though the first shots fired might have seemed wide of range, these messengers of death nevertheless brought down several men in the Republican ranks. "Forward!" cried the general. The soldiers marched on, bayonets fixed, but in a few moments there was no enemy before them. Cadudal's 100 men had turned skirmishers, they had separated, and 50 men were harassing both of the enemy's flanks. General Hatry ordered his men to wheel to the right and left. Then came the order, "Fire!" 2 volleys followed with a precision of unanimity of well-disciplined troops, but they were almost without result, for the Republicans were firing upon scattered men. Not so with the Chouans, who fired en masse. With them every shot told. Roland saw the disadvantage of the position. He looked around and, amid the smoke, distinguished Cadudal erect and motionless as an equestrian statue. He understood that the royalist leader was waiting for him. With a cry, he spurred his horse toward him. As if to save him part of the way, Cadudal put his horse to a gallop, but 100 feet from Cadudal he drew rein. "Attention," he said to Branchdor and his companions. "Don't be alarmed, General. Here we are," said Branchdor. Cadudal drew a pistol from his holster and cocked it. Roland, sabre in hand, was charging, crouched on his horse's neck. When they were 20 paces apart, Cadudal slowly raised his hand in Roland's direction. At 10 paces he fired. The horse Roland was riding had a white star on its forehead. The ball struck the center of that star, and the horse, mortally wounded, rolled over with its rider at Cadudal's feet. Cadudal put spurs to his own horse and jumped both horse and rider. Branchdor and his men were ready. They sprang, like a pack of jaguars, upon Roland, entangled under the body of his horse. The young man dropped his sword and tried to seize his pistols, but before he could lay hand upon the holsters, 2 men had him by the arms, while the 4 others dragged his horse from between his legs. The thing was done with such unanimity that it was easy to see the maneuver had been planned. Roland roared with rage. Branchdor came up to him and put his hat in his hand. "I do not surrender," shouted Roland. "Useless to do so, Monsieur de Montrevel," replied Branchdor with his utmost politeness. "What do you mean?" demanded Roland, exhausting his strength in a struggle as desperate as it was useless. "Because you are captured, sir." It was so true that there could be no answer. "Then kill me," cried Roland. "We don't want to kill you, sir," replied Branchdor. "Then what do you want?" "Give us your parole not to fight any more, and you are free." "Never!" exclaimed Roland. "Excuse me, Monsieur de Montrevel," said Branchdor, "but that is not loyal." "What?" shrieked Roland in a fury. "Not loyal? You insult me, villain, because you know I can't defend myself or punish you." "I am not a villain, and I didn't insult you, Monsieur de Montrevel, but I do say that by not giving your word, you deprived the general of 9 men who might be useful to him and who are obliged to stay here to guard you. That's not the way the big round head acted toward you. He had 200 men more than you, and he sent them away. Now we are only 89 against 100. A flame crossed Roland's face, then almost as suddenly he turned pale as death. "You are right, Branchdor," he replied. "Succor or no succor, I surrender. You and your men can go and fight with your comrades." The Chouans gave a cry of joy, let go their hold of Roland, and rushed towards the Republicans, brandishing their hats and muskets and shouting, "Vive le Roi!" Roland, freed from their grip, but disarmed physically by his fall, morally by his parole, went to the little eminence, still covered by the cloak which had served as a tablecloth for their breakfast, and sat down. From there he could see the whole combat. Not a detail was lost upon him. Cadudal sat erect upon his horse amid fire and smoke, like the demon of war, invulnerable and implacable. Here and there the bodies of a dozen or more Chouans lay stretched upon the sod. But it was evident that the Republicans, still massed together, had lost double that number. Wounded men dragged themselves across the open space, meeting, rearing their bodies like mangled snakes, to fight the Republicans with their bayonets and the Chouans with their knives. Those of the wounded Chouans who were too far off to fight their wounded enemies hand to hand reloaded their guns and, struggling to their knees, fired and fell again. On either side the struggle was pitiless, incessant, furious. Civil war, that is war without mercy or compassion, waved its torch above the battlefield. Cadudal rode his horse around these living breastworks, firing at 20 paces, sometimes his pistols, sometimes a musket, which he discharged, cast aside, and picked up again reloaded. At each discharge a man fell. The third time he made this round, General Hatry honoured him with a fusillade. He disappeared in the flame and smoke, and Roland saw him go down, he and his horse, as if annihilated. 10 or a dozen Republicans sprang from the ranks and met as many Chouans. The struggle was terrible, hand to hand, body to body, but the Chouans, with their knives, were sure of the advantage. Suddenly Cadudal appeared, erect, a pistol in each hand. It was the death of 2 men. 2 men fell. Then, through the gap left by these 10 or 12, he flung himself forward with 30 men. He had picked up an army musket, and using it like a club, he brought down a man with each blow. He broke his way through the battalion, and reappeared at the other side. Then, like a boar which returns upon the huntsman he has ripped up and trampled, he rushed back through the gaping wound and widened it. From that moment, all was over. General Hatry rallied a score of men, and bayonets down, they fell upon the circle that enveloped them. He marched at the head of his soldier on foot. His horse had been killed. 10 men had fallen before the circle was broken, but at last he was beyond it. The Chouans wanted to pursue them, but Cadoudal, in a voice of thunder, called them back. "You should not have allowed him to pass," he cried, "but having passed, he is free to retreat." The Chouans obeyed with the religious faith they placed in the words of their chief. "And now," said Cadoudal, "cease firing. No more dead. Make prisoners." The Chouans drew together and surrounded the heaps of dead, and the few living men, more or less wounded, who lay among the dead. Surrendering was still fighting in this fatal war, where on both sides the prisoners were shot, on the one side because Chouans and Vendines were considered brigands, on the other because they knew not where to put the captives. The Republicans threw their guns away, that they might not be forced to surrender them. When their captors approached them, every cartridge box was open, every man had fired his last shot. Cadoudal walked back to Roland. During the whole of this desperate struggle, the young man had remained on the mound, with his eyes fixed on the battle, his hair damp with sweat, his breast heaving. He waited for the result. Then, when he saw the day was lost, his head fell upon his hands, and he still sat on, his forehead bowed to the earth. Cadoudal reached him before he seemed to hear the sound of footsteps. He touched the young man's shoulder. Roland raised his head slowly without attempting to hide the 2 great tears that were rolling down his cheeks. "General," said Roland, "do with me what you will. I am your prisoner." "I can't make the First Consul's ambassador a prisoner," replied Cadoudal, laughing, "but I can ask him to do me a service. Command me, General. I need a hospital for the wounded and a prison for prisoners. Will you take the Republican soldiers, wounded and prisoners, back to Vannes?" "What do you mean, General?" exclaimed Roland. "I give them, or rather I confide them to you. I regret that your horse was killed, so is mine, but there is still that of the Brie Bleu. Accept it." The young man made a motion of rejection. "Until you can obtain another, of course," added Cadoudal, bowing. Roland felt that he must put himself, at least in simplicity, on a level with the man with whom he was dealing. "Shall I see you again, General?" he asked, rising. "I doubt it, sir. My operations call me to the coast near Port Louis. Your duty recalls you to the Luxembourg. What shall I tell the First Consul, General?" "What you have seen, sir. He must judge between the Abbé Bernier's diplomacy and that of George Cadoudal." "After what I have seen, sir, I doubt if you ever have need of me," said Roland. "But in any case, remember that you have a friend near the First Consul." And he held out his hand to Cadoudal. The royalist took it with the same frankness and freedom he had shown before the battle. "Farewell, Monsieur de Montrevel," said he. "I need not ask you to justify General Hatry. A defeat like that is fully as glorious as a victory." During this time, Brie Bleu's horse had been laid up for the Republican colonel. He sprang into the saddle. "By the by," said Cadoudal, "as you go through La Roche-Bernard, just inquire what has happened to citizen Thomas Millier." "He is dead," said a voice. Coeur de Roy and his 4 men, covered with mud and sweat, had just arrived, but too late for the battle. Roland cast a last glance at the battlefield, sighed, and, waving a last farewell to Cadoudal, started at a gallop across the fields to await, on the road to Vannes, the wagon load of wounded and the prisoners he was asked to deliver to General Hatry. Cadoudal had given a crown of 6 sous to each man. Roland could not help reflecting that the gift was made with the money of the Directory sent to the west by Morgan and the companions of Jehu. Chapter 35. The Proposal of Marriage. Roland's first visit on arriving in Paris was to the First Consul. He brought him the twofold news of the pacification of the Vendée and the increasingly bitter insurrection of Brittany. Bonaparte knew Roland. Consequently, the triple narrative of Thomas Millier's murder, the execution of Bishop Audrien, and the fight at Grandchamp produced a deep impression upon him. There was, moreover, in the young man's manner a sombre despair in which he could not be mistaken. Roland was miserable over this lost opportunity to get himself killed. An unknown power seemed to watch over him, carrying him safe and sound through dangers and which resulted fatally to others. Sir John had found 12 judges and a death warrant, where he had seen but a phantom, invulnerable, it is true, but inoffensive. He blamed himself bitterly for singling out Cadoual in the fight, thus exposing himself to a prearranged plan of capture, instead of flinging himself into the fray and killing or being killed. The first consul watched him anxiously as he talked. The longing for death still lingered in his mind, a longing he hoped to cure by this return to his native land and the endearments of his family. He praised and defended General Hatry, but just and impartial as a soldier should be, he gave full credit to Cadoual for the courage and generosity the royalist general had displayed. Bonaparte listened gravely, almost sadly. Ardent as he was for foreign war with its glorious halo, his soul revolted at the internecine strife which drained the lifeblood of the nation and rent its bowels. It was a case in which, to his thinking, negotiation should be substituted for war. But how negotiate with a man like Cadoual? Bonaparte was not unaware of his own personal seductions when he chose to exercise them. He resolved to see Cadoual, and, without saying anything on the subject to Roland, he intended to make use of him for the interview when the time came. In the meantime, he wanted to see if Bruin, in whose talent he had great confidence, would be more successful than his predecessors. He dismissed Roland after telling him of his mother's arrival and her installation in the little house in the Rue de la Victoire. Roland sprang into a coach and was driven there at once. He found Madame de Montrevel as happy and as proud as a woman and a mother could be. Edouard had gone, the day before, to the Brittany Francais, and she herself was preparing to return to Amélie, whose health continued to give her much anxiety. As for Sir John, he was not only out of danger but almost well again. He was in Paris. He called upon Madame de Montrevel, and finding that she had gone with Edouard to the Brittany, he had left his card. It bore his address, Hôtel Mirabeau, Rue de Richelieu. It was 11 o'clock, Sir John's breakfast hour, and Roland had every chance of finding him at that hour. He got back into his carriage and ordered the coachman to stop at the Hôtel Mirabeau. He found Sir John sitting before an English breakfast, a thing rarely seen in those days, drinking large cups of tea and eating bloody chops. As soon as the Englishman saw Roland, he gave a cry of joy and ran to meet him. Roland himself had acquired a deep affection for that exceptional nature, where the noblest qualities of the heart seemed striving to hide themselves beneath national eccentricities. Sir John was pale and thin, but in other respects he was well. His wound had completely healed, and except for a slight oppression, which was diminishing daily and would soon disappear altogether, he had almost recovered his former health. He now welcomed Roland with a tenderness scarcely to be expected from that reserved nature, declaring that the joy he felt in seeing him again was all he wanted for his complete recovery. He begged Roland to share the meal, telling him to order his own breakfast à la Francais. Roland accepted. Like all soldiers who had fought the hard wars of the Revolution, when bread was often lacking, Roland cared little for what he ate. He had acquired the habit of eating whatever was put before him as a precaution against the days when there might be nothing at all. Sir John's attention in asking him to make a French breakfast was scarcely noticed by him at all. But what Roland did notice was Sir John's preoccupation of mind. It was evident that Sir John had something on his lips which he hesitated to utter. Roland thought he had better help him. So, when breakfast was nearly over, Roland, with his usual frankness, which almost bordered upon brutality at times, leaned his elbows on the table, settled his chin in his hands, and said, "Well, my dear Sir John, you have something to say to your friend Roland that you don't dare put into words." Sir John started and, from pale as he was, turned crimson. "Confound it," continued Roland. "It must be hard to get out, but Sir John, if you have many things to ask me, I know but few that I have the right to refuse you." So go on, I'm listening. And Roland closed his eyes as if to concentrate all his attention on what Sir John was about to say. But the matter was evidently, from Sir John's point of view, so extremely difficult to make known that, at the end of a dozen seconds, finding that Sir John was still silent, Roland opened his eyes. The Englishman was pale again, but this time he was paler than before. Roland held out his hand to him. "Why," he said, "I see you want to make some compliment about the way you were treated at the Château de Noirfontaine." "Precisely, my friend, for the happiness or misery of my life will date from my sojourn at the chateau." Roland looked fixedly at Sir John. "The deuce!" he exclaimed. "Can I be so fortunate?" Then he stopped, remembering that what he was about to say was most unconventional from the social point of view. "Oh!" exclaimed Sir John. "My dear Roland, finish what you were saying." "You wish it? I implore you." "But if I am mistaken, if I should say something nonsensical—" my friend, go on." "Well, as I was saying, my lord, can I be so fortunate as to find your lordship in love with my sister?" Sir John gave a cry of joy, and with a rapid movement of which so phlegmatic a man might have been thought incapable, he threw himself in Roland's arms. "Your sister is an angel, my dear Roland," he exclaimed, "and I love her with all my heart." "Are you entirely free to do so, my lord?" "Entirely. For the last 12 years, as I told you, I have had my fortune under my own control. It amounts to £25,000 sterling a year. Too much, my dear fellow, for a woman who can only bring you 50,000 francs. "Oh," said the Englishman, with that national accent that returned to him occasionally in moments of strong excitement. "If I must get rid of a part of it, I can do so." "No," replied Roland, laughing. "That's not necessary. You're rich. It's unfortunate, but what's to be done? No, that's not the question. Do you love my sister?" "I adore her." "And she," resumed Roland, "does she love you?" "Of course you understand," returned Sir John, "that I have not asked her. I was bound, my dear Roland, to speak to you first, and, if the matter were agreeable, to beg you to plead my cause with your mother. After I have obtained the consent of both, I shall make my offer, or rather, you will make it for me, for I should never dare. Then I am the first to receive your confidence. You are my best friend, and it ought to be so. Well, my dear friend, as far as I'm concerned, your suit is won, naturally. Your mother and sister remain. They will be won. You understand that my mother will leave Amélie free to make her own choice, and I need not tell you that, if it falls upon you, she will be delighted. But there is a person whom you have forgotten." "Who is that?" said Sir John, in the tone of a man who, having weighed all chances for and against, believes he knows them all, and is met by an obstacle he has never thought of. "The first consul," said Roland. "God!" ejaculated the Englishman, swallowing the last words of the national oath. "He spoke to me just before I left for the Vendée of my sister's marriage," continued Roland, "saying that it no longer concerned my mother and myself, for he would take charge of it." "Then," said Sir John, "I'm lost." "Why so? The first consul does not like the English. Say rather that the English does not like the first consul. But who will present my wishes to the first consul? I will. And will you speak of them as agreeable to yourself? I'll turn you into a dove of peace between the two nations," said Roland, rising. "Oh, thank you," cried Sir John, seizing the young man's hand. Then he added regretfully, "Must you leave me?" "My friend, I have only a few hours' leave. I have given one to my mother, 2 to you, and I owe 1 to your friend Edward. I want to kiss him and ask his master to let him scuffle as he likes with his comrades. Then I must get back to the Luxembourg. Well, take him my compliments and tell him I have ordered another pair of pistols for him, so that the next time he is attacked by bandits, he needn't use the conductors." Roland looked to Sir John. "Now, what is it?" he asked. "What? Don't you know?" "No." "What is it I don't know? Something that nearly killed our poor Amélie? What thing?" "The attack on the diligence." "But what diligence?" "The one which your mother was in." "The diligence my mother was in?" "Yes. The diligence my mother was in was attacked. You have seen Madame de Montrevel, and she didn't tell you? Not a word about that, anyway. Well, my dear Edward proved a hero, as no one else defended the coach. He did. He took the conductor's pistols and fired. Brave boy, exclaimed Roland. Yes, but unluckily or luckily, the conductor had taken the precaution to remove the bullets. Edouard was praised and petted by the companions of Jehu as the bravest of the brave, but he neither killed nor wounded them. Are you sure of what you are telling me? I tell you, your sister almost died of fright. Very good, said Roland. How very good, exclaimed Sir John. I mean, all the more reason why I should see Edouard. What makes you say that? A plan. Tell me what it is. Faith, no, my plans don't turn out well for you. But you know, my dear Roland, that if there are any reprisals to make, I shall make them for both. You are in love, my dear fellow. Live in your love. You promise me your support? That's understood. I am most anxious to call you brother. Are you tired of calling me friend? Faith, yes, it is too little. Thanks. They pressed each other's hands and parted. A quarter of an hour later, Roland reached the Britannie Française, which stood then on the present site of the Lyceum of Louis le Grand, that is to say, at the head of the Rue Saint-Jacques, behind the Sorbonne. At the first words of the director, Roland saw that his young brother had been especially recommended to the authorities. The boy was sent for. Edouard flung himself into the arms of his big brother with that passionate adoration he had for him. After the first embraces were over, Roland inquired about the stoppage of the diligence. Madame de Montrevel had been chary of mentioning it. Sir John had been sober in statement, but not so Edouard. It was his Iliad, his very own. He related it with every detail. Jerome's connivance with the bandits, the pistols loaded with powder only, his mother's fainting fit, the attention paid to her by those who had caused it, his own name known to the bandits, the fall of a mask from the face of the one who was restoring his mother, his certainty that she must have seen the man's face. Roland was above all struck with this last particular. Then the boy related their audience with the first consul, and told how the latter had kissed and petted him, and finally recommended him to the director of the Britannie Française. Roland learned from the child all that he wished to know, and as it took but 5 minutes to go from the Rue Saint-Jacques to Luxembourg, he was at the palace in that time. Chapter 36. Sculpture and Painting. When Roland returned to the Luxembourg, the clock of the palace marked 1 hour and a quarter after midday. The first consul was working with Bourrienne. If we were merely writing a novel, we should hasten to its close, and in order to get there more expeditiously, we should neglect certain details which, we are told, historical figures can do without. That is not our opinion. From the day we first put pen to paper, now some 30 years ago, whether our thoughts were concentrated on a drama, or whether it spread itself into a novel, we have had a double end, to instruct and to amuse. And we say, instruct first, for amusement has never been, to our mind, anything but a mask for instruction. Have we succeeded? We think so. Before long, we shall have covered, with our narratives, an enormous period of time between the Comtesse de Salisbury and the Comte de Monte Cristo. 5 centuries and a half are comprised. Well, we assert that we have taught France as much history about those 5 centuries and a half as any historian. More than that, although our opinions are well known, although under the Bourbons of the elder branch as under the Bourbons of the younger branch, under the Republic as under the present government, we have always proclaimed them loudly. We do not believe that that opinion has been unduly manifested in our books and dramas. We admire the Marquis de Posa in Schiller's Don Carlo, but, in his stead, we should not have anticipated the spirit of that age to the point of placing a philosopher of the 18th century among the heroes of the 16th, an encyclopedius at the court of Philippe II. Therefore, just as we have been in literary parlance, monarchical under the monarchy, republican under the republic, we are today reconstructionists under the consulate. That does not prevent our thought from hovering above men, above their epoch, and giving to each the share of good and evil they do. Now that share no one except God has the right to award from his individual point of view. The kings of Egypt, who, at the moment they passed into the unknown, were judged upon the threshold of their tombs, were not judged by a man, but by a people. That is why it is said, the judgment of a people is the judgment of God. Historian, novelist, poet, dramatic author, we are nothing more than the foreman of a jury who impartially sums up the arguments and leaves the jury to give their verdict. The book is the summing up, the readers are the jury. That is why having to paint one of the most gigantic figures, not only of modern times but of all times, having to paint the period of his transition, that is to say, the moment when Bonaparte transformed himself into Napoleon, the general into an emperor, that is why we say, in the fear of becoming unjust, we abandon interpretations and substitute facts. We are not of those who say with Voltaire that no one is a hero to his valet. It may be that the valet is nearsighted or envious, two infirmities that resemble each other more closely than people think. We maintain that a hero may become a kind man, but a hero, for being kind, is none the less a hero. What is a hero in the eyes of the public? A man whose genius is momentarily greater than his heart. What is a hero in private life? A man whose heart is momentarily greater than his genius. Historians judge the genius. People judge the heart. Who judged Charlemagne? The historians. Who judged Henri IV? The people. Which, in your opinion, was the most righteously judged? Well, in order to render just judgment and compel the Court of Appeals, which is none other than posterity, to confirm contemporaneous judgments, it is essential not to light up one side only of the figure we depict, but to walk around it, and wherever the sunlight does not reach, to hold a torch or even a candle. Now, let us return to Bonaparte. He was working, as we said, with Bourrienne. Let us inquire into the usual division of the first consul's time. He rose at 7 or 8 in the morning, and immediately called one of his secretaries, preferably Bourrienne, and worked with him until 10. At 10, breakfast was announced. Josephine, Hortense, and Eugene either waited or sat down on table with the family, that is, with the aide-de-camp on duty and Bourrienne. After breakfast, he talked with the usual party, or the invited guests, if there were any. 1 hour was devoted to this intercourse, which was generally shared by the first consul's two brothers, Lucien and Joseph, Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angélé, Boulay, Monge, Berthollet, Laplace, and Arnault. Toward noon, Cambacérès arrived. As a general thing, Bonaparte devoted half an hour to his chancellor. Then, suddenly, without warning, he would rise and say, "Au revoir, Josephine. Au revoir, Hortense. Come, Bourrienne, let us go to work." This speech, which reoccurred almost regularly in the same words, was no sooner uttered than Bonaparte left the salon and returned to his study. There, no system of work was adopted. It might be some urgent matter or merely a caprice. Either Bonaparte dictated or Bourrienne read, after which the first consul went to the council. In the earlier months of the consulate, he was obliged to cross the courtyard of the Little Luxembourg to reach the council chamber, which, if the weather were rainy, put him in bad humour, but toward the end of December he had the courtyard covered, and from that time he almost always returned to his study singing. Bonaparte sang almost as false as Louis XV. As soon as he was back, he examined the work he had ordered done, signed his letters, and stretched himself out in his armchair, the arms of which he stabbed with his penknife as he talked. If he was not inclined to talk, he reread the letters of the day before, or the pamphlets of the day, laughing at intervals with the hearty laugh of a great child. Then, suddenly, as one awakening from a dream, he would spring to his feet and cry out, "Right, Bourrienne." Then he would sketch out the plan for some building to be erected or dictate some one of those vast projects which have amazed, let us say, rather, terrified the world. At 5 o'clock he dined. After dinner, the first consul ascended to Josephine's apartments, where he usually received the visits of the ministers, and particularly that of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Monsieur de Talleyrand. At midnight, Sometimes earlier, but never later, he gave the signal for retiring by saying, brusquely, "Let us go to bed." The next day, at 7 in the morning, the same life began over again, varied only by unforeseen incidents. After these details of the personal habits of the great genius we are trying to depict under his first aspect, his personal portrait ought, we think, to come. Bonaparte, first consul, has left fewer indications of his personal appearance than Napoleon, emperor. Now, as nothing less resembles the emperor of 1812 than the first consul of 1800, let us endeavour, if possible, to sketch with a pen those features which the brush has never fully portrayed, that countenance which neither bronze nor marble has been able to render. Most of the painters and sculptors who flourished during this illustrious period of art, Gros, David, Prudhon, Girodet, and Bessiot, have endeavoured to transmit to posterity the features of the man of destiny at the different epochs when the vast providential vistas which beckoned him first revealed themselves. Thus, we have portraits of Bonaparte, Commander-in-Chief, Bonaparte, First Consul, and Napoleon, Emperor. And although some painters and sculptors have caught more or less successfully the type of his face, it may be said that there does not exist either of the general, the First Consul, or the Emperor, a single portrait or bust which perfectly resembles him. It was not within the power of even genius to triumph over an impossibility. During the first part of Bonaparte's life, it was possible to paint or chisel Bonaparte's protuberant skull, his brow furrowed by the sublime line of thought, his pale elongated face, his granite complexion, and the meditative character of his countenance. During the second part of his life, it was possible to paint or to chisel his broadened forehead, his admirably defined eyebrows, his straight nose, his close-pressed lips, his chin modelled with rare perfection, his whole face, in short, like a coin of Augustus. But that which neither his bust nor his portrait could render, which was utterly beyond the domain of imitation, was the mobility of his look, that look which is to man what the lightning is to God, namely, the proof of his divinity. In Bonaparte, that look obeyed his will with the rapidity of lightning. In one and the same minute, it dared from beneath his eyelids, now keen and piercing as the blade of a dagger violently unsheathed, now soft as a sun ray or a kiss, now stern as a challenge or terrible as a threat. Bonaparte had a look for every thought that stirred his soul. In Napoleon, this look, except in the momentous circumstances of his life, ceased to be mobile and became fixed. But even so, it was none the less impossible to render. It was a drill sounding the heart of whosoever he looked upon, the deepest, the most secret thought of which he meant to sound. Marble or painting might render the fixedness of that look, but neither the one nor the other could portray its life, that is to say, its penetrating and magnetic action. Troubled hearts have veiled eyes. Bonaparte, even in the days of his leanness, had beautiful hands, and he displayed them with a certain coquetry. As he grew stouter, his hands became superb. He took the utmost care of them, and looked at them when talking, with much complacency. He felt the same satisfaction in his teeth, which were handsome, though not with the splendour of his hands. When he walked, either alone or with someone, whether in a room or in a garden, he always bent a little forward, as though his head were heavy to carry, and crossed his hands behind his back. He frequently made an involuntary movement with the right shoulder, as if a nervous shudder had passed through it, and at the same time his mouth made a curious movement from right to left, which seemed to result from the other. These movements, however, had nothing convulsive about them. Whatever may have been said notwithstanding, they were a simple trick indicative of great preoccupation, a sort of congestion of the mind. It was chiefly manifested when the general, the first consul, or the emperor, was maturing vast plans. It was after such promenades, accompanied by this important twofold movement of the shoulders and lips, that he dictated his most important notes. On a campaign with the army, on horseback, he was indefatigable. He was almost as much so in ordinary life, and would often walk 5 or 6 hours in succession without perceiving it. When he walked thus with someone with whom he was familiar, he commonly passed his arm through that or his companion, and leaned upon him. Slender and thin as he was at that period when we place before our readers' eyes, he was much concerned by the fear of future corpulence. It was to Bourrienne that he usually confided this singular dread. "You see, Bourrienne, how slim and abstemious I am. Well, nothing can rid me of the idea that when I am 40 I shall be a great eater and very fat. I foresee that my constitution will undergo a change. I take exercise enough, but what will you? It's a presentiment and it won't fail to happen." We all know to what obesity he attained when a prisoner at St. Helena. He had a positive passion for baths, which no doubt contributed not a little to make him fat. This passion became an irresistible need. He took one every other day and stayed in it 2 hours, during which time the journals and pamphlets of the day were read to him. As the water cooled, he would turn the hot water faucet until he raised the temperature of this bathroom to such a degree that the reader could neither bear it any longer nor see to read. Not until then would he permit the door to be opened. It has been said that he was subject to epileptic attacks after his first campaign in Italy. Bourrienne was with him 11 years and never saw him suffer from an attack of this malady. Bonaparte, though indefatigable when necessity demanded it, required much sleep, especially during the period of which we are now writing. Bonaparte's general or first consul kept others awake, but he slept and slept well. He retired at midnight, sometimes earlier, as we have said, and when at 7 in the morning they entered his room to awaken him, he was always asleep. Usually at the first call he would rise, but occasionally, still half asleep, he would mutter, "Bourrienne, I beg of you, let me sleep a little longer." Then, if there was nothing urgent, Bourrienne would return at 8 o'clock. If it was otherwise, he insisted, and then, with much grumbling, Bonaparte would get up. He slept 7, sometimes 8 hours out of the 24, taking a short nap in the afternoon. He also gave particular instruction for the night. "At night," he would say, "come in my room as seldom as possible. Never wake me if you have good news to announce. Good news can wait. But if there is bad news, wake me instantly, for then there is not a moment to be lost in facing it." As soon as Bonaparte had risen and made his morning ablutions, which were very thorough, his valet entered and brushed his hair and shaved him. While he was being shaved, a secretary or an aide-de-camp read the newspapers aloud, always beginning with the Monitor. He gave no real attention to any but the English and German papers. "Skip that," he would say when they read him the French papers. "I know what they say because they only say what I choose." His toilette completed, Bonaparte went down to his study. We have seen above what he did there. At 10 o'clock the breakfast was announced, usually by the steward, in these words, "The general is served." No title, it will be observed, not even that of first consul. The repast was a frugal one. Every morning a dish was served which Bonaparte particularly liked, a chicken fried in oil with garlic, the same dish that is now called on the bills of fare at restaurants, chicken à la Marengo. Bonaparte drank little, and then only Bordeaux or Burgundy, preferably the latter. After breakfast, as after dinner, he drank a cup of black coffee, never between meals. When he chanced to work until late at night, they brought him not coffee but chocolate, and the secretary who worked with him had a cup of the same. Most historians, narrators, and biographers, after saying that Bonaparte drank a great deal of coffee, add that he took snuff to excess. They are doubly mistaken. From the time he was 24, Bonaparte had contracted the habit of taking snuff, but but only enough to keep his brain awake. He took it habitually, not as biographers had declared, from the pocket of his waistcoat, but from a snuff box which he changed almost every day for a new one, having in this matter of collecting snuff boxes a certain resemblance to the great Frederick. If he ever did take snuff from his waistcoat pocket, it was on his battle days, when it would have been difficult, while riding at a gallop under fire, to hold both reins and snuff box. For those days he had special waistcoats with the right-hand pockets lined with perfumed leather, and as the sloping cut of his coat enabled him to insert his thumb and forefinger into this pocket without unbuttoning his coat, he could, under any circumstances and at any gait, take snuff when he pleased. As general or first consul, he never wore gloves, contenting himself with holding and crumpling them in his left hand. As emperor, there was some advance in this propriety. He wore one glove, and as he changed his gloves not once but 2 or 3 times a day, his valet adopted the habit of giving him alternative gloves, thus making one pair serve as 2. Bonaparte had 2 great passions which Napoleon inherited, for war and architectural monuments to his fame. Gay, almost jolly in camp, he was dreamy and sombre in repose. To escape this gloom he had recourse to the electricity of art. He saw visions of those gigantic monumental works of which he undertook many, and completed some. He realized that such works are part of the life of peoples. They are history written in capitals, landmarks of the ages. Left standing long after generations are swept away, he knew that Rome lives in her ruins, that Greece speaks by her statues, that Egypt's splendid and mysterious spectre appeared through her monuments on the threshold of civilized existence. What he loved about everything, what he hugged in preference to all else, was renown, heroic uproar. Hence his need of war, his thirst for glory. He often said, "A great reputation is a great noise. The louder it is, the further it is heard. Laws, institutions, monuments, nations all fall, but sound remains and resounds through other generations. Babylon and Alexandria are fallen. Semiramis and Alexander stand erect, greater perhaps through the echo of their own renown, waxing and multiplying through the ages than they were in their lifetimes." Then he added, connecting these ideas with himself, "My power depends on my fame and on the battles I win. Conquest has made me what I am, and conquest alone can sustain me. A newborn government must dazzle, must amaze. The moment it no longer flames, it dies out. Once it ceases to grow, it falls." He was a long Corsican, impatient under the conquest of his country, but after the 13th Vendémiaire, he became a true Frenchman and ended by loving France with true passion. His dream was to see her great, happy, powerful, at the head of the nations in glory and in art. It is true that, in making France great, he became great with her, and attached his name indissolubly to her grandeur. To him, living eternally in this thought, actuality disappeared in the future. Wherever the hurricane of war may have swept him, France, above all things else, above all nations, filled his thoughts. "What will my Athenians think?" said Alexander, after Issus and Arbela. "I hope the French will be content with me," said Bonaparte, after Rivoli and the pyramids. Before battle, this modern Alexander gave little thought to what he should do in case of victory, but much in case of defeat. He, more than any man, was convinced that trifles often decide the greatest events, and he was therefore more concerned in foreseeing such events than in producing them. He watched them come to birth and ripen. Then, when the right time came, he appeared, laid his hand on them, mastered and guided them, as an able rider roasters and guides a spirited horse. His rapid rise in the midst of revolutions and political changes he had brought about or seen accomplished, the events which he had controlled, had given him a certain contempt for men. Moreover, he was not inclined by nature to think well of them. His lips were often heard to utter the grievous maxim, all the more grievous because he personally knew its truth. There are two levels by which men are moved: fear and self-interest. With such opinions, Bonaparte did not, in fact, believe in friendship. "How often," said Bourrienne, "has he said to me, 'Friendship is only a word. I love no one, not even my brothers. Joseph a little, possibly, but if I love him, it is only from habit, and because he is my elder. Duroc, yes, I love him, but why? Because his character pleases me, because he is stern, cold, resolute. Besides, Duroc never sheds a tear. But why should I love anyone? Do you think I have any true friends? As long as I am what I am, I shall have friends, apparently at least. But when my luck ceases, you'll see. Trees don't have leaves in winter. I tell you, Bourrienne, we must leave whimpering to the women. It's their business. As for me, no feelings. I need a vigorous hand and a stout heart. If not, better let war and government alone." In his familiar intercourse, Bonaparte was what schoolboys call a tease, but his teasings were never spiteful and seldom unkind. His ill humour, easily aroused, disappeared like a cloud driven by the wind. It evaporated in words and disappeared of its own will. Sometimes, however, when matters of public import were concerned, and his lieutenants or ministers were to blame, he gave way to violent anger. His outbursts were then hard and cruel, and often humiliating. He gave blows with a club, under which, willingly or unwillingly, the recipient had to bow his head. Witness his scene with Jomini and that with the Duc de Bellune. Bonaparte had two sets of enemies, the Jacobins and the Royalists. He detested the first and feared the second. In speaking of the Jacobins, he invariably called them the murderers of Louis XVI. As for the Royalists, that was another thing. One might almost have thought he foresaw the Restoration. He had about him two men who had voted the death of the king, Fouché and Cambacérès. He dismissed Fouché, and if he kept Cambacérès, it was because he wanted the services of that eminent legist. But he could not endure him, and he would often catch his colleague, the second consul, by the ear and say, "My poor Cambacérès, I am so sorry for you, but your goose is cooked. If ever the Bourbons get back, they will hang you." One day, Cambacérès lost his temper, and with a twist of his head, he pulled his ear from the living pincers that held it. "Come," he said, "have done with your foolish joking." Whenever Bonaparte escaped any danger, a childish habit, a Corsican habit, reappeared. He always made a rapid sign of the cross on his breast with the thumb. Whenever he met with any annoyance or was haunted with a disagreeable thought, he hummed what air? An air of his own that was no air at all, and which nobody ever noticed. He sang so false. Then, still singing, he would sit down before his writing desk, tilting in his chair, tipping it back until he almost fell over, and mutilating, as we have said, its arms with a penknife, which served no other purpose, inasmuch as he never mended a pen himself. His secretaries were charged with that duty, and they mended them in the best manner possible, mindful of the fact that they would have to copy that terrific writing, which, as we know, was not absolutely illegible. The effect produced on Bonaparte by the ringing of the bells is known. It was the only music he understood, and it went straight to his heart. If he was seated when the vibrations began, he would hold up his hand for silence and lean toward the sound. If he was walking, he would stop, bend his head, and listen. As long as the bell rang, he remained motionless. When the sound died away in space, he resumed his work, saying to those who asked him to explain this singular liking for the iron voice, "It reminds me of my first years at Brienne. I was happy then." At the period of which we are writing, his greatest personal interest was the purchase he had made of the domain of Malmaison. He went there every night like a schoolboy off for his holiday, and spent Sunday and often Monday there. There, work was neglected for walking expeditions, during which he personally superintended the improvements he had ordered. Occasionally, and especially at first, he would wander beyond the limits of the estate, but these excursions were thought dangerous by the police and given up entirely after the conspiracy of the arena and the affair of the infernal machine. The revenue derived from Malmaison, calculated by Bonaparte himself, on the supposition that he should sell his fruits and vegetables, did not amount to more than 6,000 francs. "That's not bad," he said to Bourrienne, but he added with a sigh, "One must have 30,000 a year to be able to live here." Bonaparte introduced a certain poesy in his taste for the country. He liked to see a woman with a tall, flexible figure glide through the dusky shrubberies of the park, only that woman must be dressed in white. He hated gowns of a dark colour and had a horror of stout women. As for pregnant women, he had such an aversion for them that it was very seldom he invited one to his soirees or his fêtes. For the rest, with little gallantry in his nature, too overbearing to attract, scarcely civil to women, it was rare for him to say, even to the prettiest, a pleasant thing. In fact, he often produced a shudder by the rude remarks he made even to Josephine's best friends. To one he remarked, "Oh, what red arms you have!" To another, "What an ugly headdress you are wearing!" To a third, "Your gown is dirty. I have seen you wear it 20 times." Or, "Why don't you change your dressmaker? You are dressed like a fright." One day, he said to the Duchess de Chevreuse, a charming blonde, whose hair was the admiration of everyone, "It's queer how red your hair is." "Possibly," replied the Duchess, "but this is the first time any man has told me so." Bonaparte did not like cards. When he did happen to play, it was always von état. For the rest, he had one trait in common with Henry IV. He cheated, but when the game was over, he left all the golden notes he had won on the table, saying, "You are ninnies, I have cheated all the time we've been playing, and you've never found out. Those who lost can take their money back." Born and bred in the Catholic faith, Bonaparte had no preference for any dogma. When he re-established divine worship, it was done as a political act, not as a religious one. He was fond, however, of discussions bearing on the subject, but he defined his own part in advance by saying, "My reason makes me a disbeliever in many things, but the impressions of my childhood and the inspirations of my early youth have flung me back into uncertainty." Nevertheless, he would never hear of materialism. He cared little what the dogma was, provided that dogma recognized a creator. One beautiful evening in Messidor, on board his vessel, as it glided along between the twofold azure of the sky and sea, certain mathematicians declared there was no God, only animated matter. Bonaparte looked at the celestial arch, 100 times more brilliant between Malta and Alexandria than it is in Europe, and at a moment when they thought him unconscious of the conversation, he exclaimed, pointing to the stars, "You may say what you please, but it was a god who made all that." Bonaparte, though very exact in paying his private debts, was just the reverse about public expenses. He was firmly convinced that in all past transactions between ministers and purveyors or contractors, that if the minister who had made the contract was not a dupe, the state, at any rate, was robbed. For this reason, he delayed the period of payment as long as possible. There were literally no evasions, no difficulties he would not make, no bad reasons he would not give. It was a fixed idea with him, an immutable principle that every contractor was a cheat. One day, a man who had made a bid that was accepted was presented to him. "What is your name?" he asked, with his accustomed brusqueness. "Volant, citizen first consul." "Good name for a contractor." "I spell it with 2 L's, citizen." "To rob the better, sir," retorted Bonaparte, turning his back on him. Bonaparte seldom changed his decisions, even when he saw they were unjust. No one ever heard him say, "I was mistaken." On the contrary, his favourite saying was, "I always believe the worst," a saying more worthy of Simon than Augustus. But with all this, one felt that there was more of a desire in Bonaparte's mind to seem to despise men than actual contempt for them. He was neither malignant nor vindictive. Sometimes, it is true, he relied too much upon necessity, that iron-tipped goddess, but for the rest, take him away from the field of politics, and he was kind, sympathetic, accessible to pity, fond of children, great proof of a kind and pitying heart, full of indulgence for human weakness in private life, and sometimes of a good-humoured heartiness, like that of Henri IV, playing with his children in the presence of the Spanish ambassador. If we were writing history, we should have many more things to say of Bonaparte, without counting those which, after finishing with Bonaparte, we should still have to say of Napoleon. But we are writing a simple narrative in which Bonaparte plays a part. Unfortunately, wherever Bonaparte shows himself, if only for a moment, he becomes, in spite of himself, a principal personage. The reader must pardon us for having again fallen into digression. That man, who is a world in himself, has, against our will, swept us along in his whirlwind. Let us return to Roland and, consequently, to our legitimate tale. Chapter 37. The Ambassador. We have seen that Roland, on returning to the Luxembourg, asked for the first consul and was told that he was engaged with Fouché, the Minister of Police. Roland was a privileged person. No matter what functionary was with Bonaparte, he was in the habit, on his return from a journey, or merely from an errand, of half opening the door and putting in his head. The first consul was often so busy that he paid no attention to his head. When that was the case, Roland would say, "General," which meant, in the close intimacy which still existed between the two schoolmates, "General, I am here. Do you need me? I am at your orders." If the first consul did not need him, he replied, "Very good." If, on the contrary, he did need him, he said simply, "Come in." Then Roland would enter and wait in the recess of a window until the general told him what he wanted. On this occasion, Roland put his head in as usual, saying, "General?" "Come in," replied the first consul, with visible satisfaction. "Come in, come in." Roland entered. Bonaparte was, as he had been told, busy with the Minister of Police. The affair on which the first consul was engaged, and which seemed to absorb him a great deal, had also its interest for Roland. It concerned the recent stoppages of diligences by the companions of Jehu. On the table lay 3 procès-verbaux, relating the stoppage of 1 diligence and 2 mail coaches. Tribier, the paymaster of the army of Italy, was in one of the latter. The stoppages had occurred, one on the high road between Meximieux and Montreal, on that part of the road which crosses the commune of Belligny, the second at the extremity of the lake of Ceylon, in the direction of Nantua, the third on the high road between Saint-Étienne and Bourg, at a spot called Les Caronnières. A curious fact was connected with these stoppages. A sum of 4,000 francs and a case of jewellery had been mixed up by mistake with the money bags belonging to the government. The owners of the money had thought them lost, when the Justice of the Peace of Nantua received an unsigned letter telling him the place where these objects had been buried, and requesting him to return them to their rightful owners, as the companions of Jehu made war upon the government and not against private individuals. In another case, that of the Caronnières, where the robbers, in order to stop the mail coach, which had continued on its way with increased speed in spite of the order to stop, were forced to fire at a horse, the companions of Jehu had felt themselves obliged to make good this loss to the postmaster, who had received 500 francs from the dead horse. That was exactly what the animal had cost 8 days before, and this valuation proved that they were dealing with men who understood horses. The procès-verbaux sent by the local authorities were accompanied by the affidavits of the travellers. Bonaparte was singing that mysterious tune of which we have spoken, which showed that he was furious. So, as Roland might be expected to bring him fresh information, he had called him 3 times to come in. "Well," he said, "your part of the country is certainly in revolt against me. Just look at that." Roland glanced at the papers and understood at once. "Exactly what I came to speak to you about, General," said he. "Then begin at once. But first go ask Bourrienne for my department atlas. Roland fetched the atlas, and guessing what Bonaparte desired to look at, opened it at the department of the art. That's it, said Bonaparte. Show me where these affairs happened. Roland laid his finger on the edge of the map, in the neighborhood of Lyon. There, General, that's the exact place of the first attack, near the village of Belligneux. And the second? Here, said Roland, pointing to the other side of the department, towards Geneva. There's the lake of Nantua, and here's that of Silence. Now the third? Roland laid his finger on the center of the map. General, there's the exact spot. Les Caronnières are not marked on the map because of their slight importance. What are Les Caronnières? Asked the first consul. General, in our part of the country, the manufactories of tiles are called Caronnières. They belong to Citizen Terrier. That's the place they ought to be on the map. And Roland made a pencil mark on the paper to show the exact spot where the stoppage occurred. What? Exclaimed Bonaparte. Why, it happened less than a mile and a half from Bourg. Scarcely that, General. That explains why the wounded horse was taken back to Bourg and died in the stables of the Belle Alliance. Do you hear all these details, sir? Said Bonaparte, addressing the Minister of Police. Yes, Citizen First Consul, answered the latter. You know I want this brigandish to stop. I shall use every effort. It's not a question of your efforts, but of its being done. The minister bowed. It is only on that condition, said Bonaparte, that I shall admit you are the able man you claim to be. I'll help you, citizen, said Roland. I did not venture to ask for your assistance, said the minister. Yes, but I offer it. Don't do anything that we have not planned together. The minister looked at Bonaparte. Quite right, said Bonaparte. You can go. Roland will follow you to the ministry. Fouché bowed and left the room. Now, continued the first consul, your honour depends upon your exterminating these bandits, Roland. In the first place, the thing is being carried on in your department, and next, they seem to have some particular grudge against you and your family. On the contrary, said Roland, that's what makes me so furious. They spare me and my family. Let's go over it again, Roland. Every detail is of importance. It's a war of Bedouins over again. Just notice this, General. I spent a night in the Chartreuse of Seyon because I have been told that it was haunted by ghosts. Sure enough, a ghost appears, but a perfectly inoffensive one. I fire at it twice, and it doesn't even turn around. My mother is in a diligence that is stopped and faints away. One of the robbers pays her the most delicate attentions, bathes her temples with vinegar, and gives her smelling salts. My brother Edouard fights them as best he can. They take him in their arms, kiss him, and make him all sorts of compliments on his courage. A little more, and they would have given him sugar plums as a reward for his gallant conduct. Now, just the reverse. My friend Sir John follows my example, goes where I have been. He is treated as a spy and stabbed, as they thought, to death. But he didn't die. No, on the contrary, he is so well that he wants to marry my sister. Aha! Has he asked for her? Officially. And you answered? I answered that the matter depended on two persons. Your mother and you, that's true? No, my sister herself and you. Your sister, I understand, but I? Didn't you tell me, General, that you would take charge of marrying her? Bonaparte walked up and down the room with his arms crossed. Then, suddenly stopping before Roland, he said, What is your Englishman like? I have seen him, General. I don't mean physically. All Englishmen are alike, blue eyes, red hair, white skin, long jaws. Yes, did you ever learn English, General? Faith, I tried to learn it. Well, by dint of punching their teeth with their tongues, the English have ended by getting those elongated jaws, which, as you just said just now, is one of the distinctive characteristics of their physiognomy. Bonaparte looked at Roland to see if that incorrigible gesture were laughing or speaking seriously. Roland was imperturbable. Is that your opinion? Said Bonaparte. Yes, General, and I think that, physiologically, it is as good as any other. I have a lot of opinions like it, which I bring to light as the occasion offers. Come back to your Englishman. Certainly, General. I asked you, what he was like. Well, he is a gentleman, very brave, very calm, very impassible, very noble, very rich, and, moreover, which may not be a recommendation to you, a nephew of Lord Grenville, Prime Minister to His Britannic Majesty. What's that? I said, Prime Minister to His Britannic Majesty. Bonaparte resumed his walk. Then, presently returning to Roland, he said, Can I see your Englishman? You know, General, that you can do anything. Where is he? In Paris. Go find him and bring him here. Roland was in the habit of obeying without reply. He took his hat and went toward the door. Send Bourrienne to me, said the first consul, just as Roland passed into the secretary's room. 5 minutes later, Bourrienne appeared. Sit down there, Bourrienne, said the first consul, and write. Bourrienne sat down, arranged his paper, dipped his pen in the ink, and waited. Ready? Asked the first consul, sitting down upon the writing table, which was another of his habits. A habit that reduced his secretary to despair, for Bonaparte never ceased swinging himself back and forth all the time he dictated, a motion that shook the table as much as if it had been in the middle of the ocean with a heaving sea. I'm ready, replied Bourrienne, who had ended by forcing himself to endure, with more or less patience, all Bonaparte's eccentricities. Then write, and he dictated. Bonaparte, first consul of the Republic, to His Majesty the King of Great Britain and Ireland, called by the will of the French nation to the chief magistracy of the Republic, I think it proper to inform your Majesty personally of this fact. Must the war, which for 2 years has ravaged the 4 quarters of the globe, be perpetuated? Is there no means of staying it? How is it that 2 nations, the most enlightened of Europe, more powerful and strong than their own safety and independence require, how is it that they sacrifice to their ideas of empty grandeur or bigoted antipathies or the welfare of commerce, eternal prosperity, the happiness of families? How is it that they do not recognize that peace is the first of needs and the first of a nation's glories? These sentiments cannot be foreign to the heart of a king who governs a free nation with the sole object of rendering it happy. Your Majesty will see in this overture my sincere desire to contribute efficaciously for the second time to the general pacification by an advance frankly made and free of those formalities which, necessary perhaps to disguise the dependence of feeble states, only disclose in powerful nations a mutual desire to deceive. France and England can, for a long time yet, by the abuse of their powers and to the misery of their people, carry on the struggle without exhaustion. But, and I dare say it, the fate of all the civilized nations depends on the conclusion of a war which involves the universe. Bonaparte paused. I think that will do, said he. Read it over, Bourrienne. Bourrienne read the letter he had just written. After each paragraph, the first consul nodded approvingly and said, Go on. Before the last words were fairly uttered, he took the letter from Bourrienne's hands and signed it with a new pen. It was a habit of his never to use the same pen twice. Nothing could be more disagreeable to him than a spot of ink on his fingers. That's good, said he. Seal it and put on the address to Lord Grenville. Bourrienne did as he was told. At the same moment, the noise of a carriage was heard entering the courtyard of the Luxembourg. A moment later, the door opened and Roland appeared. Well, asked Bonaparte, didn't I tell you you could have anything you wanted, General? Have you brought your Englishman? I met him in the Place de Bussy, and, knowing that you don't like to wait, I caught him just as he was and made him get into the carriage. Faith, I thought I should have to drive round to the Rue Mazarine and get a guard to bring him. He's in boots and a frock-coat. Let him come in, said Bonaparte. Come in, Sir John, cried Roland, turning around. Lord Tanley appeared on the threshold. Bonaparte had only to glance at him to recognize a perfect gentleman. A trifling emaciation, a slight pallor, gave Sir John the characteristics of great distinction. He bowed, awaiting the formal introduction like the true Englishman he was. "General," said Roland, "I have the honour to present to you Sir John Tanley, who proposed to go to the Third Cataract for the purpose of seeing you, but who has today obliged me to drag him by the ear to Luxembourg." "Come in, my lord, come in," said Bonaparte. "This is not the first time we have seen each other, nor the first that I have expressed a wish to know you. There was therefore positive ingratitude in trying to evade my desire." "If I hesitated," said Sir John, in excellent French as usual, "it was because I could scarcely believe in the honour you do me. And besides, very naturally, from national feeling, you detest me, don't you, like the rest of your countrymen?" "I must confess, General," answered Sir John, smiling, "that they have not got beyond admiration." "And do you share the absurd prejudice that claims that national honour requires you to hate today the enemy who may be a friend tomorrow? France has been almost a second mother country to me, and my friend Roland will tell you that I long for the moment when, of my two countries, the one to which I shall owe the most will be France. Then you ought to see France and England shaking hands for the good of the world, without repugnance. The day when I see that will be a happy day for me. If you could contribute to bring it about, would you do so? I would risk my life to do it. Roland tells me you are a relative of Lord Grenville, his nephew. Are you on good terms with him? He was very fond of my mother, his eldest sister. Have you inherited the fondness he bore your mother? Yes, only I think he holds it in reserve till I return to England. Will you deliver a letter for me? To whom? King George III. I shall be greatly honoured. Will you undertake to say to your uncle that which cannot be written in a letter? Without changing a syllable, the words of General Bonaparte are history. Well, tell him, but, interrupting himself, he turned to Bourrienne, saying, Bourrienne, find me the last letter from the Emperor of Russia. Bourrienne opened the box and, without searching, laid his hand on a letter that he handed to Bonaparte. The first consul cast his eye over the paper and then gave it to Lord Tanley. Tell him, said he, first and before all, that you have read this letter. Sir John bowed and read as follows. Citizen First Consul, I have received, each armed and newly clothed in the uniform of his regiment, the 9,000 Russians made prisoners in Holland, whom you have returned to me without ransom, exchange, or condition of any kind. This is pure chivalry, and I boast of being chivalrous. I think that which I can best offer you in exchange for this magnificent present, Citizen First Consul, is my friendship. Will you accept it? As an earnest of that friendship, I am sending his passports to Lord Whitworth, the British ambassador to St. Petersburg. Furthermore, if you will be, I do not say my second, but my witness, I will challenge personally every king who will not take part against England and close his ports to her. I begin with my neighbour, the King of Denmark, and you will find in the Gazette de la Cour the ultimatum I have sent him. What more can I say to you? Nothing, unless it be that you and I together can give laws to the world. I am your admirer and sincere friend, Paul. Lord Tanley turned to the First Consul. Of course you know, said he, that the Emperor of Russia is mad. Is it that letter that makes you think so, my lord? Asked Bonaparte. No, but it confirms my opinion. It was a madman who gave Henry VI of Lancaster the crown of St. Louis, and the blazon of England still bears until I scratched them out with my sword, the fleur-de-lis of France. Sir John smiled. His national pride revolted at this assumption in the conqueror of the pyramids. But, said Bonaparte, that is not the question today. Everything in its own time. Yes, murmured Sir John, we are too near Aboukir. Oh, I shall never defeat you at sea, said Bonaparte. It would take 50 years to make France a maritime nation. But over there, and he motioned with his hand to the east, at the present moment, I repeat, that the question is not war but peace. I must have peace to accomplish my dream, and above all, peace with England. You see, I play above board. I am strong enough to speak frankly. If the day ever comes when a diplomatist tells the truth, he will be the first diplomatist in the world, for no one will believe him, and he will attain, unopposed, his ends. Then I am to tell my uncle that you desire peace, at the same time letting him know that I do not fear war. If I can't ally myself with King George, I can, as you see, do so with the Emperor Paul. But Russia has not reached that point of civilization that I desire in an ally. A tool is sometimes more useful than an ally. Yes, but as you said, the Emperor is mad, and it is better to disarm than to arm a madman. I tell you that two nations like France and England ought to be inseparable friends or relentless enemies. Friends they are, the poles of the world, balancing its movements with perfect equilibrium. Enemies, one must destroy the other and become the world's sole axis. But suppose Lord Grenville, not doubting your genius, still doubts your power, if he holds the opinion of our poet Coleridge, that our island needs no rampart, no bulwark, other than the raucous murmur of the ocean, what shall I tell him? Unroll the map of the world, Bourrienne, said Bonaparte. Bourrienne unrolled the map. Bonaparte stepped over to it. Do you see those two rivers? Said he, pointing to the Volga and the Danube. That's the road to India, he added. I thought Egypt was, General, said Sir John. So did I for a time, or rather I took it because I had no other. But the Tsar opens this one. Your government can force me to take it. Do you follow me? Yes, citizen, go on. Well, if England forces me to fight her, if I am obliged to accept this alliance with Catherine's successor, this is what I shall do. I shall embark 40,000 Russians on the Volga. I shall send them down the river to Astrakhan. They will cross the Caspian and await me at Asterabad. Sir John bowed in sign of deep attention. Bonaparte continued, I shall embark 40,000 Frenchmen on the Danube. Excuse me, citizen first consul, but the Danube is an Austrian river. I shall have taken Vienna. Sir John stared at Bonaparte. I shall have taken Vienna, continued the latter. I shall then embark 40,000 Frenchmen on the Danube. I find Russian vessels at its mouth ready to transport them to Taganrog. I march them by land along the course of the Don to Pratisbianskia, whence they move to Tsaritsyn. There they descend the Volga in the same vessels that they have transported the 40,000 Russians to Asterabad. 15 days later, I have 80,000 men in western Persia. From Asterabad, these united corps will march in the Indus, Persia. The enemy of England is our natural ally. Yes, but once in the Punjab, the Persian alliance will do you no good, and an army of 80,000 men cannot drag its provisions along with it. You forget one thing, said Bonaparte, as if the expedition were already underway. I have left bankers at Teheran and Kabul. Now remember what happened 9 years ago in Lord Cornwallis's war with Tippo Saib. The commander-in-chief fell short of provisions, and the simple captain, I forget his name. Captain Malcolm, said Lord Tanley. That's it, cried Bonaparte. You know the story. Captain Malcolm had recourse to the Bringaris, those Bohemians of India who cover the whole Hindustan peninsula with their encampments and control the grain supplies. Well, those Bohemians are faithful to the last penny of those who pay them. They will feed me. You must cross the Indus. What of that? Exclaimed Bonaparte. I have 180 miles of bank between Dera Ismail Khan and Attock to choose from. I know the Indus as well as I do the Seine. It is a slow current flowing about 3 miles an hour. Its medium depth is, I should say, at the point I mentioned, from 12 to 15 feet, and there are 10 or more fords on the line of my operations. Then your line is already traced out? Asked Sir John Tanley, smiling. Yes, in so far as it follows a broad uninterrupted stretch of fertile, well-watered provinces, that I avoid the sandy deserts which separate the lower valley of the Indus from Rajputana, and also that I follow the general bases of all invasions of India that have had any success, from Mahmud of Ghazni in the year 1000 to Nadir Shah in 1739. And how many have taken the route I mean to take between the two epochs? Let us count them. After Mahmud of Ghazni came Mahmud Ghori in 1184 with 120,000 men. After him, Timur Tang or Timur the Lame, whom we call Tamerlane, with 60,000 men. After Tamerlane, Babar. After Babar, Humayun. And how many more I can't remember. Why, India is there for whoever will go and take it. You forget, citizen first consul, that all the conquerors you have named had only the aboriginal populations to deal with, whereas you have the English. We hold India, with from 20 to 22,000 men, and 100,000 sepoys. I have counted them all, and I regard England and India, the one with the respect, the other with the contempt they merit. Wherever I meet European infantry, I prepare a second, a third, and if necessary, a fourth line of reserves, believing that the first three might give way before the English bayonets. But wherever I find the sepoys, I need only the postilion's whip to scatter the rabble. Have you any other questions to put to me, my lord? One, citizen first consul. Are you sincerely desirous of peace? Here is the letter in which I ask it of your king, my lord, and it is to be quite sure that it reaches his Britannic Majesty that I ask Lord Grenville's nephew to be my messenger. It shall be done as you desire, citizen, and were I the uncle instead of the nephew, I should promise more. When can you start? In an hour I shall be gone. You have no wish to express to me before leaving? None. In any case, if I have any, I leave my affairs to my friend Roland. Shake hands with me, my lord. It will be a good omen, as you represent England and I France. Sir John accepted the honour done him by Bonaparte, with the exact measure of cordiality that indicated both his sympathy for France and his mental reserves for the honour of his own nation. Then, having pressed Roland's hand with fraternal effusion, he bowed again to the first consul and went out. Bonaparte followed him reflectively with his eyes. Then he said suddenly, "Roland, I not only consent to your sister's marriage with Lord Tanley, but I wish it. Do you understand? I wish it." He laid such emphasis upon those three words that, to anyone who knew him, they signified plainly, not "I wish," but "I will." The tyranny was sweet to Roland, and he accepted it with grateful thanks. Chapter 38. The Two Signals. Let us now relate what happened at the Château de Noirfontaine 3 days after the events we have just described took place in Paris. Since the successive departures of Roland, then Madame de Montrevel and her son, and finally Sir John, Roland to rejoin his general, Madame de Montrevel to place Edouard in school, and Sir John to acquaint Roland with his matrimonial plans, Amélie had remained alone with Charlotte at the Château de Noirfontaine. We say alone because Michel and his son Jacques did not live in the house, but in the little lodge at the gate where he added the duties of porter to those of gardener. It therefore happened that at night all the windows, excepting those of Amélie, which, as we have said, were on the first floor overlooking the garden, and that of Charlotte in the attic, were left in darkness. Madame de Montrevel had taken the second chambermaid with her. The two young girls were perhaps rather isolated in their part of the house, which consisted of a dozen bedrooms on 3 floors, especially at a time when so many rumours of robberies on the high roads reached them. Michel, therefore, proposed to his young mistress that he sleep in the main building, so as to be near her in case of need. But she, in a firm voice, assured him that she felt no fear, and desired no change in the customary routine of the chateau. Michel did not insist and retired, saying that Mademoiselle might, in any case, sleep in peace, for he and Jacques would make the rounds of the house during the night. Amélie at first seemed anxious about those rounds, but she soon noticed that Michel and Jacques contented themselves with watching on the edge of the forest of Seyon, and the frequent appearance of the jugged hare, or a haunch of venison on the table, proved to her that Michel kept his word regarding the promised rounds. She therefore ceased to trouble about Michel's rounds, which were always on the side of the house opposite to that where she feared them. Now, as we have said, 3 days after the events we have just related, or, to speak more correctly, during the night following the third day, those who were accustomed to see no light save in Amelie's windows on the first floor and Charlotte's on the third might have observed with surprise that, from 11 o'clock until midnight, the 4 windows of the first floor were illuminated. It is true that each was lighted by a single wax candle. They might also have seen the figure of a young girl through the shades, staring in the direction of the village of Césariat. This young girl was Amélie, pale, breathing with difficulty and seeming to watch anxiously for a signal. At the end of a few minutes, she wiped her forehead and drew a joyous breath. A fire was lighted in the direction she had been watching. Then she passed from room to room, putting out the 3 candles one after the other, leaving only the one which was burning in her own room. As if the fire awaited this return signal, it was now extinguished. Amélie sat down by her window and remained motionless, her eyes fixed on the garden. The night was dark, without moon or stars, and yet, at the end of a quarter of an hour she saw, or rather divined, a shadow crossing the lawn and approaching the window. She placed her single candle in the furthest corner of her room and returned to open her window. He whom she was awaiting was already on the balcony. As on the first night when we saw him climb it, the young man put his arm around the girl's waist and drew her into the room. She made but slight resistance. Her hand sought the cord of the Venetian blind, unfastened it from the hook that it held, and let it fall with more noise than prudence would have counselled. Behind the blind, she closed the window. Then she fetched the candle from the corner where she had hidden it. The light illuminated her face, and the young man gave a cry of alarm, for it was covered with tears. "What has happened?" he asked. "A great misfortune," replied the young girl. "Oh, I feared it when I saw the signal by which you recalled me after receiving me last night. But is it irreparable?" "Almost," answered Amélie. "I hope at least that it threatens only me. It threatens us both." The young man passed his hand over his brow to wipe away the sweat that covered it. "Tell me," said he. "You know I am strong." "If you have the strength to hear it," said she. "I have none to tell it." Then, taking a letter from the chimney-piece, she added, "Read that. That is what I received by the post tonight." The young man took the letter, opened it, and glanced hastily at the signature. "From Madame de Montrevel," said he. "Yes, with a postscript from Roland." The young man read, "My dearest daughter, I hope that the news I announce will give you as much joy as it has already given our dear Roland and me. Sir John, whose heart you doubted, claiming that it was only a mechanical contrivance manufactured in the workshops at Vaucanson, admits that such an opinion was a just one until the day he saw you, but he maintains that since that day he has a heart, and that that heart adores you. Did you suspect it, my dear Amélie, from his aristocratic and polished manners, when your mother's eyes failed to discern this tenderness? This morning, while breakfasting with your brother, he formally asked your hand. Your brother received the offer with joy, but he made no promises at first. The first consul, before Roland's departure for the Vendée, had already spoken of making himself responsible for your establishment. But since then he has asked to see Lord Tanley, and Sir John, though he maintained his national reserve, was taken into the first consul's good graces at once, to such a degree that he received from him, at their first interview, a mission to his uncle, Lord Grenville. Sir John started for England immediately. I do not know how many days Sir John will be absent, but on his return he is certain to present himself to you as your betrothed. Lord Tanley is still young, pleasing in appearance, and immensely rich. He is highly connected in England, and Roland's friend. I do not know a man who has more right, I will not say to your love, but to your profound esteem. The rest of my news I can tell you in 2 words. The first consul is still most kind to me and to your 2 brothers, and Madame Bonaparte has let me know that she only awaits your marriage to place you near her. There is talk of leaving the Luxembourg and removing to the Tuileries. Do you understand the full meaning of this change of domicile? Your mother, who loves you, Clotilde de Montrevel. Without pausing, the young man turned to Roland's postscript. It was as follows. As you have read, my dear little sister, what our good mother has written. This marriage is a suitable one under all respects. It is not a thing to be childish about. The First Consul wishes you to become Lady Tanley. That is to say, he wills it. I am leaving Paris for a few days. Though you may not see me, you will hear from me. I kiss you, Roland. Well, Charles, asked Amélie, when the young man had finished reading, what do you think of that? That is something we had to expect from day to day, my poor angel, but it is none the less terrible. What is to be done? There are 3 things we can do. Tell me. In the first place, resist if you have the strength. It is the shortest and surest way. Amélie dropped her head. You will never dare, will you? Never. And yet, you are my wife, Amélie. A priest has blessed our union. But they say that marriage before a priest is null before the law. Is it not enough for you, the wife of a prescribed man? Asked Morgan, his voice trembling as he spoke. Amélie flung herself into his arms. But my mother, said she, our marriage did not have her presence and blessing. Because there were too many risks to run, and we wished to run them alone. But that man, did you notice that my brother says he wills it? Oh, if you loved me, Amélie, that man would see that he may change the face of the state, carry war from one end of the world to another, make laws, build a throne, but that he cannot force lips to say yes when the heart says no. If I loved you, said Amélie, in a tone of soft reproach, it is midnight. You are here in my room. I weep in your arms. I, the daughter of General de Montrevel and the sister of Roland, and you say, if you love me. I was wrong, my darling Amélie. Yes, I know that you were brought up in adoration of that man. You cannot understand that anyone should resist him, and whoever does resist him is a rebel in your eyes. Charles, you said there were 3 things that we could do. What is the second? Accept apparently the marriage they proposed to you and gain time by delaying under various pretexts. The man is not immortal. No, but is too young for us to count on his death. The third way, dear friend? Fly, but that is a last resource, Amélie. There are 2 objections. First, your repugnance. I am yours, Charles. I will surmount my repugnance. And, added the young man, my engagements. Your engagements? My companions are bound to me, Amélie, but I, too, am bound to them. We also have a man to whom we have sworn obedience. That man is the future King of France. If you accept your brother's devotion to Bonaparte, accept ours to Louis XVIII. Amélie let her face drop into her hands with a sigh. Then, said she, we are lost. Why so? On various pretexts. Your health, above all. You can gain a year. Before the year is out, Bonaparte will probably be forced to begin another war in Italy. A single defeat will destroy his prestige. In short, a great many things can happen in a year. Did you read Roland's postscript, Charles? Yes, but I didn't see anything in it that was not in your mother's letter. Read the last sentence again. And Amélie placed the letter before him. He read, I am leaving Paris for a few days. Though you may not see me, you will hear from me. Well, do you know what that means? No. It means that Roland is in pursuit of you. What does that matter? He cannot die by the hand of any of us. But you, unhappy man, you can die by his. Do you think I should care so very much if he killed me, Amélie? Oh, in my gloomiest moments, I never thought of that. So you think your brother is on the hunt for us? I'm sure of it. What makes you so certain? Because he swore over Sir John's body when he thought him dead, to avenge him. If he had died, exclaimed the young man bitterly, we should not be where we are, Amélie. God saved him, Charles. It was therefore good that he did not die. For us? I cannot fathom the ways of the Lord. I tell you, my beloved Charles, beware of Roland. Roland is close by. Charles smiled incredulously. I tell you that he is not only near here, but he has been seen. He has been seen? Where? Who saw him? Who saw him? Yes. Charlotte, my maid, the jailer's daughter. She asked permission to visit her parents yesterday, Sunday. You were coming, so I told her she could stay till this morning. Well, she therefore spent the night with her parents, At 11 o'clock, the captain of the gendarmerie brought in some prisoners. While they were locking them up, a man, wrapped in a cloak, came in and asked for the captain. Charlotte thought she recognized the newcomer's voice. She looked at him attentively. His cloak slipped from his face, and she saw that it was my brother. The young man made a movement. Now, do you understand, Charles? My brother comes to Bourg, mysteriously, without letting me know. He asks for the captain of the gendarmerie, follows him into the prison, speaks only to him, and disappears. Is that not a threatening outlook for our love? Tell me, Charles. As Amélie spoke, a dark cloud spread slowly over her lover's face. Amélie, he said, when my companions and I bound ourselves together, we did not deceive ourselves as to the risks we ran. But at least, said Amélie, you have changed your place of refuge. You have abandoned the chartreuse of Seyon. None but our dead are there now. Is the grotto of Césaria perfectly safe? As safe as any refuge can be that has 2 exits. The chartreuse of Seyon has 2 exits, yet as you say, you left your dead there. The dead are safer than the living. They are sure not to die on the scaffold. Amélie felt a shudder go through her. Charles, she murmured. Listen, said the young man. God is my witness, and you too, that I have always put laughter and gaiety between your presentiments and my fears. But today, the aspect of things has changed. We are coming face to face with the crisis. Whatever the end brings, it is approaching. I do not ask of you, my Amélie, those selfish, unreasonable things that lovers in danger of death exact from their mistresses. I do not know you to bind your heart to the dead, your love to a corpse. Friend, said the young girl, laying her hand on his arm, take care, you are doubting me. No, I do you the highest honor in leaving you free to accomplish the sacrifice to its full extent. But I do not want you to be bound by an oath no tie shall fetter you. So be it, said Amélie. What I ask of you, continued the young man, and I ask you to swear it on our love, which has been, alas, so fatal to you, is this. If I am arrested and disarmed, if I am imprisoned and condemned to death, I implore you, Amélie, I exact of you that in some way you will send me arms, not only for myself, but for my companions also, so that we may still be masters of our lives. But in such cases, Charles, may I not tell all to my brother? May I not appeal to his tenderness, to the generosity of the first consul? Before the young girl had finished, her lover seized her violently by the wrist. Amélie, said he, it is no longer one promise I ask of you. There are 2. Swear to me, in the first place, and above all else, that you will not solicit my pardon. Swear it, Amélie, swear it. Do I need to swear, dear? Asked the young girl, bursting into tears. I promise it. Promise it on the hour when I first said I loved you, on the hour when you answered that I was loved. On your life or mine, on the past, on the future, on our smiles, on our tears. I should die in any case, you see, Amélie, even though I had to beat my brains out against the wall, but I should die dishonoured. I promise you, Charles. Then for my second request, Amélie, if we are taken and condemned, send me arms or poison, the means of dying, any means. Coming from you, death would be another joy. Far or near, free or prisoner, living or dead, you are my master, I am your slave, order and I obey. That is all, Amélie. It is simple and clear, you see, no pardon and the means of death. Simple but clear, but terrible. You will do it, will you not? You wish me to? I implore you. Order or treaty, Charles. Your will shall be done. The young man held the girl, who seemed on the verge of fainting, in his left arm, and approached his mouth to hers. But just as their lips were about to touch, an owl's cry was heard, so close to the window that Amélie started and Charles raised his head. The cry was repeated a second time, and then a third. Ah, murmured Amélie, do you hear that bird of ill omen? We are doomed, my friend. But Charles shook his head. That is not an owl, Amélie, he said. It is the call of our companions. Put out the light. Amélie blew it out while her lover opened the window. Even here, she murmured, they seek you even here. It is our friend and confidant, the Comte de Jayat. No one else knows where I am. Then, leaning from the balcony, he asked, Is it you, Montbar? Yes. Is that you, Morgan? Yes. A man came from behind a clump of trees. News from Paris. Not an instant to lose. A matter of life and death to us all. Do you hear, Amelie? Taking the young girl in his arms, he pressed her convulsively to his heart. Go, she said in a faint voice. Go. Did you not hear him say it was a matter of life and death for you all? Farewell, my Amelie, my beloved. Farewell. Oh, don't say farewell. No, no. Au revoir. Morgan. Morgan, cried the voice of the man waiting below in the garden. The young man pressed his lips once more to Amelie's, then, rushing to the window, he sprang over the balcony at a bound and joined his friend. Amelie gave a cry and ran to the balustrade, but all she saw was two moving shadows entering the deepening shadows of the fine old trees that adorned the park. Chapter 39. The Grotto of Caesarea. The two young men plunged into the shadow of the trees. Morgan guided his companion, less familiar than he with the windings of the park, until they reached the exact spot where he was in the habit of scaling the wall. It took but an instant for both of them to accomplish that feat. The next moment they were on the banks of the Ressus. A boat was fastened to the foot of the willow. They jumped into it, and 3 strokes of the oar brought them to the other side. There, a path led along the bank of the river to a little wood which extends from Caesarea to Etre, a distance of about 9 miles, and thus forms, on the other side of the river, a pendant to the forest of Seyon. On reaching the edge of the wood, they stopped. Until then they had been walking as rapidly as it was possible to do so without running, and neither of them had uttered a word. The whole way was deserted. It was probable, in fact certain, that no one had seen them. They could breathe freely. "Where are the companions?" asked Morgan. "In the grotto," replied Montbar. "Why don't we go there at once?" "Because we shall find one of them at the foot of that beach, who will tell us if we can go further without danger." "Which one?" "That's." A shadow came from behind the tree. "Here I am," it said. "Ah, there you are," exclaimed the 2 young men. "Anything new?" inquired Montbar. "Nothing. They are waiting for you to come to a decision. In that case, let us hurry." The 3 young men continued on their way. After going about 300 yards, Montbar stopped again and said softly, "Armand." The dry leaves rustled at the call, and a 4th shadow stepped from behind a clump of trees and approached his companions. "Anything new?" asked Montbar. "Yes, a messenger from Cadoudal." "The same one who came before?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "With the brothers in the grotto." "Come." Montbar rushed on ahead. The path had grown so narrow that the 4 young men could only walk in single file. It rose for about 500 paces with an easy but winding slope. Coming to an opening, Montbar stopped and gave 3 times the same owl's cry with which he had called Morgan. A single hoot answered him. Then a man slid down from the branches of a bushy oak. It was the sentinel who guarded the entrance to the grotto, which was not more than 30 feet from the oak. The position of the trees surrounding it made it almost impossible for detection. The sentinel exchanged a few whispered words with Montbar, who seemed, by fulfilling the duties of leader, desirous of leaving Morgan entirely to his thoughts. Then, as his watch was probably not over, the bandit climbed the oak again, and was soon so completely blended with the body of the tree that those he had left might have looked for him in vain in that aerial bastion. The glade became narrower as they neared the entrance to the grotto. Montbar reached it first, and from a hiding place known to him, he took a flint, a steel, some tinder, matches, and a torch. The sparks flew, the tinder caught fire, the match cast a quivering bluish flame, to which succeeded the crackling, resinous flames of the torch. 3 or 4 paths were then visible. Montbar took one without hesitation. The path sank, winding into the earth, and turned back upon itself, as if the young men were retracing their steps underground, along the path that had brought them. It was evident that they were following the windings of an ancient quarry, probably the one from which were built, 1900 years earlier, the 3 Roman towns which are now mere villages, and Caesar's camp which overlooked them. At intervals, this subterraneous path was cut entirely across by a deep ditch, impassable except with the aid of a plank that could, with a kick, be precipitated into the hollow beneath. Also, from place to place, breastworks could still be seen, behind which men could entrench themselves and fire without exposing their persons to the sight or fire of the enemy. Finally, at 500 yards from the entrance, a barricade of the height of a man presented a final obstacle to those who sought to enter a circular space in which 10 or a dozen men were now seated or lying around, some reading, others playing cards. Neither the readers nor the players moved at the noise made by the newcomers or at the gleam of their light playing upon the walls of the quarry, so certain were they that none but friends could reach this spot, guarded as it was. For the rest, the scene of this encampment was extremely picturesque. Wax candles were burning in profusion. The companions of Jehu were too aristocratic to make use of any other light, and cast their reflection upon stands of arms of all kinds, among which double-barreled muskets and pistols held first place. Foils and masks were hanging here and there upon the walls. Several musical instruments were lying about, and a few mirrors in gilt frames proclaimed the fact that dress was a pastime by no means unappreciated by the strange inhabitants of that subterranean dwelling. They all seemed as tranquil as though the news which had drawn Morgan from Amelie's arms was unknown to them, or considered of no importance. Nevertheless, when the little group from outside approached, and the words, the captain," were heard, all rose, not with the civility of soldiers toward their approaching chief, but with the affectionate deference of strong and intelligent men for one stronger and more intelligent than they. Then Morgan shook his head, raised his eyes, and, passing before Montbar, advanced to the centre of the circle which had formed at his appearance, and said, "Well, friends, it seems you have had some news." "Yes, Captain," answered a voice. "The police of the First Consul does us the honour to be interested in us." "Where is the messenger?" asked Morgan. "Here," replied the young man, wearing the livery of a cabinet courier, who was still covered with mud and dust. "Have you any dispatches?" "Written? No. Verbal? Yes." "Where do they come from?" "The private office of the Minister of Police." "Can they be trusted?" "I'll answer for them. They are positively official." "It's a good thing to have friends everywhere," observed Montbar parenthetically. "Especially near Monsieur Fouché," resumed Morgan. "Let us hear the news. Am I to tell it aloud or to you privately?" "I presume we are all interested, so tell it aloud." "Well, the First Consul sent for Citizen Fouché at the Louvre and lectured him on our account." "Capital! What next?" Citizen Fouché replied that we were clever scamps, very difficult to find and still more difficult to capture when we had been found. In short, he praised us highly. "Very amiable of him. What next?" "Next, the First Consul replied that did not concern him, that we were brigands and that it was our brigandage which maintained the war in Vendée, and that the day we ceased sending money to Brittany, there would be no more Brittany. Excellent reasoning, it seems to me. He said the West must be fought in the East and the Midi, like England and India. Consequently, he gave Citizen Fouché full powers, and even if it cost $1 million and he had to kill 500 men, he must have our heads. Well, he knows his man when he makes his demand. Remains to be seen if we let him have them." So Citizen Fouché went home furious and vowed that before 8 days passed, there should not be a single companion of Jehu left in France. Time is short. That same day, couriers started for Lyon, Mâcon, Senlis-Saunière, Besançon, and Geneva, with orders to the garrison commanders to do personally all they could do for our destruction, but above all to obey unquestioningly Monsieur Roland de Montrevel, aide-de-camp to the First Consul, and to put at his disposal as many troops as he thought needful. "And I can add," said Morgan, "that Monsieur Roland de Montrevel is already in the field. He had a conference with the captain of the gendarmerie in the prison at Bourg yesterday." "Does anyone know why?" asked a voice. "The deuce," said another. "To engage ourselves." "Do you still mean to protect him?" asked Desas. "More than ever." "Ah, that's too much," muttered a voice. "Why so?" retorted Morgan imperiously. "Isn't it my right as a companion?" "Certainly," said two other voices. "Then I use it, both as a companion and as your leader." "But suppose in the middle of the fray a stray ball should take him," said a voice. "Then it is not a right I claim, nor an order that I give, but an entreaty I make. My friends, promise me, on your honour, that the life of Roland de Montrevel will be sacred to you." With unanimous voice, all stretching out their hands, they replied, "We swear on our honour." Now, resumed Morgan, let us look at our position under its true aspect, without deluding ourselves in any way. Once an intelligent police force starts out to pursue us and makes actual war against us, it will be impossible for us to resist. We may trick them like a fox or double like a boar, but our resistance will be merely a matter of time. That's all. At least, that's my opinion. Morgan questioned his companions with his eyes, and their acquiescence was unanimous, though it was with a smile on their lips that they recognized their doom. But that was the way in those strange days. Men went to their death without fear, and they dealt it to others without emotion. And now, asked Bombard, have you anything further to say? Yes, replied Morgan. I have to add that nothing is easier than to procure horses, or even to escape on foot. We are all hunters and more or less mountaineers. It will take us 6 hours on horseback to get out of France, or 12 on foot. Once in Switzerland, we can snap our fingers at Citizen Fouché and his police. That's all I have to say. It would be very amusing to laugh at Citizen Fouché, said Bombard, but very dull to leave France. For that reason, I shall not put this extreme measure to a vote until after we have talked with Cadudal's messenger. Ah, true, exclaimed 2 or 3 voices. The Breton! Where is the Breton? He was asleep when I left, said Bombard. And he's still sleeping, said Adler, pointing to a man lying on a heap of straw in a recess of the grotto. They wakened the Breton, who rose to his knees, rubbing his eyes with one hand and feeling for his carbine with the other. You are with friends, said the voice. Don't be afraid. Afraid? Said the Breton. Who are you over there who thinks I am afraid? Someone who probably does not know what fear is, my dear Branchdor, said Morgan, who recognized in Cadudal's messenger the same man whom they had received at the Chartreuse the night he himself arrived from Avignon. I ask pardon on his behalf. Branchdor looked at the young men before him with an air that left no doubt of his repugnance for a certain sort of pleasantry, but as the group had evidently no offensive intention, their gaiety having no insolence about it, he said, with a tolerably gracious air, Which of you gentlemen is captain? I have a letter for him from my captain. Morgan advanced a step and said, I am. Your name? I have 2. Your fighting name, Morgan. Yes, that's the one the general told me. Besides, I recognize you. You gave me a bag containing 60,000 francs the night I saw the monks. The letter is for you then. Give it to me. The peasant took off his hat, pulled out the lining, and from between it and the felt he took a piece of paper which resembled another lining, and seemed at first sight to be blank. Then, with a military salute, he offered the paper to Morgan, who turned it over and over and could see no writing, at least none was apparent. A candle, he said. They brought a waxlight. Morgan held the paper to the flame. Little by little, as the paper warmed, the writing appeared. The experience appeared familiar to the young men. The Breton alone seemed surprised. To his naive mind, the operation probably seemed like witchcraft, but so long as the devil was aiding the royalist cause, the Chouan was willing to deal with him. Gentlemen, said Morgan, do you want to know what the master says? All bowed and listened while the young man read. My dear Morgan, if you hear that I have abandoned the cause and am in treaty with the government of the first consul and the Vendean leaders, do not believe it. I am a Breton of Brittany, and consequently as stubborn as a true Breton. The first consul sent one of his aides-de-camp to offer me an amnesty for all my men, and the rank of colonel for myself. I have not even consulted my men. I refused for them and for me. Now all depends upon us, as we receive from the princes neither money nor encouragement. You are our only treasurer. Close your coffers, or rather cease to open those of the government for us, and the royalist opposition, the heart of which beats only in Brittany, will subside little by little and end before long. I need not tell you that my life will have ended first. Our mission is dangerous. Probably it will cost us our heads. But what can be more glorious than to hear posterity say of us, if one can hear beyond the grave, all others despaired, but they never. One of us will survive the other, but only to succumb later. Let that survivor say as he dies, Etiam si omnes ego non. Count on me as I count on you. Cadudal. P.S. You know that you can safely give Branchdor all the money you have for the cause. He has promised me not to let himself be taken, and I trust his word." A murmur of enthusiasm ran through the group as Morgan finished the last words of the letter. "You have heard it, gentlemen," he said. "Yes, yes, yes," repeated every voice. "In the first place, how much money have we to give to Branchdor? 13,000 francs from the Lake of Silence, 22,000 from Le Caronnière, 14,000 from Maximieux, 49,000 in all," said one of the group. "You hear, Branchdor?" said Morgan. "It is not much, only half what we gave you last time, but you know the proverb, the handsomest girl in the world can only give what she has. The general knows what you risk to obtain this money, and he says that, no matter how little you send, he will receive it gratefully." "All the more that the next will be better," said a young man who had just joined the group, unperceived, so absorbed were all present in Cadudal's letter. "More especially if we say 2 words to the mail coach from Chambéry next Saturday." "Ah, is that you, Valençol?" said Morgan. "No real names, if you please, Baron. Let us be shot, guillotined, drawn and quartered, but save our family honour. My name is Adler. I answer to no other." "Pardon me, I did wrong. You were saying?" "That the mail coach from Paris to Chambéry will pass through Chapelle de Guinchay and Belleville next Saturday, carrying 50,000 francs of government money to the monks of Saint Bernard, to which I may add there is between those 2 places a spot called Maison Blanche, which seems to me admirably adapted for an ambuscade." "What do you say, gentlemen?" asked Morgan. "Shall we do Citizen Fouché the honour to worry about his police? Shall we leave France, or shall we still remain faithful companions of Jehu?" There was but one reply: "We stay." "Right," said Morgan. "Brothers, I recognize you there. Cadudal points out our duty in that admirable letter we have just received. Let us adopt his heroic motto." Then, addressing the peasant, he said, "Branchdor, the 49,000 francs are at your disposal. You can start when you like. Promise something better next time, in our name, and tell the general for me that, wherever he goes, even though it be to the scaffold, I shall deem it an honour to follow or to precede him. Au revoir, Branchdor." Then, turning to the young man who seemed so anxious to preserve his incognito, "My dear Adler," he said, like a man who has recovered his gaiety, lost for an instant, "I undertake to feed and lodge you this night, if you will deign to accept me as a host." "Gratefully, friend Morgan," replied the newcomer. "Only let me tell you that I could do without a bed, for I am dropping with fatigue, but not without supper, for I am dying of hunger." "You shall have a good bed and an excellent supper. Where must I go for them?" "Follow me." "I'm ready." "Then come on." "Good night, gentlemen." "Are you on watch, Montbar?" "Yes." "Then we can sleep in peace." So saying, Morgan passed his arm through that of his friend, took a torch in his other hand, and passed into the depths of the grotto, where we will follow him if our readers are not too weary of this long session. It was the first time that Valençol, who came, as we have said, from the neighbourhood of Aix, had had occasion to visit the grotto of Césariat, recently adopted as the meeting place of the companions of Jehu. At the preceding meetings he had occasion to explore only the windings and intricacies of the chartreuse of Seyon, which he now knew so well that in the farce played before Roland, the part of Ghost was entrusted to him. Everything was, therefore, curious and unknown to him in this new domicile, where he now expected to take his first sleep, and which seemed likely to be, for some days at least, Morgan's headquarters. As is always the case in abandoned quarries, which, at the first glance, partake somewhat of the character of subterranean cities, the different galleries excavated by the removal of the stone end in a cul-de-sac, that is to say, at a point in the mine where the work stops. One of these streets seemed to prolong itself indefinitely. Nevertheless, there came a point where the mine would naturally have ended, but there, in the angle of the tunnelled way, was cut. For what purpose, the thing remains a mystery to this day among the people of the neighbourhood. An opening 2/3 the width of the gallery, wide enough or nearly so to give passage to 2 men abreast. The 2 friends passed through this opening. The air there became so rarefied that their torch threatened to go out at every step. Valençol felt drops of ice-cold water falling on his hands and face. "Bless me," said he, "does it rain down here?" "No," replied Morgan, laughing. "Only we are passing under the Ressus." "Then we are going to Bourg?" "That's about it." "All right, you are leading me. You have promised me supper and a bed, so I have nothing to worry about unless that light goes out," added the young man, looking at the paling flame of the torch. "That wouldn't matter. We can always find ourselves here." "In the end," said Valençol, "and when one reflects that we are wandering through a grotto under rivers at 3 o'clock in the morning, sleeping the Lord knows where, with the prospect of being taken, tried, and guillotined some fine morning, and all for princes who don't even know our names, and who, if they did know them, one day would forget them the next. I tell you, Morgan, it's stupid." "My dear fellow," said Morgan, "what we call stupid, what ordinary minds never do understand in such a case, has many a chance to become sublime." "Well, well," said Valençol, "I see that you will lose more than I do in this business. I put devotion into it, but you put enthusiasm." Morgan sighed. "Here we are," said he, letting the conversation drop like a burden too heavy to be carried longer. In fact, his foot had just struck against the first step of the stairway. Preceding Valençol, for whom he lighted the way, Morgan went up 10 steps and reached the gate. Taking a key from his pocket, he opened it. Then they found themselves in the burial vault. On each side of the vault stood coffins on iron tripods. Ducal crowns and escutcheons, blazoned azure with the cross argent, indicated that these coffins belonged to the family of Savoy before it came to bear the royal crown. A flight of stairs at the further end of the cavern led to an upper floor. Valençol cast a curious glance around him, and by the vacillating light of the torch, he recognized the funeral place he was in. "The devil," said he, "we are just the reverse of the Spartans, it seems, inasmuch as they were republicans and we are royalists?" asked Morgan. "No, because they had skeletons at the end of their suppers, and we have ours at the beginning." "Are you sure it was the Spartans who proved their philosophy in that way?" asked Morgan, closing the door. "They or others, what matter?" said Valençol. "Faith, my citation is made, and like the Abbé Vertot, who wouldn't rewrite his siege, I'll not change it." "Well, another time you had better say the Egyptians." "Well," said Valençol, with an indifference that was not without a certain sadness, "I'll probably be a skeleton myself before I have another chance to display my erudition. But what the devil are you doing? Why did you put out the torch? You're not going to make me eat and sleep here, I hope." Morgan had in fact extinguished the torch at the foot of the steps leading to the upper floor. "Give me your hand," said the young man. Valençol seized his friend's band with an eagerness that showed how very slight a desire he had to make a longer stay in the gloomy vaults of the Dukes of Savoy, no matter what honour there might be in such illustrious companionship. Morgan went up the steps. Then, by the tightening of his hand, Valençol knew he was making an effort. Presently a stone was raised, and through the opening a trembling gleam of twilight met the eyes of the young men, and a fragrant, aromatic odour came to comfort their senses of smell after the mephitic atmosphere of the vaults. "Ah," cried Valençol, "we are in a barn. I prefer that." Morgan did not answer. He helped his companion to climb out of the vault, and then let the stone drop back in its place. Valençol looked about him. He was in the midst of a vast building filled with hay, into which the light filtered through windows of such exquisite form that they certainly could not be those of a barn. "Why," said Valençol, "we are not in a barn." "Climb up the hay and sit down near that window," replied Morgan. Valençol obeyed and scrambled up the hay like a schoolboy in his holidays. Then he sat down, as Morgan had told him, before a window. The next moment, Morgan placed between his friend's legs a napkin containing a pâté, bread, a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, 2 knives, and 2 forks. "The deuce!" cried Valençol. "Lucullus sups with Lucullus." Then, gazing through the panes at a building with numberless windows which seemed to be a wing of the one they were in, and before which a sentry was pacing, he exclaimed, "Positively, I can't eat my supper till I know where we are. What is this building, and why that sentry at the door?" "Well," said Morgan, "since you absolutely must know, I will tell you. We are in the church of Brou, which was converted into a fodder storehouse by a decree of the municipal council. That adjoining building is now the barracks for the gendarmerie, and that sentry is posted to prevent anyone from disturbing our supper or surprising us while we sleep. "Brave fellows," said Valençol, filling his glass. "Their health, Morgan." "And ours," said the young man, laughing. "The devil take me if anyone could dream of finding us here." Morgan had hardly drained his glass when, as if the devil had accepted the challenge, the sentinel's harsh, strident voice cried, "Qui vive?" "Hey!" exclaimed the two young men. "What does this mean?" A body of 30 men came from the direction of Pondan and, after giving the countersign to the sentry, at once dispersed. The larger number, led by 2 men who seemed to be officers, entered the barracks. The others continued on their way. "Attention," said Morgan, and both young men on their knees, their ears alert, their eyes at the window, waited. Let us now explain to the reader the cause of this interruption of a repast which, though taken at 3 o'clock in the morning, was not, as we have seen, over tranquil. Chapter 40. A False Scent. The jailer's daughter had not been mistaken. It was indeed Roland whom she had seen in the jail speaking to the captain of the gendarmerie. Neither was Amélie wrong in her terror. Roland was really in pursuit of Morgan. Although he avoided going to the Château de Noirfontaine, it was not that he had the slightest suspicion of the interest his sister had in the leader of the companions of Jehu, but he feared the indiscretion of one of his servants. He had recognized Charlotte at the jail, but as the girl showed no astonishment, he believed she had not recognized him, all the more because, after exchanging a few words with the captain, he went out to wait for the latter on the Place du Bastion, which was always deserted at that hour. His duties over, the captain of the gendarmerie joined him. He found Roland impatiently walking back and forth. Roland had merely made himself known at the jail, but here he proceeded to explain the matter and to initiate the captain into the object of his visit. Roland had solicited the first consul, as a favour to himself, that the pursuit of the companions of Jehu be entrusted to him personally, a favour he had obtained without difficulty. An order from the Minister of War placed at his disposal not only the garrison of Bourg, but also those of the neighbouring towns. An order from the Minister of Police enjoined all the officers of the gendarmerie to render him every assistance. He naturally applied in the first instance to the captain of the gendarmerie at Bourg, whom he had long known personally as a man of great courage and executive ability. He found what he wanted in him. The captain was furious against the companions of Jehu, who had stopped diligences within a mile of his town, and on whom he was unable to lay his hand. He knew of the reports relating to the last 3 stoppages that had been sent to the Minister of Police, and he understood the latter's anger. But Roland brought his amazement to a climax when he told him of the night he had spent at the Chartreuse of Seillan, and of what had happened to Sir John at the same Chartreuse during the succeeding night. The captain had heard by common rumour that Madame de Montrevel's guest had been stabbed, but as no one had lodged a complaint, he did not think he had the right to investigate circumstances which it seemed to him Roland wished to keep in the dark. In those troublous days, more indulgence was shown to officers of the army than they might have received at other times. As for Roland, he had said nothing because he wished to reserve for himself the satisfaction of pursuing the assassins and sham ghosts of the Chartreuse when the time came. He now arrived with full power to put that design into execution, firmly resolved not to return to the first consul until it was accomplished. Besides, it was one of those adventures he was always seeking, at once dangerous and picturesque, an opportunity of putting his life against men who cared little for their own, and probably less for his. Roland had no conception of Morgan's safeguard, which had twice protected him from danger, once on the night he had watched at the Chartreuse, and again when he had fought against Cadoudal. How could he know that a simple cross was drawn above his name, and that this symbol of redemption guaranteed his safety from one end of France to the other? For the rest, the first thing to be done was to surround the Chartreuse of Seillan, and to search thoroughly into its most secret places, a thing Roland believed himself perfectly competent to do. The night was now too far advanced to undertake the expedition, and it was postponed until the one following. In the meantime, Roland remained quietly in hiding in the captain's room at the barracks, that no one might suspect his presence at Bourg nor its cause. The following night he was to guide the expedition. In the course of the morrow, one of the gendarmes, who was a tailor, agreed to make him a sergeant's uniform. He was to pass as a member of the brigade at Saint-Lessonnière, and, thanks to the uniform, could direct the search at the Chartreuse without being recognized. Everything happened as planned. Roland entered the barracks with the captain about 1 o'clock, ascended to the latter's room, where he slept on a bed on the floor like a man who has just passed 2 days and 2 nights in a post-chaise. The next day he restrained his impatience by drawing a plan of the Chartreuse of Seyon for the captain's instruction, with which, even without Roland's help, that worthy officer could have directed the expedition without going an inch astray. As the captain had but 18 men under him, and it was not possible to surrender the monastery completely with that number, or rather, to guard the 2 exits and make a thorough search through the interior, and as it would have taken 3 or 4 days to bring in all the men of the brigade scattered throughout the neighborhood, the officer, by Roland's order, went to the colonel of dragoons, garrisoned at Bourg, told him of the matter in hand, and asked for 12 men, who, with his own, made 30 in all. The colonel not only granted the 12 men, but, learning that the expedition was to be commanded by Colonel Roland de Montrevel, aide-de-camp to the first consul, he proposed that he himself should join the party at the head of his 12 men. Roland accepted his cooperation, and it was agreed that the colonel, we employ the words colonel and chief of brigade indifferently, both being interchangeable terms indicating the same rank, and his 12 dragoons should pick up Roland, the captain, and his 18 men, the barracks being directly on their road to the Chartreuse. The time was set for 11 that night. At 11 precisely, with military punctuality, the colonel of dragoons and his 12 men joined the gendarmes, and the 2 companies, now united in one, began their march. Roland, in his sergeant's uniform, made himself known to his brother colonel, but to the dragoons and gendarmes he remained, as agreed upon, a sergeant detached from the brigade at Saint-Lessonnière. Only, as it might otherwise have seemed extraordinary that a sergeant, wholly unfamiliar with these localities, should be their guide, the men were told that Roland had been in his youth a novice at Seyon, and was therefore better acquainted than most persons with the mysterious nooks of the Chartreuse. The first feeling of these brave soldiers had been a slight humiliation at being guided by an ex-monk, but, on the other hand, as that ex-monk wore the 3-cornered hat jauntily, and as his whole manner and appearance was that of a man who had completely forgotten that he formerly wore a cowl, they ended by accepting the humiliation, and reserved their final judgment on the sergeant until they could see how he handled the musket he carried on his arm, the pistols he wore in his belt, and the sword that hung at his side. The party was supplied with torches and started in perfect silence. They were divided into 3 squads, one of 8 men, led by the captain of gendarmerie, another of 10, commanded by the colonel, and the third of 12 men, with Roland at his head. On leaving the town, they separated. The captain of the gendarmerie, who knew the localities better than the colonel of dragoons, took upon himself to guard the window of the La Correrie, giving upon the forest of Seyon, with his 8 men. The colonel of dragoons was commissioned by Roland to watch the main entrance of the Chartreuse. With him were 5 gendarmes and 5 dragoons. Roland was to search the interior, taking with him 5 gendarmes and 7 dragoons. Half an hour was allowed each squad to reach its post. It was more than was needed. Roland and his men were to scale the orchard wall when 11:30 was ringing from the belfry at Perronaz. The captain of the gendarmerie followed the main road from Pont d'Anne to the edge of the woods, which he skirted until he reached his appointed station. The colonel of dragoons took the crossroad, which branches from the highway of Pont d'Anne and leads to a great portal of the Chartreuse. Roland crossed the fields to the orchard wall, which, as the reader will remember, he had already climbed on 2 occasions. Punctually at 11:30, he gave the signal to his men to scale the wall. By the time they reached the other side, the men, if they did not yet know that Roland was brave, were at least sure that he was active. Roland pointed in the dusk to a door, the one that led from the orchard into the cloister. Then he sprang ahead through the rank grasses. First he opened the door, then he entered the cloister. All was dark, silent and solitary. Roland, still guiding his men, reached the refectory. Absolute solitude, utter silence. They crossed the hall obliquely and returned to the garden without alarming a living creature except the owls and the bats. There still remained the cistern, the mortuary vault, and the pavilion, or rather, the chapel in the forest, to be searched. Roland crossed the open space between the cistern and the monastery. After descending the steps, he lighted 3 torches, kept one, and handed the other 2, one to a dragoon, the other to a gendarme. Then he raised the stone that concealed the stairway. The gendarmes who followed Roland began to think him as brave as he was active. They followed the subterranean passage to the first gate. It was closed but not locked. They entered the funereal vault. Here was more than solitude, more than silence. Here was death. The bravest felt a shiver in the roots of their hair. Roland went from tomb to tomb, sounding each with the butt of the pistol he held in his hand. Silence everywhere. They crossed the vault, reached the second gate and entered the chapel. The same silence, the same solitude. All was deserted, as it seemed for years. Roland went straight to the choir. There lay the blood on the stones. No one had taken the trouble to efface it. Here was the end of his search, which had proved futile. Roland could not bring himself to retreat. He fancied he was not attacked because of his numerous escort. He therefore left 10 men and a torch in the chapel, told them to put themselves in communication through the ruined window with the captain of the gendarmerie, who was ambushed in the forest within a few feet of the window, while he himself, with 2 men, retraced his steps. This time the 2 men who followed Roland thought him more than brave. They considered him foolhardy. But Roland, caring little whether they followed or not, retraced his own steps in default of those of the bandits. The 2 men, ashamed, followed him. Undoubtedly the chartreuse was deserted. When Roland reached the great portal, he called to the colonel of dragoons. He and his men were at their post. Roland opened the door and joined them. They had seen nothing, heard nothing. The whole party entered the monastery, closing the barricading door behind them to cut off the bandits' retreat, if they were fortunate enough to meet any. Then they hastened to rejoin their comrades who, on their side, had united with the captain and his 8 men and were waiting for them in the choir. There was nothing for it but to retire. 2 o'clock had just struck. Nearly 3 hours had been spent in fruitless search. Roland, rehabilitated in the estimation of the gendarmes and the dragoons, who saw that the ex-novice did not shirk danger, regretfully gave the signal for retreat by opening the door of the chapel, which looked toward the forest. This time Roland merely closed the door behind him, there being no longer any hope of encountering the brigands. Then the little troop returned to Bourg at a quick step. The captain of the gendarmerie with his 18 men and Roland re-entered the barracks, while the colonel and his 12 men continued on their way toward the town. It was the sentinel's call, as he challenged the captain and his party, which had attracted the attention of Morgan and Valensole, and it was the noise of their return to the barracks which interrupted the supper and caused Morgan to cry out at this unforeseen circumstance. Attention! In fact, in the present situation of these young men, every circumstance merited attention. So the meal was interrupted. Their jaws ceased to work to give the eyes and ears full scope. It soon became evident that the services of their eyes were alone needed. Each gendarme regained his room without light. The numerous barrack windows remained dark, so that the watchers were able to concentrate their attention on a single point. Among those dark windows, 2 were lighted. They stood relatively back from the rest of the building, and directly opposite to the one where the young men were supping. These windows were on the first floor, but in the position the watchers occupied at the top of the bales of hay, Morgan and Valensole were not only on a level, but could even look down into them. These windows were those of the room of the captain of gendarmes. Whether from indifference on the worthy captain's part, or by reason of state's penury, the windows were bare of curtains, so that, thanks to the 2 candles which the captain had lighted in his guest's honour, Morgan and Valençon could see everything that took place in this room. Suddenly Morgan grasped Valençon's arm and pressed it with all his might. "Hey," said Valençon, "what now?" Roland had just thrown his 3-cornered hat on a chair, and Morgan had recognized him. "Roland de Montrevel," he exclaimed. "Roland, in a sergeant's uniform. This time we are on his track while he is still seeking ours. It behooves us not to lose it." "What are you going to do?" asked Valençon, observing that his friend was preparing to leave him. "Inform our companions. You stay here and do not lose sight of him. He has taken off his sword and laid his pistols aside. Therefore, it is probable he intends to spend the night in the captain's room. Tomorrow, I defy him to take any road, no matter which, without one of us at his heels." And Morgan, sliding down the declivity of the hay, disappeared from sight, leaving his companion crouched like a sphinx, with his eyes fixed on Roland de Montrevel. A quarter of an hour later, Morgan returned. By this time, the officers' windows were dark like all the others of the barracks. "Well?" asked Morgan. "Well," replied Valençon, "it ended most prosaically. They undressed themselves, blew out the candles, and lay down. The captain on his bed, Roland on a mattress. They are probably trying to outsnore each other at the present moment." "In that case," said Morgan, "good night to them, and to us also." 10 minutes later, the wish was granted, and the 2 young men were sleeping, as if they did not have danger for a bedfellow. Chapter 41. The Hôtel de la Poste. That same morning, about 6 o'clock, at the cold grey breaking of a February day, a rider, spurring a post hack and preceded by a postilion, who was to lead back the horse, left Bourg by the road of Mâcon, or Saint-Julien. We say Mâcon or Saint-Julien because, about 3 miles from the capital of Brest, the road forks, the one to the right keeping straight to Saint-Julien, the other, which deviates to the left, leading to Mâcon. When the rider reached this bifurcation, he was about to take the road leading to Mâcon, when a voice, apparently coming from beneath an upset cart, implored his pity. The rider called to the postilion to see what the matter was. A poor marketsman was pinned down under a load of vegetables. He had evidently attempted to hold up the cart just as the wheel, sinking into the ditch, overbalanced the vehicle. The cart had fallen on him, but fortunately, he said, he thought no limbs were broken, and all he wanted was to get the cart righted, and then he could recover his legs. The rider was compassionate to his fellow being, for he not only allowed the postilion to stop and help the marketman, but he himself dismounted, and with a vigour one would hardly have expected from so slight a man, he assisted the postilion not only to right the cart, but to replace it on the roadbed. After which he offered to help the man to rise, but the latter had said truly, he really was safe and sound, and if there were a slight shaking of the legs, it only served to prove the truth of the proverb that God takes care of drunkards. The man was profuse in his thanks, and took his horse by the bridle, as much, it was evident, to hold himself steady as to lead the animal. The riders remounted their horses, put them to gallop, and soon disappeared round a bend which the road makes a short distance before it reaches the woods of Monet. They had scarcely disappeared when a notable change took place in the demeanour of our marketsman. He stopped his horse, straightened up, put the mouthpiece of a tiny trumpet to his lips, and blew 3 times. A species of groom emerged from the woods which lined the road, leading a gentleman's horse by the bridle. The marketsman rapidly removed his blouse, discarded his linen trousers, and appeared in vest and breeches of buckskin, and top boots. He searched in his cart, drew forth a package which he opened, shook out a green hunting coat with gold braidings, put it on, and over it a dark brown overcoat, took from the servant's hands a hat which the latter presented him, and which harmonized with his elegant costume, made the man screw his spurs to his boots, and sprang upon his horse with the lightness and skill of an experienced horseman. Tonight at 7, he said to the groom, be on the road between Saint-Just and Césarea. You will meet Morgan. Tell him that he whom he knows of has gone to Mâcon, but that I shall be there before him. Then, without troubling himself about his cart and vegetables, which he left in his servant's charge, the ex-marketman, who was none other than our old acquaintance Montbar, turned his horse's head toward the Monet woods and set out at a gallop. His mount was not a miserable post-hack like that on which Roland was riding. On the contrary, it was a blooded horse, so that Montbar easily overtook the two riders and passed them on the road between the woods of Monet and Pauillac. The horse, except for a short stop, did the 28 or 30 miles between Bourg and Mâcon without resting in 3 hours. Arrived at Mâcon, Montbar dismounted at the Hôtel de la Poste, the only one which at that time was fitted to receive guests of distinction. For the rest, from the manner in which Montbar was received, it was evident that the host was dealing with an old acquaintance. "Ah, is it you, Monsieur de Jaillet?" said the host. "We were wondering yesterday what had become of you. It's more than a month since we've seen you in these parts." "Do you think it's as long as that, friend?" said the young man, affecting to drop his R's after the fashion of the day. "Yes, on my honour, that's so. I've been with friends, the Treforts and the Hautecors. You know those gentlemen by name, don't you?" "By name and in person. We hunted to hounds. They're finely equipped, word of honour. Can I breakfast here this morning?" "Why not?" "Then serve me a chicken, a bottle of Bordeaux, 2 cutlets, fruit, any trifle will go." "At once. Shall it be served in your room or in the common room?" "In the common room. It's more amusing. Only give me a table to myself. Don't forget my horse. He is a fine beast, and I love him better than I do certain Christians, word of honour." The landlord gave his orders. Montbar stood before the fire, his coat-tails drawn aside, warming his calves. "So you still keep to the posting business?" he said to the landlord, as if desirous of keeping up the conversation. "I should think so." "Then you relay the diligences?" "Not the diligences, but the mail coaches." "Ah, tell me, I want to go to Chambéry some of these days. How many places are there in the mail coach?" 3, 2 inside and 1 out with the courier." "Do I stand any chance of finding a vacant seat?" "It may happen, but the safest way is to hire your own conveyance." "Can't I engage a place beforehand?" "No, for don't you see, Monsieur de Jaillet, that if travellers take places from Paris to Lyon, they have the first right." "See, the aristocrats," said Montbar, laughing. "Apropos of aristocrats, there is one behind me posting here. I passed him about a mile the other side of Pauillac. I thought his hack a little wind-broken." "Oh," exclaimed the landlord, "that's not astonishing. My brothers in the business have a poor lot of horses." "Why, there's our man," continued Montbar. "I thought I had more of a lead of him." Roland was, in fact, just passing the windows at a gallop. "Do you still want chamber number 1, Monsieur de Jaillet?" asked the landlord. "Why do you ask?" "Because it is the best one, and if you don't take it, I shall give it to that man, provided he wants to make any stay." "Oh, don't bother about me. I shan't know till later in the day whether I go or stay. If the newcomer means to remain, give him number 1. I will content myself with number 2. "The gentleman is served," said the waiter, looking through the door which led from the kitchen to the common room. Montbar nodded and accepted the invitation. He entered the common room just as Roland came into the kitchen. The dinner was on the table. Montbar changed his plate and sat down with his back to the door. The precaution was useless. Roland did not enter the common room, and Montbar breakfasted without interruption. When dessert was over, however, the host himself brought in his coffee. Montbar understood that the good man was in talkative humour, a fortunate circumstance, for there were certain things he was anxious to hear about. "Well," said Montbar, "what became of our man? Did he only change horses?" No, said the landlord. "As you said, he is an aristocrat. He ordered breakfast in his own room." "His room or my room?" asked Montbar, "for I am certain you put him in that famous number 1. "Confound it, Monsieur de Jaillet. It's your own fault. You told me I could do as I liked." "And you took me at my word. That was right. I shall be satisfied with number 2. You'll be very uncomfortable. It's only separated from number 1 by a partition, and you can hear everything that happens from one room to the other." "Nonsense, my dear man. Do you think I've come here to do improper things or sing seditious songs? That you're afraid the stranger should hear or see what I do? Oh, that's not it. What is it then? I'm not afraid you will disturb others. I'm afraid they'll disturb you. So your new guest is a roisterer? No, he looks to me like an officer. What makes you think so? His manner, in the first place. Then he inquired what regiment was in garrison at Mâcon, and when I told him it was the 7th Mounted Chasseurs, he said, "Good, the colonel is a friend of mine. Can a waiter take him my card and ask him to breakfast with me?" Aha! So you see how it is. When officers get together, they make so much racket and noise, perhaps they'll not only breakfast, but dine and sup together. I've told you already, my good man, that I am not sure of passing the night here. I am expecting letters from Paris, which will decide me. In the meantime, light a fire in number 2 and make as little noise as possible to avoid annoying my neighbours, and, at the same time, send me up pen and ink and some paper. I have letters to write. Montbart's orders were promptly executed, and he himself followed the waiter to see that Roland was not disturbed by his proximity. The chamber was just what the landlord had said. Not a movement could be made, not a word uttered in the next room that was not heard. Consequently, Montbart distinctly heard the waiter announce Colonel Saint-Maurice, then the resounding steps of the latter in the corridor, and the exclamations of the two friends, delighted to meet again. On the other hand, Roland, who had been for a moment disturbed by the noise in the adjoining room, forgot it as soon as he had ceased, and there was no danger of its being renewed. Montbart, left alone, seated himself at the table, on which were paper, pen, and ink, and remained perfectly motionless. The two officers had known each other in Italy, where Roland was under the command of Saint-Maurice, the latter being then a captain and Roland a lieutenant. At present, their rank was equal, but Roland had, beside a double commission from the first consul and the minister of police, which placed all officers of his own rank under his command, and even within the limits of his mission, those of a higher rank. Morgan had not been mistaken in supposing that Amelie's brother was in pursuit of the companions of Jehu. If Roland's nocturnal search at the chartreuse of Saint-Yon was not convincing, the conversation between the young officer and his colleague was proof positive. In it developed that the first consul was really sending 50,000 francs as a gift to the monks of Saint Bernard by post, but that this money was in reality a trap devised for the capture of the companions of Jehu, if all means failed, to surprise them in the chartreuse of Saint-Yon or some other refuge. It now remained to be seen how these bandits should be captured. The case was eagerly debated between the two officers while they had breakfast. By the time dessert was served, they had both agreed upon a plan. That same evening, Morgan received the following letter. Just as Adler told us, next Friday at 5 o'clock, the mail coach will leave Paris with 50,000 francs for the fathers of Saint Bernard. The 3 places, the one in the coupe and the 2 in the interior, are already engaged by 3 travellers who will join the coach, one at Sens, the other 2 at Tonnerre. The travellers are, in the coupe, one of Citizen Fouché's best men, in the interior, Monsieur Roland de Montrevel and the colonel of the 7th Chasseurs, garrisoned at Mâcon. They will be in civilians' clothes, not to excite suspicion, but armed to the teeth. 12 mounted chasseurs with muskets, pistols, and sabres will escort the coach, but at some distance behind it, so as to arrive during the fray. The first pistol fired will be the signal for putting their horses to a gallop and falling upon us. Now, my advice is that, in spite of these precautions, in fact, because of these precautions, the attack should be made at the place agreed upon, namely Maison Blanche. If that is also the opinion of the comrades, let me know it. I will myself take the coach as postilion from Mâcon to Belleville. I will undertake to settle the colonel, and one of you must be responsible for Fouché's agent. As for Monsieur Roland de Montrevel, no harm will befall him, for I have a means, known to me alone, and by me invented, by which he can be prevented from leaving the coach. The precise day and hour at which the mail of Chambéry will pass the Maison Blanche is Saturday at 6 in the evening. Answer in these words, Saturday 6 of the evening, and all will go on rollers. Montbart. At midnight, Montbart, who had complained of the noise his neighbour made and had removed to a room at the opposite end of the inn, was awakened by a courier, who was none other than the groom who had brought him his horse, ready bridled and saddled in the morning. The letter contained only these words, followed by a postscript. Saturday, 6 of the evening, Morgan. P.S. Do not forget, even when fighting, above all when fighting, that Roland de Montrevel's life is safeguarded. The young man read this reply with visible satisfaction. The matter was no longer a mere stoppage of a diligence, but a species of affair that honour among men of differing opinions, with clashes of courage and bravery. It was no longer a matter of gold spilled upon the high road, but of blood to be shed, not of pistols loaded with powder and welded by a child's hands, but of deadly weapons handled by soldiers accustomed to their use. For the rest, as Montbar had all the day that was dawning and the morrow before him in which to mature his plans, he contented himself with asking his groom to inquire which postilion would take the coach at Mâcon at 5 o'clock, for the 2 stages between Mâcon and Belleville. He also sent him to buy 4 screw rings and 2 padlock fastening with keys. He already knew that the mail was due at Mâcon at 4:30, waited for the travellers to dine, and started again punctually at 5. No doubt all his plans were previously laid, for after giving these directions, Montbar dismissed his servant and went to sleep like a man who has long arrears of slumber to make up. The next morning he did not wake, or rather, did not come downstairs until 9 o'clock. He asked casually what had become of his noisy neighbour, and was told that he had started in the Lyon mail at 6 in the morning, with his friend the colonel of the Chasseurs, but the landlord thought they had only engaged places as far as Tonnerre. If Monsieur de Jaillet had interested himself in the young officer, the latter, in turn, had made inquiries about him, asking who he was, whether he came habitually to the hotel, and whether he would be willing to sell his horse. The landlord had replied that he knew Monsieur de Jaillet well, for he was in the habit of coming to the hotel whenever business brought him to Mâcon, and that, as for the horse, he did not believe, considering the affection the young gentleman showed for the animal, that he would consent to part with him for any price, on which the traveller had departed without saying any more. After breakfast, Monsieur de Jaillet, who seemed to find time hanging heavily on his hands, ordered his horse, mounted it, and rode out from Mâcon by the Lyon road. As long as he was in the town, he allowed his horse to take the pace his fancy dictated, but once beyond it, he gathered up the reins and pressed the animal with his knees. The hint sufficed, and the animal broke into a gallop. Montbar passed through the villages of Varennes, La Crèche, and Chapelle de Guinchay, and did not stop until he reached the Maison Blanche. The spot was exactly as Valensole had described it, and was admirably adapted for an ambuscade. The Maison Blanche stood in a tiny valley between a sharp declivity and a rise in the ground. A little rivulet flowed past the corner of the garden and made its way to the Saône just above Châles. Tall bushy trees followed the course of the little stream and described a half-circle enclosing the house on 3 sides. The house itself was formerly an inn, which proved unproductive to the innkeeper. It had been closed for 7 or 8 years and was beginning to fall into decay. Before reaching it, the main road coming from Mâcon made a sharp turn. Montbar examined the locality with the care of an engineer choosing his ground for a battlefield. He drew a pencil and a notebook from his pocket and made an accurate plan of the position. Then he returned to Mâcon. 2 hours later, his groom departed, carrying the plan to Morgan, having informed his master that Antoine was the name of the postilion who was to take the coach from Mâcon to Belleville. The groom also gave him the 4 screw rings and the 2 padlocks he had purchased. Montbar ordered up a bottle of old Burgundy and sent for Antoine. 10 minutes later, Antoine appeared. He was a fine, handsome fellow, 25 or 6 years of age, about Montbar's height, a fact which the latter, in looking over him from head to foot, remarked with satisfaction. The postilion paused at the threshold, and carrying his hand to his hat in a military salute, he said, "Did the citizen send for me?" "Are you the man they call Antoine?" asked Montbar. "At your service, and that of your company." "Well, You can serve me, friend, but close the door and come here. Antoine closed the door, came within 2 steps of Montbar, saluted again, and said, "Ready, master." "In the first place," said Montbar, "if you have no objections, we'll drink a glass of wine to the health of your mistress." Oh, my mistress," cried Antoine. "Can fellows like me afford mistresses? They're all very well for gentlemen such as you." "Come, you scamp," said Montbar. "You can't make me believe that, with your make-up, you've made a vow of chastity." "Oh, I don't say I'm a monk in that particular. I may have a bit of a love affair here and there along the high road. Yes, at every tavern, and that's why we stop so often with our return horses, to drink a drop or fill a pipe." "Confound it," said Antoine, with an indescribable twist of the shoulders. "A fellow must have his fun." "Well, taste the wine, my lad. I'll warrant it won't make you weep." And filling a glass, Montbar signed to the postilion to fill the other. "A fine honour for me, to your health and that of your company." This was an habitual phrase for the worthy postilion, a sort of extension of politeness which did not need the presence of others to justify it in his eyes. "Ha!" said he, after drinking and smacking his lips. "There's vintage for you, and I have gulped it down at a swallow as if it were heel taps." "That was a mistake, Antoine. Yes, it was a mistake." "Luckily," said Montbar, refilling his glass, "you can repair it." "No higher than my thumb, citizen," said the facetious postilion, taking care that his thumb touched the rim of the glass. "1 minute," said Montbar, just as Antoine was putting his glass to his lips. "Just in time," said the postilion. "It was on its way." "What is it?" "You wouldn't let me drink to the health of your mistress, but I hope you won't refuse to drink to mine." "Oh, that's never refused, especially with such wine. To the health of your mistress and her company." Thereupon, Citizen Antoine swallowed the crimson liquor, tasting and relishing it this time. "Hey!" exclaimed Montbar. "You're in too much of a hurry, my friend." "Oh," retorted the postilion. "Yes, suppose I have several mistresses. If I don't name the one we drink to, what good will it do her?" "Why, that's true." "Sad, but you'll have to try again, my friend." "Try again, of course. Can't do things halfway with a man like you. The sins committed will drink again." And Antoine held out his glass. Montbar filled it to the brim. "Now," said Antoine, eyeing the bottle and making sure it was empty, "there must be no mistake. Her name?" "To the beautiful Josephine," said Montbar. "To the beautiful Josephine," repeated Antoine. And he swallowed the burgundy with increasing satisfaction. Then, after drinking and wiping his lips on the sleeve, he said, as he set the glass on the table, "Hey, 1 moment, citizen." "What now?" exclaimed Montbar. "Anything wrong this time?" "I should say so. We've made a great blunder, but it's too late now." "Why so?" "The bottle is empty." "That one? Yes, but not this one." So saying, Montbar took from the chimney corner another bottle, already uncorked. "Aha!" exclaimed Antoine, a radiant smile lighting his face. "Is there a remedy for it?" asked Montbar. "There is," replied Antoine, holding out his glass. Montbar filled it as scrupulously full as he had the first 3. "Well," said the postilion, holding the ruby liquid to the light and admiring its sparkle, "as I was saying, we drank to the health of the beautiful Josephine." "Yes," said Montbar. "But," said Antoine, "there are a devilish lot of Josephines in France." "True. How many do you suppose there are, Antoine?" "Perhaps 100,000. "Granted. What then?" "Well, out of that 100,000, 1/10 of them must be beautiful." "That's a good many." "Say 1/20. "All right. That makes 5,000. "The devil, you're strong in arithmetic." "I'm the son of a schoolmaster." Well, to which of those 5,000 did we drink, eh?" "You're right, Antoine. The family name must follow. To the beautiful Josephine." "Stop. This glass was begun. It won't do. If the health is to do her any good, we'll have to empty it and fill it again." He put the glass to his lips. "There, it's empty," he said. "And full," added Montbar, putting the bottle to the glass. "I'm ready. To the beautiful Josephine, to the beautiful Josephine Lollier." And Montbar emptied his glass. "By the Lord!" exclaimed Antoine. "Wait a moment. Josephine Lollier? Why, I know her." "I didn't say you didn't." "Josephine Lollier? Why, she's the daughter of the man who keeps the post horses at Belleville. Exactly. Damn it, exclaimed the postilion. You're not to be pitied, a pretty slip of a girl. To the health of beautiful Josephine Lollier. And he swallowed his 5th glass of Burgundy. Now, asked Montbar, do you understand why I had sent you up here, my lad? No, but I don't bear you any grudge for it all the same. That's very kind of you. Oh, I'm a pretty good devil. Well, I'll tell you why I sent for you. I'm all ears. Wait, you'll hear better if your glass is full than if it's empty. Are you a doctor for deaf folk? Asked the postilion, banteringly. No, but I have lived a good deal among drunkards, replied Montbar, filling Antoine's glass again. A man is not a drunkard because he likes wine, said Antoine. I agree with you, my good fellow, replied Montbar. A man is only a drunkard when he can't carry his liquor. Well said, cried Antoine, who seemed to carry his pretty well. I'm listening. You told me that you didn't understand why I had sent for you. That's what I said. Still, you must have suspected that I had an object? Every man has an object, good or bad, according to our priest, observed Antoine, sententiously. Well, my friend, resumed Montbar, mine is to make my way by night, without being recognized, into the courtyard of Master Nicolas Denis Lollier, postmaster at Belleville. At Belleville, repeated Antoine, who had followed Montbar's words with all the attention he was capable of. You wish to make your way by night, without being recognized, into the courtyard of Master Nicolas Denis Lollier, postmaster at Belleville, in order to see the beautiful Josephine? Aha, my sly dog. You have it, my dear Antoine. And I wish to get in without being recognized because Father Lollier has discovered everything and has forbidden his daughter to see me. You don't say so. Well, what can I do about it? Your wits are still muddled, Antoine. Drink another glass of wine to brighten them up. Right you are, exclaimed Antoine, and he swallowed his 6th glass of wine. You ask what you can do, Antoine. Yes, what can I do? That's what I ask. Everything, my friend. I? You. Ha, I'm curious to know what. Clear it up, clear it up. And he held out his glass. You drive the mail to Chambéry tomorrow, don't you? Yes, at 6 o'clock. Well, suppose that Antoine is a good fellow. No supposing about it, he is. Well, this is what Antoine does. Go on, what does he do? In the first place, he empties his glass. Done, that's not difficult. Then he takes these 10 louis. Montbar spread 10 louis on the table. Aha, exclaimed Antoine, yellow boys, real ones. I thought those little devils had all emigrated. You see, there are some left. And what is Antoine to do? To put them in his pocket? Antoine must lend me the best postilion suit. To you? And let me take his place tomorrow night. Ah, yes, so that you can see the beautiful Josephine tomorrow night. Of course, I reach Belleville at 8, drive into the courtyard and say the horses are tired and must rest from 8 till 10, and from 8 till 10. You can fool Père Lollier? Well, there you are, Antoine. There I am. When the fellow's young, he goes with the young ones. When he is a bachelor, he's in with the bachelors. When he's old and a papa, he can go with the papas and cry, long live the papas. Then, my good Antoine, you will lend me your best jacket and breeches. I've just got a new jacket and breeches that I've never worn, and you will let me take your place? With pleasure. Then I'll give you 5 louis for earnest money, and the rest, tomorrow, when I pull on the boots. Only, there's one precaution you must take. What is it? There's talk of brigands robbing diligences. You'll be careful to put the holsters in the saddle. For what? For pistols. No, don't you go and shoot those fine young fellows. What? Do you call robbers who pillage diligences fine young men? A man's not a robber because he takes government money. Is that your opinion? I should say so. Besides, it's the opinion of a good many other people too. As for me, if I were a judge, I'd never in the world condemn them. Perhaps you would drink to their health. Of course, if the wine was good. I dare you to do it, said Montbar, emptying the last of the second bottle into Antoine's glass. You know the proverb, said the postilion. What is it? Never defy a fool to commit his folly. To the health of the companions of Jehu. Amen, responded Montbar. And the 5 louis? Asked Antoine, putting his glass on the table. There they are. Thank you. You shall have the holsters on your saddle, but take my advice and don't put pistols on them. If you do, follow Pierre Jerome's example. He's the conductor of the Geneva diligence, and put powder and no balls in them." And with that philanthropic advice, the postilion took his leave and went down the stairway singing a postilion song in a vinous voice. Montbar followed the song conscientiously through 2 verses. Then, as the voice died away in the distance, he was obliged to forego the rest of the song, however interesting he may have found it. Chapter 42. The Chambéry Mail Coach. The next day at 5 in the afternoon, Antoine, anxious, no doubt, not to be late, was in the courtyard of the Hôtel de la Poste, harnessing the 3 horses which were to relay the mail coach. Shortly after, the coach rumbled into the courtyard at a gallop, and was pulled up under the windows of a room close to the servants' stairway, which had seemed greatly to occupy Antoine's attention. If anyone had paid attention to so slight a detail, it might have been observed that the window curtain was somewhat imprudently drawn aside to permit the occupant of the room to see the persons who got out of the coach. There were 3 men who, with the haste of famished travellers, made their way toward the brilliantly lighted windows of the common room. They had scarcely entered when a smart postilion came down the kitchen staircase, shod simply with thin pumps over which he intended to pull up his heavy riding boots. These he received from Antoine, slipping 5 louis into the hand at the same time, and turned for the man to throw his riding cape over his shoulders, a protection rendered necessary by the severity of the weather. This completed, Antoine returned hastily to the stables and hid in the darkest corner. As for the man who had taken his place, reassured no doubt by the high collar of the cape that concealed half of his face, he went straight to the horses, which stood ready harnessed, slipped his pistols into the holsters, and, profiting by the moment when the other horses were being led into the stable by their postilion, he took a gimlet, which might in case of need serve as a dagger, from his pocket, and screwed the 4 rings into the woodwork of the coach, 1 into each door and the other 2 into the body of the coach, after which he put the horses to, with a rapidity and skill which bespoke in him a man familiar from childhood with all the details of an art pushed to extremes in our day by that honourable class of society which we call gentlemen riders. That done, he waited, quieting his restless horses by voice and whip, judiciously combined or used in turn. Everyone knows the rapidity with which the meals of the unhappy beings condemned to travel by mail are hurried through. The half-hour was not up when the voice of the conductor was heard calling, "Come, citizen travellers, take your places." Montbar placed himself close to the carriage door and recognized Roland and the colonel of the 7th Chasseurs perfectly, in spite of their disguise, as they jumped into the coach, paying no attention whatever to the postilion. The latter closed the door upon them, slipped the padlock through the 2 rings and turned the key. Then, walking around the coach, he pretended to drop his whip before the other door, and, in stooping for it, slipped the 2nd padlock through the rings, deftly turned the key as he straightened up, and, assured that the 2 officers were securely locked in, he sprang upon his horse, grumbling at the conductor who had left him to do his work. In fact, the conductor was still squabbling with the landlord over his bill when the 3rd traveller got into his place in the coupe. "Are you coming this evening? Tonight or tomorrow morning, Père François?" cried the pretended postilion, imitating Antoine as best as he could. All right, I'm coming," answered the conductor, then looking around him. "Why, where are the travellers?" he asked. "Here," replied the 2 officers from the interior and the agent from the coupe. "Is the door properly closed?" persisted Père François. "I'll answer for that," said Montbar. "Then off you go, baggage," cried the conductor as he climbed into the coupe and closed the door behind him. The postilion did not wait to be told twice. He started his horses, digging his spurs into the belly of the one he rode and lashing the others vigorously. The mail coach dashed forward at a gallop. Montbar drove as if he had never done anything else in his life. As he crossed the town, the windows rattled and the houses shook. Never did real postilion crap his whip with greater science. As he left Mâcon, he saw a little troop of horse. They were the 12 chasseurs told of to follow the coach without seeming to escort it. The colonel passed his head through the window and made the sign to the sergeant who commanded them. Montbar did not seem to notice anything, but after going some 400 or 500 yards, he turned his head while executing a symphony with his whip and saw that the escort had started. "Wait, my babes," said Montbar, "I'll make you see the country." And he dug in his spurs and brought down his whip. The horses seemed to have wings, and the coach flew over the cobblestones like the chariot of thunder rumbling past. The conductor became alarmed. "Hey, Master Antoine," cried he, "are you drunk?" "Drunk? Fine drinking," replied Montbar. "I dined on a beetroot salad." "Damn him, if he goes like that," cried Roland, thrusting his head through the window. "The escorts can't keep up." "You hear what he says?" shrieked the conductor. "No," replied Montbar, "I don't." "Well, he says that if you keep this up, the escort can't follow." "Is there an escort?" asked Montbar. "Of course, we're carrying government money." "That's different. You ought to have said so at first." But instead of slacking his pace, the coach was whirled along as before. If there was any change, it was for greater velocity than before. "Antoine, if there's an accident, I'll shoot you through your head," shouted the conductor. "Run along," exclaimed Montbar. "Everyone knows those pistols haven't any balls in them." "Possibly not, but mine have," cried the police agent. "That remains to be seen," replied Montbar, keeping on his way at the same pace without heed to these remonstrances. On they went with the speed of lightning through the village of Varennes, then through that of La Crèche and the little town of Chapelle de Guinchay. Only half a mile further and they would reach the Maison Blanche. The horses were dripping and tossed the foam of their mouths as they neighed with excitement. Montbar glanced behind him. More than a mile back, the sparks were flying from the escort's horses. Before him was the mountainous declivity. Down it he dashed, gathering the reins to master his horses when the time came. The conductor had ceased expostulating, for he saw that the hand which guided the horses was firm and capable, but from time to time the colonel thrust his head through the window to look for his men. Halfway down the slope, Montbar had his horses under control, without, however, seeming to check their course. Then he began to sing at the top of his voice, the Réveil du Peuple, the song of the Royalists, just as the Marseillaise was the song of the Jacobins. "What's that rogue about?" cried Roland, putting his head through the window. "Tell him to hold his tongue, conductor, or I'll put a ball through his loins." Perhaps the conductor might have repeated Roland's threat to Montbar, but he suddenly saw a black line blocking the road. "Halt, conductor!" thundered a voice the next moment. "Postilion, drive over the bellies of those bandits," shouted the police agent. "Drive on yourselves," said Montbar. "Do you suppose I'm going over the stomachs of friends?" The mail coach stopped as if by magic. Go on, cried Roland and the colonel, aware that the escort was too far behind to help them. "Ha, you villain of a postilion!" cried the police agent, springing out of the coupe and pointing his pistol at Montbar. "You shall pay for this." The words were scarcely uttered when Montbar, forestalling him, fired, and the agent rolled, mortally wounded, under the wheels of the coach. His fingers, convulsed by death, touched the trigger and the pistol went off, but the ball touched no one. "Conductor," shouted the two officers, "by all the powers of heaven, open quickly." "Gentlemen," said Morgan, advancing, "we are not attacking your persons, we merely want the government money. Conductor, that 50,000 francs, and quickly too." 2 shots from the interior made answer for the officers, who, after vainly shaking the doors, were still more fruitlessly attempting to force themselves through the windows. No doubt one of their shots took effect, for a cry of rage was heard and a flash illuminated the road. The colonel gave a sigh and fell back against Roland. He was killed outright. Roland fired again, but no one replied to him. His pistols were both discharged. Locked in as he was, he could not use his sabre, and he howled with rage. Meantime, the conductor was forced, with a pistol at his throat, to give up the money. 2 men took the bags containing the 50,000 francs and fastened them on Montbar's horse, which his groom had brought ready, saddled and bridled, as if to a meet. Montbar kicked off his heavy boots and sprang into the saddle. My compliments to the first consul, Monsieur de Montrevel, cried Morgan. Then, turning to his companions, he cried, Scatter which way you will. You know the rendezvous for tomorrow night. Yes, yes, replied 10 or a dozen voices. And the band dispersed, like a flock of birds, disappearing down the valley into the shadow of the trees that lined the banks of the little river and surrounded the Maison Blanche. At that moment, the gallop of horses was heard, and the escort, alarmed by the pistol shots, appeared on the crest of the hill and came down the slope like an avalanche. But it came too late. It found only the conductor, sitting dazed by the roadside, the bodies of the colonel and of Fouché's agent, and Roland the prisoner, roaring like a lion gnawing at the bars of its cage. Chapter 43. Lord Grenville's Reply. While the events we have just recorded were transpiring and occupying the minds and newspapers of the provinces, other events of very different import were maturing in Paris, which were destined to occupy the minds of newspapers of the whole world. Lord Tanley had returned, bringing the reply of his uncle, Lord Grenville. This reply consisted of a letter addressed to Monsieur de Talleyrand, enclosing a memorandum for the first consul. The letter was couched in the following terms. Downing Street, February 14th, 1800. Sir, I have received and placed before the King the letter which you transmitted to me through my nephew, Lord Tanley. His Majesty, seeing no reason to depart from the long-established customs of Europe in treating with foreign states, directs me to forward you in his name the official reply which is herewith enclosed. I have the honour to be, with the highest esteem, your very humble and obedient servant, Grenville. The letter was dry, the memorandum curt. Moreover, the first consul's letter to King George was autographic, and King George, not departing from the long-established customs of Europe in treating with foreign states, replied by a simple memorandum written by a secretary. True, the memorandum was signed Grenville. It was a long recrimination against France, against the spirit of disorder which disturbed the nation, against the fears which that spirit of disorder inspired in all Europe, and on the necessity imposed on the sovereigns of Europe, for the sake of their own safety, to repress it. In short, the memorandum was virtually a continuation of the war. The reading of such a dictum made Bonaparte's eyes flash with the flame which, in him, preceded his great decisions, as lightning precedes thunder. So, sir, said he, turning to Lord Tanley, this is all you have obtained? Yes, citizen first consul. Then you did not repeat verbally to your uncle all that I charged you to say to him? I did not omit a syllable. Did you tell him that you had lived in France 3 years, that you had seen her, had studied her, that she was strong, powerful, prosperous, and desirous of peace while prepared for war? I told him all that. Did you add that the war which England is making against France is a senseless war, that the spirit of disorder of which they speak, and which, at worst, is only the effervescence of freedom too long restrained, which it were wiser to confine to France by means of a general peace, that the peace is the sole cordon sanitaire which can prevent it from crossing our frontiers, and that if the volcano of war is lighted in France, France will spread like lava over foreign lands. Italy is delivered, says the King of England, but from whom? From her liberators. Italy is delivered, but why? Because I have conquered Egypt from the Delta to the Third Cataract. Italy is delivered because I was no longer in Italy, but I am here. In a month I can be in Italy. What do I need to win her back from the Alps to the Adriatic? A single battle. Do you know what Massena is doing in defending Genoa? Waiting for me. Ha, the sovereigns of Europe need war to protect their crowns. Well, my lord, I tell you that I will shake Europe until their crowns tremble on their heads. Want war, do they? Just wait, Bourrienne. Bourrienne? The door between the first consul's study and the secretary's office opened precipitately, and Bourrienne rushed in, his face terrified as though he thought Bonaparte were calling for help. But when he saw him highly excited, crumpling the diplomatic memorandum in one hand and striking with the other on his desk, while Lord Tanley was standing calm, erect, and silent near him, he understood immediately that England's answer had irritated the first consul. "Did you call me, General?" he asked. "Yes," said the first consul. "Sit down there and write." Then, in a harsh, jerky voice, without seeking his words, which, on the contrary, seemed to crowd through the portal of his brain, he dictated the following proclamation. "Soldiers, in promising peace to the French people, I was your mouthpiece. I know your power. You are the same men who conquered the Rhine, Holland and Italy, and granted peace beneath the walls of astounded Vienna. Soldiers, it is no longer our own frontiers that you have to defend. It is the enemy's country you must now invade. Soldiers, when the time comes, I shall be among you, and astounded Europe shall remember that you belong to the race of heroes." Bourrienne raised his head, expectant after writing the last words. "Well, that's all," said Bonaparte. "Shall I add the sacramental words, Vive la République? Why do you ask that? Because we have issued no proclamation during the last 4 months, and something may be changed in the ordinary formulas." "The proclamation will do as it is," said Bonaparte. "Add nothing to it." Taking a pen, he dashed, rather than wrote, his signature at the bottom of the paper. Then, adding it to Bourrienne, he said, "See that it appears in the Monitor tomorrow." Bourrienne left the room, carrying the proclamation with him. Bonaparte, left alone with Lord Tanley, walked up and down the room for a moment, as though he had forgotten the Englishman's presence. Then he stopped suddenly before him. "My lord," he asked, "do you think you obtained from your uncle all that another man might have obtained in your place?" "More, citizen first consul." More, pray, what have you obtained?" "I think that the citizen first consul did not read the royal memorandum with all the attention it deserves." "Heavens!" exclaimed Bonaparte, "I know it by heart." "Then the citizen first consul cannot have weighed the meaning and the wording of a certain paragraph." "You think so?" "I am sure of it, and if the citizen first consul will permit me to read him the paragraph to which I allude." Bonaparte relaxed his hold upon the crumpled note and handed it to Lord Tanley, saying, "Read it." Sir John cast his eyes over the document, with which he seemed to be familiar, paused at the 10th paragraph, and read, "The best and surest means for peace and security, and for their continuance, would be the restoration of that line of princes who for so many centuries have preserved to the French nation its internal prosperity and the respect and consideration of foreign countries. Such an event would have removed, and at any time will remove, the obstacles which are now in the way of negotiations and peace. It would guarantee to France the tranquil possession of her former territory, and procure for all the other nations of Europe, through alike tranquillity and peace, that security which they are now obliged to seek by other means." "Well," said Bonaparte impatiently, "I have read all that, and perfectly understood it. Be monk, labour for another man, and your victories, your renown, your genius will be forgiven you. Humble yourself, and you shall be allowed to remain great." "Citizen first consul," said Lord Tanley, "no one knows better than I the difference between you and Monk, and how far you surpass him in genius and renown. Then why do you read me that?" "I only read that paragraph," replied Sir John, "to lead you to give the one following its due significance." "Let's hear it," said Bonaparte with repressed impatience. Sir John continued, "But however desirable such an event may be for France and for the world, it is not to this means alone that His Majesty restricts the possibility of a safe and sure pacification." Sir John emphasized the last words. "Aha!" exclaimed Bonaparte, stepping hastily to Sir John's side. The Englishman continued, "His Majesty does not presume to prescribe to France her form of government, nor the hands into which she may place the necessary authority to conduct the affairs of a great and powerful nation." "Read that again, sir," said Bonaparte eagerly. "Read it yourself," replied Sir John. He handed him the note, and Bonaparte reread it. "Was it you, sir," he asked, "who added that paragraph?" "I certainly insisted on it." Bonaparte reflected. "You are right," he said. "A great step has been taken. The return of the Bourbons is no longer a condition. I am accepted, not only as a military, but also as a political power." Then, holding out his hand to Sir John, he added, "Have you anything to ask of me, sir?" "The only thing I seek has been asked of you by my friend Roland." "And I answered, sir, that I shall be pleased to see you the husband of his sister. If I were richer, or if you were less so, I would offer to dower her." Sir John made a motion. But as I know your fortune will suffice for two, added Bonaparte, smiling, or even more, I leave you the joy of giving not only happiness, but also wealth to the woman you love. Bourrienne, he called. Bourrienne appeared. I have sent it, General, he said. Very good, replied the first consul, but that is not what I called you for. I await your orders. At whatever hour of the day or night Lord Tanley presents himself, I shall be happy to receive him without delay. You hear me, my dear Bourrienne? You hear me, my lord? Lord Tanley bowed his thanks. And now, said Bonaparte, I presume you are in a hurry to be off to the Chateau de Noirfontaine. I won't detain you, but there is one condition I impose, and that is, General, if I need you for another mission. That is not a condition, Citizen First Consul. It is a favour. Lord Tanley bowed and withdrew. Bourrienne prepared to follow him, but Bonaparte called him back. Is there a carriage below? He asked. Bourrienne looked into the courtyard. Yes, General. Then get ready and come with me. I am ready, General. I have only my hat and overcoat to get, and they are in the office. Let us go, said Bonaparte. He took up his hat and coat, went down the private staircase, and signed to the carriage to come up. Notwithstanding Bourrienne's haste, he got down after him. A footman opened the door. Bonaparte sprang in. Where are we going, General? Asked Bourrienne. To the Tuileries, replied Bonaparte. Bourrienne, amazed, repeated the order and looked at the first consul as if to seek an explanation, but the latter was plunged in thought, and the secretary, who at this time was still the friend, thought it best not to disturb him. The horses started at gallop, Bonaparte's usual mode of progression, and took the way to the Tuileries. The Tuileries, inhabited by Louis XVI, after the days of the 5th and 6th of October, had occupied successively by the Convention and the Council of 500, had remained empty and devastated since the 18th Brumaire. Since that day, Bonaparte had more than once cast his eyes on that ancient palace of royalty, but he knew the importance of not arousing any suspicion that a future king might dwell in the palace of the abolished monarchy. Bonaparte had brought back from Italy a magnificent bust of Junius Brutus. There was no suitable place for it at the Luxembourg, and toward the end of November, Bonaparte had sent for the Republican, David, and ordered him to place the bust of the gallery of the Tuileries. Who could suppose that David, the friend of Marat, was preparing the dwelling of a future emperor by placing the bust of Caesar's murderer in the gallery of the Tuileries? No one did suppose, nor even suspect it. When Bonaparte went to see if the busts were properly placed, he noticed the havoc committed in the palace of Catherine of Medici. The Tuileries were no longer the abode of kings, it is true, but they were a national palace, and the nation could not allow one of its palaces to become dilapidated. Bonaparte sent for Citizen Lecomte, the architect, and ordered him to clean the Tuileries. The word might be taken in both senses, moral and physical. The architect was requested to send in an estimate of the cost of cleaning. It amounted to 500,000 francs. Bonaparte asked if for that sum the Tuileries could be converted into a suitable palace for the government. The architect replied that the sum named would suffice not only to restore the Tuileries to their former condition, but to make them habitable. A habitable palace, that was all Bonaparte wanted. How should he, a republican, need regal luxury? The palace of the government ought to be severely plain, decorated with marbles and statues only. But what ought those statues to be? It was the first consul's duty to select them. Accordingly, Bonaparte chose them from the three great ages and the three great nations, from the Greeks, from the Romans, from France and her rivals. From the Greeks he chose Alexandre and Demosthenes, the genius of conquest and the genius of eloquence. From the Romans he chose Scipio, Cicero, Cato, Brutus and Caesar, placing the great victim side by side with the murderer, as great almost as himself. From the modern world he chose Gustavus Adolphus, Turenne, and the great Condé, Duguay-Turenne, Marlborough, Prince Eugene, and the Marechal de Saxe, and finally the great Frederick and George Washington, false philosophy upon the throne and true wisdom founding a free state. To these he added warlike heroes, Dampierre, Dugommier, Joubert, to prove that, while he did not fear the memory of a Bourbon in the great Condé, neither was he jealous of his brother-in-arms, the victims of a cause already no longer his. Matters were in this state at the period of which we are now speaking, that is, the last of February 1800. The Tuileries had been cleaned, the busts were in their niches, the statues were on their pedestals, and only a favourable occasion was wanting. That occasion came when the news of Washington's death was received. The founder of the liberty of the United States had ceased to breathe on the 14th of December, 1799. It was that event of which Bonaparte was thinking when Bourrienne saw by the expression of his face that he must be left entirely to the reflections which absorbed him. The carriage stopped before the Tuileries. Bonaparte sprang out with the same haste with which he had entered it, went rapidly up the stairs and through the apartments, examining more particularly those which had been inhabited by Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. In the private study of Louis XVI, he stopped short. "Here's where we will live, Bourrienne," he said suddenly, as if the latter had followed him through the mental labyrinth in which he wandered, following the thread of Ariadne, which we call thought. "Yes, we will lodge here. The third consul can have the pavilion of Flora, and Cambacérès will remain at the Chancellerie." "In that way," said Bourrienne, "when the time comes, you will have only one to turn out." "Come, come," said Bonaparte, catching Bourrienne by the ear. "That's not bad." "When shall we move in, General?" asked Bourrienne. "Oh, not tomorrow. It will take at least a week to prepare Parisians to see me leave the Luxembourg for the Tuileries." 8 days, exclaimed Bourrienne. "That will do, especially if we begin at once." "Come, Bourrienne, to the Luxembourg." With the rapidity that characterized all his movements when serious matters were in question, he passed through the suites of apartments he had already visited, ran down the stairs, and sprang into the carriage, calling out, "To the Luxembourg." "Wait, wait," cried Bourrienne, still in the vestibule. "General, won't you wait for me?" "La garde," exclaimed Bonaparte, and the carriage started, as it had come, at a gallop. When Bonaparte re-entered his study, he found the Minister of Police awaiting him. "Well, what now, Citizen Fouché? You look upset. Have I, perchance, been assassinated?" "Citizen First Consul," said the Minister, "you seem to attach the utmost importance to the destruction of those bands who call themselves the Companions of Jehu. Evidently, since I sent Roland himself to pursue them, have you any news of them?" "We have." "From whom?" "Their leader himself." "Their leader?" "He has had the audacity to send me a report of their last exploit." "Against whom?" "The 50,000 francs you sent to the Saint Bernard fathers." "What became of them?" "The 50,000 francs?" "Yes." "They are in the possession of those brigands, and their leader informs me he will transfer them shortly to Cadoudal." "Then Roland is killed?" "No." "How do you mean no?" "My agent is killed, Colonel Maurice is killed, but your aide-de-camp is safe and sound." "Then he will hang himself," said Bonaparte. "What good would that do? The rope would break. You know his luck." "Or his misfortune?" "Yes. Where is the report?" "You mean the letter?" "Letter, report, thing, whatever it was that told you this news." The minister handed the first consul a paper enclosed in a perfumed envelope. "What's this?" "The thing you asked for." Bonaparte read the address. "To the Citizen Fouché, Minister of Police, Paris." Then he opened the letter, which contained the following. "Citizen Minister, I have the honor to inform you that the 50,000 francs intended for the monks of Saint Bernard came into our hands on the night of February 25th, 1800, old style, and that they will reach those of Citizen Cadoudal within the week. The affair was well managed, save for the deaths of your agent and Colonel Saint-Maurice. As for Monsieur Roland de Montrevel, I have the satisfaction of informing you that nothing distressing has befallen him. I did not forget that he was good enough to receive me at the Luxembourg. I write to you, Citizen Minister, because I presume that Monsieur Roland de Montrevel is just now too much occupied in pursuing us to write to you himself. But I am sure that at his first leisure moment you will receive from him a report containing all the details into which I cannot enter for lack of time and facilities for writing. In exchange for your service I render you, Citizen Minister, I will ask you to do one for me, namely, inform Madame de Montrevel without delay that her son is in safety. Morgan. Maison Blanche, on the road from Macon to Lyon, Saturday, 9 p.m. "Ah, the devil," said Bonaparte, "a bold scamp." Then he added, with a sigh, "What colonels and captains those men would make me!" What are your orders, Citizen First Consul? Asked the Minister of Police. None. That concerns Roland. His honour is at stake, and as he is not killed, he will take his revenge. Then the First Consul will take no further notice of the affair? Not for the present, at any rate. Then, turning to his secretary, he added, We have other fish to fry, haven't we, Bourrienne? Bourrienne nodded affirmatively. When does the First Consul wish to see me again? Asked the Minister. Tonight, at 10 o'clock. We move out in 8 days. Where are you going? To the Tuileries. Fouché gave a start of amazement. Against your opinion, I know, said the First Consul, but I'll take the whole business on myself. You have only to obey. Fouché bowed and prepared to leave the room. By the way, exclaimed Bonaparte. Fouché turned round. Don't forget to notify Madame de Montrevel that her son is safe and sound. That's the least you can do for Citizen Morgan after the service he has rendered you. And he turned his back on the Minister of Police, who retired, biting his lips till the blood came. Chapter 44. Change of Residence. The same day, the First Consul, left alone with Bourrienne, dictated the following order, addressed to the Consulate Guard and to the army at large. Washington is dead. That great man fought against tyranny. He consolidated the liberty of America. His memory will ever be dear to the French people, to all free men in both hemispheres, but especially to the French soldiers, who, like Washington and his soldiers, have fought for liberty and equality. Consequently, the First Consul orders that the flags and banners of the Republic shall be hung with crape for 10 days. But the First Consul did not intend to confine himself to this order of the day. Among the means he took to facilitate his removal from the Luxembourg to the Tuileries was one of those fetes by which he knew, none better, how to amuse the eyes and also direct the minds of the spectator. This fete was to take place at the Invalides, or, as they said in those days, the Temple of Mars. A bust of Washington was to be crowned, and the flags of Aboukir were to be received from the hands of General Lanes. It was one of those combinations which Bonaparte thoroughly understood, a flash of lightning drawn from the contact of contrasting facts. He presented the great man of the New World and the great victory of the Old, young America coupled with the palms of Thebes and Memphis. On the day fixed for the ceremony, 6,000 cavalry were in line from the Luxembourg to the Invalides. At 8 o'clock, Bonaparte mounted his horse in the main courtyard of the consular palace. Issuing by the Rue du Tournon, he took the line of the quays, accompanied by a staff of generals, none of whom were over 35 years of age. Lanes headed the procession. Behind him were 60 guides bearing the 60 captured flags. Then came Bonaparte about 2 horses' lengths ahead of his staff. The Minister of War, Berthier, awaited the procession under the dome of the temple. He leaned against the statue of Mars at rest, and the ministers and councillors of state were grouped around him. The flags of Denain and Fontenoy, and those of the first campaign in Italy, were already suspended from the columns which supported the roof. 2 centenarian invalids who had fought beside Maréchal Saxe were standing, one to the right and one to the left of Berthier, like caryatides of an ancient world gazing across the centuries. To the right, on the raised platform, was the bust of Washington, which was now to be draped with the flags of Aboukir. On another platform, opposite to the former, stood Bonaparte's armchair. On each side of the temple were tiers of seats in which was gathered all the elegant society of Paris, or rather that portion of it which gave its adhesion to the order of ideas then to be celebrated. When the flags appeared, the trumpets blared, their metallic sounds echoing through the arches of the temple. Lanes entered first. At a sign from him, the guides mounted 2 by 2 the steps of the platform and placed the staffs of the flags in the holders prepared for them. During this time, Bonaparte took his place in the chair. Then, Lanes advanced to the Minister of War and, in that voice that rang out so clearly on the battlefield, crying, "Forward," he said, "Citizen Minister, these are the flags of the Ottoman army, destroyed before your eyes at Aboukir. The army of Egypt, after crossing burning deserts, surviving thirst and hunger, found itself before an enemy proud of his numbers and his victories, and believing that he saw an easy prey in our troops, exhausted by their march and incessant combats. He had yet to learn that the French soldier is greater because he knows how to suffer than because he knows how to vanquish, and that his courage rises and augments in danger. 3,000 Frenchmen, as you know, fell upon 18,000 barbarians, broke their ranks, forced them back, pressed them between our lines and the sea, and the terror of our bayonets is such that the Mussulmans, driven to choose a death, rushed into the depths of the Mediterranean. On that memorable day hung the destinies of Egypt, France, and Europe, and they were saved by your courage. Allied powers, if you dare to violate French territory, and if the general who was given back to us by the victory of Aboukir makes an appeal to the nation, Allied powers, I say to you that your successes will be more fatal to you than disasters. What Frenchman is there who would not march to victory again under the banners of the first consul, or serve his apprenticeship to fame with him? Then, addressing the invalids, for whom the whole lower gallery had been reserved, he continued in a still more powerful voice. And you, brave veterans, honourable victims of the fatal battles, you will not be the last to flock under the orders of him who knows your misfortunes and your glory, and who now delivers you to your keeping these trophies won by your valour. Ah, I know you, veterans. You burn to sacrifice the half of your remaining lives to your country and its freedom. This specimen of the military eloquence of the conqueror of Montbello was received with deafening applause. 3 times the Minister of War endeavoured to make reply, and 3 times the bravos cut him short. At last, however, silence came. The Berthier expressed himself as follows: to raise on the banks of the Seine these trophies won on the banks of the Nile, to hang beneath the domes of our temples, beside the flags of Vienna, of Petersburg, of London, the banners blessed in the mosques of Byzantium and Cairo, to see them here, presented by the same warriors, young in years, old in glory, whom victory has so often crowned, these things are granted only to Republican France. Yet this is but a part of what he has done, that hero, in the flower of his age, covered with the laurels of Europe, he who stood a victor before the pyramids, from the summits of which 40 centuries looked down upon him while, surrounded by his warriors and learned men, he emancipated the native soil of art and restored it to the lights of civilization. Soldiers, plant in this temple of the warrior virtues those ensigns of the crescent, captures on the rock of Canopus by 3,000 Frenchmen from 18,000 Ottomans, as brave as they were barbarous. Let them bear witness not to the valour of the French soldier, the universe itself resounds to that, but to his unalterable constancy, his sublime devotion. Let the light of these banners console you, veteran warriors, you whose bodies, gloriously mutilated on the field of honour, deprive your courage of other exercises than hope and prayer. Let them proclaim from that dome above us, to all the enemies of France, the influence of genius, the value of the heroes who captured them, forewarning of the horrors of war all those who are deaf to our offers of peace. Yes, if they will have war, they shall have it, war terrible and unrelenting. The nation, satisfied, regards the army of the East with pride. That invincible army will learn with joy that the first consul is watchful of his glory. It is the object of the keenest solicitude on the part of the Republic. It will hear with pride that we have honoured it in our temples, while awaiting the moment when we shall imitate, if need be, on the fields of Europe, the warlike virtues it has displayed on the burning sands of Africa and Asia. Come, in the name of that army, intrepid general. Come in the name of those heroes among whom you now appear, and receive an embrace in token of their national gratitude. And in the moment when we again take up our arms in defence of our independence, if the blind fury of kings refuses the peace we offer, let us cast a branch of laurel on the ashes of Washington, that hero who freed America from the yoke of our worst and most implacable enemy. Let his illustrious shade tell us of the glory which follows a nation's liberator beyond the grave. Bonaparte now came down from his platform and, in the name of France, was embraced by Berthier. Monsieur de Fontaine, who was appointed to pronounce the eulogy of Washington, waited courteously until the echoes of the torrent of applause, which seemed to fall in cascades through the vast amphitheatre, had died away. In the midst of these glorious individualities, Monsieur de Fontaine was a curiosity, half political, half literary. After the 18th Fructidor, he was proscribed with Suard and La Harpe, but being perfectly hidden in a friend's house and never going out except at night, he managed to avoid leaving France. Nevertheless, an accident, impossible to foresee, had betrayed him. He was knocked down one night on the Place du Carrousel by a runaway horse and was recognized by a policeman who ran to his assistance. But Fouché, who was at once informed not only of his presence in France but also of his actual hiding place, pretended to know nothing of him. A few days after the 18th Brumaire, Marat, who became later the Duc de Bassano, Laplace, who continued to be simply a man of science, and Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angélé, who died mad, spoke to the first consul of Monsieur de Fontaine and of his presence in Paris. "Present him to me," replied the first consul simply. Monsieur de Fontaine was presented to Bonaparte, who, recognizing his supple nature and the unctuous flattery of his eloquence, chose him to deliver the eulogy on Washington, and perhaps something of his own at the same time. Monsieur de Fontaine's address was too long to be reported here. All that we shall say about it is that it was precisely what Bonaparte desired. That evening there was a grand reception at the Luxembourg. During the ceremony, a rumour was spread that the first consul contemplated removing to the Tuileries. Persons who were either bold or curious ventured on a few words to Josephine. She, poor woman, who still saw before her the tumbrel and the scaffold of Marie Antoinette, had an instinctive horror of all that might connect her with royalty. She therefore hesitated to reply and referred all questions to her husband. Then another rumour began to be bruited around, which served as a counterpoise to the former. Murat, it was said, had asked the hand of Mademoiselle Caroline Bonaparte in marriage, but this marriage was not without its obstacles. Bonaparte had had a quarrel, lasting over a year, with the man who aspired to the honour of becoming his brother-in-law. The cause of this quarrel will seem rather strange to our readers. Murat, the lion of the army, Murat, whose courage had become proverbial, Murat, who might well have been taken by a sculptor as a model for a god of war, Murat, on one occasion, when he must have slept ill or breakfasted badly, had a moment of weakness. It happened before Mantua, in which city Wurmser, after the Battle of Rivoli, was forced to shut himself up with 28,000 men. General Miolis, with 4,000 only, was investing the place. During a sortie attempted by the Austrians, Murat, at the head of 500 men, received an order to charge 3,000. Murat charged but feebly. Bonaparte, whose aide-de-camp he then was so irritated that he would not suffer him to remain about him. This was a great blow to Murat, all the more because he was at that time desirous of becoming the general's brother-in-law. He was deeply in love with Caroline Bonaparte. How had that love come about? It can be told in 2 words. Perhaps those who read our book singly are surprised that we sometimes dwell on certain details which seem somewhat long drawn out for the book in which they appear. The fact is, we are not writing isolated books, but, as we have already said, we are filling or trying to fill an immense frame. To us, the presence of our characters is not limited to their appearances in one book. The man you meet in one book may be a king in a second volume, and exiled or shot in a third. Balzac did a great and noble work with 100 aspects, and he called it the Comédie Humaine. Our work began at the same time as his, although, be it understood, we do not praise it. It may fitly be called the Drama of France. Now let us return to Murat, and tell how this love, which had so glorious and possibly so fatal an influence on his destiny, came to him. In 1796, Murat was sent to Paris, charged with the duty of presenting to the Directory the flags and banners taken by the French army at the battles of Diego and Mondovi. During this voyage, he made the acquaintance of Madame Bonaparte and Madame Tallien. At Madame Bonaparte's house, he again met Mademoiselle Caroline Bonaparte. We say again, for that was not the first time he had met the woman who was to share the crown of Naples with him. They had met in Rome, at her brother's house, and, in spite of the rivalry of a young and handsome Roman prince, she had shown him a marked preference. The three women combined to obtain for him the rank of General of Brigade from the Directory. Murat returned to the army of Italy, more in love than ever, and in spite of his new rank, he solicited and obtained the favour of remaining with the General-in-Chief as aide-de-camp. Unhappily, the fatal sortie took place soon after, in consequence of which he fell in disgrace with Bonaparte. This disgrace had for a while all the characteristics of actual enmity. Bonaparte dismissed him from his service as aide-de-camp and transferred him to Niel's division, and then to that of Barraguer-Delière. The result was that when Bonaparte returned to Paris after the Treaty of Tolentino, Murat did not accompany him. This did not at all suit the female triumvirate who had taken the young general under its direction. The beautiful intriguers entered into the campaign, and as the expedition to Egypt was then preparing, they induced the Minister of War to send Murat with it. He embarked in the same ship as Bonaparte, namely the Orient, but the latter did not address a single word to him during the voyage. After they reached Alexandria, Murat was at first unable to break the icy barrier opposed to him by the general, who, more to put him at a distance from his own person than to give him an opportunity to distinguish himself, confronted him with Morabet. But during that campaign, Murat performed the prodigies of valour that he effaced, by such bravery, the memory of that momentary weakness. He charged so intrepidly, so madly at Aboukir that Bonaparte had not the heart to bear him further malice. Consequently, Murat had returned to France with Bonaparte. He had powerfully cooperated with him on the 18th and especially on the 19th Brumaire. He was therefore restored to full favour, and, as a proof of that favour, had received the command of the Consular Guard. He thought this the moment to declare his love, a love already well known to Josephine, who favoured it, for which he had two reasons. In the first place, she was a woman in the most charming acceptation of the word, that is to say, all the gentler passions of women were attractive to her. Joachim loved Caroline. Caroline loved Joachim. That was enough to make her wish to protect their love. Second place, Bonaparte's brothers detested Josephine. Josephine and Lucien were her bitterest enemies, and she was not sorry to make herself two ardent friends in Caroline and Murat. She therefore encouraged the latter to approach Bonaparte on the subject. 3 days before the ceremony we have just described, Murat had entered Bonaparte's study and, after endless hesitation and circumlocution, had proffered his request. It is probable that the love of the young pair was no news to Bonaparte, who, however, received it with stern gravity and contented himself with replying that he would think it over. The matter, in fact, required thinking over. Bonaparte came from a noble family. Murat was the son of an innkeeper. The alliance at such a moment might have great significance. Was the first consul, in spite of his noble birth, in spite of the exalted rank to which he had raised himself, not only sufficiently republican but also sufficiently democratic to mingle his blood with that of the common people? He did not reflect long. His strong good sense and his logical mind told him that he had every interest in allowing the marriage, and he gave his consent to it the same day. The double news of this marriage and of the removal of the Tuileries was launched on the public at the same time. The one was to counterpoise the other. The first consul was about to occupy the palace of the former kings, to sleep in the bed of the Bourbons, as they said at the time, but he gave his sister to the son of an innkeeper. And now, it may be asked, what dowry did the future Queen of Naples bring to the hero of Aboukir? 30,000 francs, and a diamond necklace which the first consul took from his wife, being too poor to buy one. Josephine, who was very fond of her necklace, pouted a little, but the gift thus obtained was a triumphant reply to those who claimed that Bonaparte had made a fortune in Italy. Besides, why had she taken the interest of the young couple so to heart? She had insisted on marrying them, and she ought to contribute to the dowry. The result of this clever combination was that on the day when the consuls left the Luxembourg for the palace of the government, escorted by the son of an innkeeper, soon to be Bonaparte's brother-in-law, it did not occur to those who saw the procession pass to do otherwise than admire and applaud. And, in truth, what could be more admirable and worthy of applause than those processions, which had at their head such men as Murat, Moreau, Junot, Duroc, Augereau, and Massana? A grand review had been ordered to take place the same day in the square of the Carrousel. Madame Bonaparte was to be present, not, to be sure, in the balcony of the clock tower, that being evidently too royal, but at the window of Lebrun's apartment in the pavilion of Flora. Bonaparte started at 1 o'clock precisely from the Luxembourg, escorted by 3,000 picked men, among them the splendid regiment of the Guides, created 3 years earlier as a bodyguard to Bonaparte during the Italian campaign, in consequence of a great danger he had escaped on one occasion. He was resting in a small chateau, after the exhaustion attendant upon the passage of the Municio, and was preparing to take a bath when a retreating Austrian detachment, losing its way, invaded the chateau, which had no other guard than the sentries. Bonaparte had barely time to escape in his shirt. A curious difficulty, which deserves to be recorded, arose on the morning of this removal, which took place on the 30th Pleuvoir, year 8. The generals, of course, had their horses and their ministers their carriages, but the other functionaries had not yet judged it expedient to go to such an expense. Carriages were therefore lacking. They were supplied from the hackney coach stands, and slips of paper of the same colour as the carriages were pasted over their numbers. The carriage of the first consul was harnessed with 6 white horses, but as the 3 consuls were in the same carriage, Bonaparte and Cambacérès on the front seat and Lebrun on the back, it was, after all, but 2 horses apiece. Besides, were not these 6 white horses given to the commander-in-chief by the Emperor Francis himself, after the treaty of the Campo Formio, a trophy in themselves? The carriage crossed a part of Paris, following the Rue de Thionville, the Quai Voltaire, and the Pont Royal. From the archway of the Carrousel to the great portal of the Tuileries, the consular guard lined the way. As Bonaparte passed through the archway, he raised his head and read the inscription it bore. That inscription was as follows: August 10th, 1792. Royalty is abolished in France and shall never rise again. An almost imperceptible smile flickered on the first consul's lips. At the door of the Tuileries, Bonaparte left the carriage and sprang into the saddle to review the troops. When he appeared on his war horse, the applause burst forth wildly on all sides. After the review was over, he placed himself in front of the clock tower, with Murat on his right, Lannes on his left, and the glorious staff of the army of Italy behind him. Then began the march past. And now it was that one of those inspirations came to him which engraved themselves forever on the hearts of the soldiers. As the flags of the 30th, 96th, and the 33rd demi-brigades were borne past him, and he saw that, of those banners, there remained but a stick and a few rags, riddled with balls and blackened with powder, he took his hat from his head and bowed. Then, when the march was over, he dismounted from his horse and, with a firm step, he walked up the grand stairway of the Valois and the Bourbon. That night, when he was alone with Bourrienne, the latter asked, "Well, General, are you satisfied?" "Yes," replied Bonaparte, dreamily. "Everything went off nicely, didn't it?" "Wonderfully well. I saw you standing near Madame Bonaparte at the ground floor window of the pavilion of Flora. I saw you too, General. You were reading the inscription on the arch of the Carrousel." "Yes," said Bonaparte, "August 10th, 1792. Royalty is abolished in France and shall never rise again." "Shall I have it removed?" asked Bourrienne. Useless, replied the first consul. It will fall of itself. Then, with a sigh, he added, Bourrienne, do you know whom I missed today? No, General. Roland. What the devil is he doing that he doesn't give me any news of himself? We are about to see what Roland was doing. Chapter 45. The Follower of Trails. The reader will not have forgotten the situation in which the escort of chasseurs found the Chambéry mail coach. The first thing they did was to look for the obstacle which prevented Roland from getting out. They found the padlock and wrenched off the door. Roland bounded from the coach like a tiger from its cage. We have said that the ground was covered with snow. Roland, hunter and soldier, had but one idea: to follow the trail of the companions of Jehu. He had seen them disappear in the direction of Toissy, but he believed they were not likely to continue in that direction because between them and the little town ran the Swan, and there were no bridges across the river between Belleville and Mâcon. He ordered the escort and the conductor to wait for him on the high road, and alone and on foot. Without even waiting to reload his pistols, he started on the tracks of Morgan and his companions. He was not mistaken. A mile from the high road, the fugitives had come to the river. There they had halted, probably deliberating, for the trampling of their horses' hoofs was plainly visible. Then they had separated into two troops, one going up the river to Mâcon and the other descending it in the direction of Belleville. This separation was doubtless intended to puzzle their pursuers, if they were pursued. Roland had heard the parting call of the leader. Tomorrow night, you know where. He had no doubt, therefore, that whichever trail he followed, whether up or down, if the snow did not melt too fast, would lead him to the rendezvous, where, either together or singly, the companions of Jehu were certain to assemble. He returned upon his own tracks, ordered the conductor to put on the boots thrown aside by the pretended postilion, mount the horse, and take the coach to the next relay, namely Belleville. The sergeant of chasseurs and 4 of his men, who knew how to write, were to accompany the conductor and sign his report of what had occurred. Roland forbade all mention of himself and where he had gone, lest the brigands should get word of his future plans. The rest of the escort were to carry back their colonel's body and make deposition on their own account, along the same lines as the conductor, to the authorities, and equally without mention of Roland. These orders given, the young man dismounted a chasseur and took his horse, selecting the one he thought most serviceable. Then he reloaded his pistols and put them in the holsters in place of the regulation weapons of the dismounted chasseur. Having done this and promised the conductor and the chasseurs a speedy vengeance, conditioned, however, on their keeping his present proceedings secret, he mounted the horse and rode off in the direction he had already investigated. When he reached the spot where the two troops had separated, he had to decide between the different trails. He chose that which descended the Saône toward Belleville. He had excellent reason for making this choice, although it might possibly take him out of his way for 6 or 8 miles. In the first place, he was nearer Belleville than Mâcon. Then he had spent 24 hours at Mâcon and might be recognized there. Whereas he had never stopped at Belleville longer than the time required to change horses when accident brought him there by post. The events we have just recorded had taken barely an hour to happen. 8 o'clock was striking from the church clock at Toissy when Roland started in pursuit of the fugitives. The way was plain. 5 or 6 horses had left their imprint on the snow. One of these horses had paced. Roland jumped the 2 or 3 brooks, which watered the space he had to cross to reach Belleville. 100 yards from the town he paused, for here the trail separated again. 2 of the 6 travellers had turned to the right, that is to say, they had struck away from the river. The 4 others, to the left, continuing on their way to Belleville. At the outskirts of the town, another secession had taken place. 3 of the riders had gone round the town, 1 had entered it. Roland followed the latter, sure that he could recover the traces of the others. The one who had entered the town and followed the main street had stopped at a pretty house between court and garden, number 67. He had rung and someone had let him in, for through the iron grating could be seen traces of footsteps, and beside them the tracks of a horse being led to the stable. It was quite evident that one, at least, of the companions of Jehu had stopped there. By going to the mayor of the town, exhibiting his authority, and asking for gendarmes, Roland could have arrested him at once. But that was not his object. He did not wish to arrest a solitary individual. He wanted to catch the whole company in a trap. He made a note in his mind of number 67 and continued on his way. He crossed the entire town and rode a few hundred paces beyond it without meeting any fresh traces. He was about to return when it occurred to him that if the tracks of the 3 riders appeared anywhere, it would be at the head of the bridge. And there, sure enough, he found the hoof prints of 3 horses, which were undoubtedly those he sought, for one of them paced. Roland galloped in pursuit. On reaching Monceau, same precaution. The riders had skirted the village, but Roland was too good a scout to trouble himself about that. He kept on his way, and at the other end of the Monceau, he recovered the fugitives' tracks. Not far from Châtillon, one of the 3 horses had left the high road, turning to the right toward a little chateau, standing on a hill a short distance from the road between Châtillon and Trevaux. This time, the 3 remaining riders, evidently believing they had done enough to mislead anyone who might be following, had kept straight on through Châtillon and taken the road to Neuville. The direction taken by the fugitives was eminently satisfactory to Roland. They were undoubtedly on their way to Bourg. If they had not intended to go there, they would have taken the road to Marlieu. Now Bourg was the headquarters Roland had himself chosen for the centre of his own operations. It was his own town, and he knew, with the minuteness of boyish knowledge, every bush, every ruin, every cavern in the neighbourhood. At Neuville, the riders had skirted the village. Roland did not trouble himself about a ruse, already known and thwarted, but on the other side he found but one trail. He could not be mistaken in that horse, however. It was the pacer. Certain of recovering the trail again, Roland retraced his steps. The 2 riders had separated at a road leading off to Vannes. One had taken that road, the other had skirted the village, which, as we have said, was on the road to Bourg. This was the one to follow. Besides, the gait of the horse made it easier, as it could not be confused with any other. Moreover, he was on his way to Bourg, and between Neuville and Bourg there was but one other village, that of Saint-Denis. For the rest, it was not probable that the solitary rider intended to go further than Bourg. Roland continued on his way with more eagerness than ever, convinced that he was nearing the end. In fact, the rider had not skirted Bourg, but had boldly entered the town. There, it seemed to Roland that the man had hesitated, unless his hesitation were at last ruse to hide his tracks. But after 10 minutes spent in following his devious tracks, Roland was sure of his facts. It was not trickery, but hesitation. The print of the man's steps came from a side street. The traveller and the pedestrian had conferred together for a moment, and then the former had evidently employed the latter as a guide. From that point on, the footsteps of a man went side by side with those of the horse. Both came to an end at the Hôtel de la Belle Alliance. Roland remembered that the horse wounded in the attack at Les Caronnières had been brought to this inn. In all probability there was some connivance between the innkeeper and the companion of Jehu. For the rest, in all probability the rider would stay there until the next evening. Roland felt by his own fatigue that the man he was following must need rest, and Roland, in order not to force his horse, and the better to reconnoitre his tracks he was following, had taken 6 hours to do 30 miles. 3 o'clock was striking from the truncated bell tower of Notre Dame. Roland debated what to do. Should he stop at some inn in the town? Impossible. He was too well known in Bourg. Besides, his horse with its cavalry saddle cloth would excite suspicion. It was one of the conditions of success that his presence at Bourg should remain unknown. He could hide at the Château de Noirfontaine and keep on the watch, but could he trust his servants? Michel and Jacques would hold their tongues. Roland was sure of them, but Charlotte, the jailer's daughter, she might gossip. However, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone was asleep, and the safest plan was certainly to put himself in communication with Michel. Michel would find some way of concealing his presence. To the deep regret of his horse, who had no doubt scented the stable, Roland wheeled about and rode off in the direction of Pondan. As he passed the church of Bru, he glanced at the barrack of the gendarmes, where, in all probability, they and their captain were sleeping the sleep of the righteous. Roland cut through the little strip of forest which jutted into the road. The snow deadened the sound of his horse's hoofs. Branching into the road from the other side, he saw two men slinking along in the ditch, carrying a deer slung by its forelegs to a sapling. He thought he recognized the cut of the two men, and he spurred his horse to overtake them. The men were on the watch. They turned, saw the rider, who was evidently making for them, flung the animal into the ditch, and made for the shelter of the forest of Seignan. "Hey, Michel!" cried Roland, more and more convinced that he had to do with his own gardener. Michel stopped short. The other man kept on his way across the fields. "Hey, Jacques!" shouted Roland. The other man stopped. If they were recognized, it was useless to fly. Besides, there was nothing hostile in the call. The voice was friendly rather than threatening. "Bless me," said Jacques. "It sounds like Monsieur Roland." "I do believe it is he," said Michel. And the two men, instead of continuing their flight, returned to the high road. Roland had not heard what the two poachers had said, but he had guessed. "Hey, the deuce, of course it is I," he shouted. A minute more and Michel and Jacques were beside him. The questions of father and son were a crossfire, and it must be owned that they had good reason for amazement. Roland, in civilian's dress, on a cavalry horse, at 3 in the morning, on the road from Bourg to the chateau. The young officer cut short all questions. "Silence, poachers," he said. "Put that deer behind me and be off at trot to the chateau. No one must know of my presence there, not even my sister." Roland spoke with military precision, and both men knew that when he gave an order there was no replying. They picked up the deer, put it behind his saddle, and followed the gentle trot of the horse at a run. There was less than a mile to do, and it took but 10 minutes. At a short distance from the chateau, Roland pulled up. The two men went forward as scouts to see if all were quiet. Satisfied on that point, they made the sign to Roland to advance. Roland came, dismounted, found the door of the lodge open, and entered. Michel took the horse to the stable and carried the deer to the kitchen, for Michel belonged to that honourable class of poachers who kill game for the pleasure of killing and not for the selfish interest of sale. There was no need for precaution, either for horse or deer, for Amélie took no more notice of what went on in the stable than of what they served her to eat. During this time, Jacques lighted the fire. When Michel returned, he brought the remains of a leg of mutton and some eggs for an omelette. Jacques made up a bed in the office. Roland warmed himself and ate his supper without saying a word. The two men looked at each other with astonishment that was not devoid of a certain degree of anxiety. A rumour of the expedition to Seignan had got about, and it was whispered that Roland had led it. Apparently he had returned for another similar expedition. When Roland had finished his supper, he looked up and saw Michel. "Ah, so there you are," he exclaimed. "I am waiting for Monsieur's orders." "Here they are. Listen carefully. I'm all ears. It's a question of life and death, or more than that, of my honour. Speak, Monsieur Roland." Roland pulled out his watch. "It is now 5 o'clock. When the inn of the Belle Alliance opens, be there, as if you were just sauntering by, then stop a minute to chat with whomever opens it. That will probably be Pierre. Pierre or another. Find out from him who the traveller is who arrived last night on a pacing horse. You know what pacing is, don't you? The deuce, you mean a horse that goes like a bear, both feet forward at the same time? Bravo! You can also find out whether the traveller is leaving this morning, or whether he proposes to spend the day at the hotel, can't you? Of course I can find that out. Well, when you have found all that out, come and tell me, but remember, not a word about my being here. If anyone asks about me, say that they had a letter from me yesterday and that I was in Paris with the first consul. That's understood." Michel departed. Roland went to bed and to sleep, leaving Jacques to guard the building. When Roland awoke, Michel had returned. He had found out all that his master desired to know. The horseman who had arrived in the night was to leave the next morning, and on the traveller's register, which every innkeeper was obliged by law to keep in those days, was entered Saturday 30th Pleuvoir, 10 at night, the citizen Valençol from Lyon going to Geneva. Thus the alibi was prepared, for the register would prove that the citizen Valençol had arrived at 10 o'clock, and it was impossible that he could have assisted in robbing the mail coach near the Maison Blanche at 8:30, and yet have reached the Hôtel de la Belle Alliance at 10. But what impressed Roland the most was that the man he had followed through the night, and whose name and retreat he had just discovered, was none other than the second of Alfred de Barjol, whom he himself had killed in a duel near the fountain of Vaucluse, and that the second was, in all probability, the man who had played the part of ghost at the Chartreuse of Seyon. So then, the companions of Jehu were not mere thieves, but, on the contrary, as rumour said, gentlemen of good family, who, while the noble Bretons were laying down their lives for the royalist cause in the west, were, here in the east, braving the scaffold to send to the combatants the money they took from the government. Chapter 46. An Inspiration. We have seen that during the pursuit of the preceding night, Roland could have arrested one or two of the men he was pursuing. He could now do the same with Monsieur de Valençol, who was probably, like Roland himself, taking a day's rest after a night of great fatigue. To do it, he had only to write a line to the captain of gendarmes, or to the colonel of dragoons, who had assisted him during that ineffectual search at Seyon. Their honour was concerned in the affair. They could instantly surprise Monsieur de Valençol in bed, and at the cost of 2 pistol shots, 2 men killed or wounded, he would be taken. But Monsieur de Valençol's arrest would give warning to the rest of the band, who would instantly put themselves in safety beyond the frontier. It was better, therefore, to keep to this first idea, to go slowly, to follow the different trails which must converge to one centre, and, at the risk of a general engagement, throw a net over the whole company. To do that, Monsieur de Valençol must not be arrested. It was better to follow him on his pretended journey to Geneva, which was probably but a blind to foil investigation. It was therefore agreed that Roland, whose disguise, however good, was liable to be penetrated, should remain at the lodge, and Michel and Jacques should head off the game. In all probabilities, Monsieur de Valençol would not set out from the inn before nightfall. Roland made inquiries of Michel about the life his sister had led since her mother's departure. He learned that she had never once left the grounds during that time. Her habits were still the same, except for the walks and visits she had made with Madame de Montrevel. She rose at 7 or 8 in the morning, sketched or practiced her music till breakfast, and afterward read or employed herself at some kind of embroidery, or took advantage of the sunshine to go out with Charlotte to the river. Sometimes she bade Michel unfasten the little boat, and then, well wrapped in furs, would row up the Ressus as far as Montagnac or down to Saint-Just. During these trips she spoke to no one. Then she dined. After dinner, she retired to her bedroom and did not appear again. By 6:30, therefore, Michel and Jacques could decamp without arousing any suspicion as to their whereabout, and accordingly, at that hour, they took their blouses, game bags, and guns, and started. Roland had given them their instructions. They were to follow the pacing horse until they had ascertained his destination, or until they had lost all trace of him. Michel was to lie in wait opposite the inn of the Belle Alliance. Jacques was to station himself outside the Bourg, just where the main road divides into 3 branches, one going to Saint-Amour, another to Saint-Claude, and the third to Nantua. This last was at the same time the high road to Geneva. It was evident that unless Monsieur de Valençol returned upon his steps, which was not probable, he would take one or another of these 3 roads. The father started in one direction, the son in another. Michel went toward the town by the road to Pondin, passing the church of Brou. Jacques crossed the Ressus, followed the right bank of the little river, and found himself, after walking a few hundred yards beyond the town, at the sharp angle made by the parting of the 3 roads. Father and son reached their separate posts at about the same time. At this particular moment, that is to say, about 7 o'clock, the stillness and solitude surrounding the Château de Noirfontaine was broken by the arrival of a post-chaise, which stopped before the iron gate. A servant in livery got off the box and pulled the chain of the bell. It was Michel's business to open the gate, but Michel was away, as we know. Amélie and Charlotte probably counted on him, for the bell was rung 3 times before anyone answered it. At last, the maid appeared at the head of the stairs, calling Michel. Michel made no reply. Finally, protected by the locked gates, Charlotte ventured to approach them. In spite of the obscurity, she recognized the servant. "Huh, it is you, Monsieur James," she cried, somewhat reassured. James was Sir John's confidential valet. "Yes, mademoiselle, it is I, or rather, it is Sir John." The carriage door opened at this moment, and his master's voice was heard saying, "Mademoiselle Charlotte, will you tell your mistress that I have just arrived from Paris, that I have called to leave my card and to ask permission not to be received this evening, but to be allowed to call tomorrow, if she will grant me that favour. Ask her at what hour I shall least inconvenience her." Mademoiselle Charlotte had a high opinion of Sir John. Consequently, she acquitted herself of the commission with the utmost alacrity. 5 minutes later, she returned to announce that Sir John would be received the next day between 12 and 1 o'clock. Roland knew what the Englishman had come for. In his mind, the marriage was an accomplished fact, and he regarded Sir John already as his brother-in-law. He hesitated a moment as to whether he should or should not make himself known to Sir John and tell his friend about his projects, but he reflected that Sir John was not a man to let him work them out alone. He, too, had a revenge to take on the companions of Jehu. He would certainly insist on taking part in the expedition, whatever it was. And that expedition, however it might result, was certain to be dangerous, and another disaster might befall him. Roland's luck, as Roland knew well, did not extend to his friends. Sir John, grievously wounded, had barely escaped with his life, and the colonel of dragoons had been killed outright. He therefore allowed Sir John to drive away without giving any sign of his own proximity. As for Charlotte, she did not seem in the least surprised that Michel was not there to open the gate. Evidently they were accustomed to his absences, and they did not disturb either the mistress or the maid. For the rest, Roland knew his sister well enough to understand this indifference. Amélie, feeble under a moral suffering wholly unsuspected by Roland, who attributed to simple nervous crises the fluctuations of his sister's character, Amélie was strong and brave before real danger. That was no doubt why she felt no fear about remaining with Charlotte alone in the lonely house, without other protection than that afforded by the 2 gardeners, who spent their nights in poaching. As for ourselves, we know that Michel and his son did really serve their mistress's desire more in absenting themselves thus frequently from the chateau than in staying near it. Their absence left the coast clear for Morgan, and that was all Amélie really cared about. That evening and part of the night went by without bringing Roland any news. He tried to sleep, but succeeded ill. He fancied every minute that he heard someone at the door. The day was just beginning to glimmer through the shutters when the door did actually open. Michel and Jacques were returning, and this is what had happened to them. They had each gone to his post, Michel at the inn door, Jacques to the junction of the roads. 20 paces from the door, Michel had met Pierre, and 3 words sufficed to show him that Monsieur de Valençol was still at the inn. The latter had announced that, as he had a long journey before him, he would let his horse rest and would not start until nightfall. Pierre did not doubt that he was going to Geneva, as he said. Michel proposed a glass of wine to Pierre. Pierre accepted. After that, Michel was sure of being warned of any change. Pierre was the hostler, and nothing could be done in the stable without his knowledge. A lad attached to the inn promised to convey the news to Michel, in return for which Michel gave him 3 charges of powder with which to make firecrackers. At midnight, the traveller had not yet started. They had drunk 4 bottles of wine, but Michel had partaken sparingly of them. He had found means to pour 3 of the 4 bottles into Pierre's glass, where they did not long remain. At midnight, the wine shop closed, and Michel having nowhere to go for the 4 hours that still remained until daybreak, Pierre offered him a bed of straw in the stable. Michel accepted. The two friends went back arm in arm. Pierre staggering, Michel pretended to stagger. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the servant of the hotel awakened Michel. The traveller wanted his horse. Michel, pretending that he must be off to see to his game, also rose. His toilette was not long in making. He had only to shake the straw from his hair, game bag and blouse, after which he took leave of his friend Pierre and hid himself at the corner of the street. 15 minutes later, the gate opened and a man rode out on a pacing horse. It was Monsieur de Valensole. He took the streets that led to the Geneva road. Michel followed without concealment, whistling a hunting air. Only, as Michel could not run for fear of attracting the rider's notice, he lost sight of him before long. But Jacques was there, thought he, waiting at the fork of the roads. Yes, Jacques had been there, but he had been there for over 6 hours of a winter's night, in 5 degrees of cold. Had he the courage to stand 6 hours in the snow and kick his soles against a tree? Thus thinking, Michel took a shortcut through the streets and lanes, running at full speed, but horse and rider, in spite of his haste, had gone faster than he. He reached the fork of the roads. All was silent and solitary. The snow, trampled the day before, a Sunday, no longer showed distinct tracks. The steps of the horse were lost in the mud of the road, nor did he waste further time in vain searching. He wondered what had become of Jacques, but his poacher's eye soon told him. Jacques had stood on the watch at the foot of a tree. For how long? It was difficult to say, but long enough to become very cold. The snow was well beaten down by his heavy hunting boots. He had evidently tried to keep warm by walking up and down. Then suddenly, he must have remembered a little mud hut on the other side of the road, such as the road menders build as a shelter against the rain. He had gone down the ditch and crossed the road. His trail, lost for a moment in the center of the road, was visible on the snow at either side. This trail formed a diagonal line, making straight for the hut. It was evidently in the hut that Jacques had passed the night. But when had he left it? And why had he left it? The first question was unanswerable, but to the most inexperienced scout, the second was plain enough. He had left it to follow Monsieur de Valensole. The same footsteps that had approached the hut were to be seen going, as they left it, in the direction of Césaria. The traveller had really taken the road to Geneva. Jacques' footsteps showed it plainly. The stride was long, like that of a man running, and he had followed the road behind the trees, evidently to conceal himself from the rider. At a wretched tavern, one of those with the legend inscribed over its door, "Here we give food and drink, equestrian and pedestrian lodgings," the trail stopped. It was clear that the rider had stopped before this inn, for Jacques had also paused behind a tree some 20 feet distant, where the snow was trampled. Then, probably after the gate had closed on horse and rider, Jacques had left his tree, crossed the road, this time with hesitation, his short steps leading not to the door, but to the window. Michel put his own feet in his son's footprints and reached the window. Through the chinks in the shutter, the interior, when lighted, could be seen, but now all was dark and Michel could see nothing. But Jacques had certainly looked through the window. No doubt it was then lighted, and he had been able to see something. Where had he gone on leaving the window? Round the house, close to the wall. This excursion was easy to follow. The snow was virgin. As for his purpose in going round the house, that was not difficult to make out. Jacques, like a lad of sense, had concluded that the traveller had not left a good hotel, saying that he was going to Geneva to put up at a miserable tavern a mile from the town. He must have ridden through the yard and gone out by some other exit. Jacques had therefore skirted the house in the hope of recovering the trail, if not the horse, at least of the rider, on the other side. Sure enough, from a small gate in the rear, opening toward the forest that extends from Cortez to Césaria, footsteps could be seen advancing in a straight line to the edge of the woods. They were those of a man elegantly shod, wearing spurs on his heels, for the spurs had left their marks upon the snow. Jacques had not hesitated to follow these marks. The track of his heavy shoes could be seen near the prints of the delicate boot, the large foot of the peasant near the slender foot of the city man. It was now 5 o'clock. Day was breaking, and Michel resolved to go no further. Jacques was on the trail, and the young poacher was worth as much as the old one. Michel circled the open as if he were returning from Césariat, resolving to enter the inn and wait for Jacques' return, certain that his son would know he had followed him and had stopped short at this isolated house. Michel knocked on the window shutter and was soon admitted. He knew the landlord, who was well accustomed to his nocturnal habits, asked for a bottle, complaining bitterly of his poor luck, and asked permission to wait for his son, who was in the woods on the other side and who, he hoped, had been more successful in tracking the game. It goes without saying that this permission was readily recorded. Michel opened the window shutters in order to look out on the road. It was not long before someone knocked on the glass. It was Jacques. His father called him. Jacques had been as unfortunate as his father. No game, and he was frozen. An armful of wood was thrown on the arm fire, and a second bottle of wine was brought. Jacques warmed himself and drank. Then it was necessary that the two poachers should be back at the chateau before daylight. That their absence might not be noticed, Michel paid for the wine and the wood, and the pair departed. Neither had said one word before the landlord of the subject that filled their minds. He was not to suspect that they were on other trail than that of game. But no sooner were they outside of the house than Michel drew close to his son. Jacques recounted how he had followed the tracks until they had reached the crossroad in the forest. There, a man, armed with a gun, had suddenly appeared and asked him what he was doing in the forest at that hour. Jacques replied that he was watching for game. "Then go further," said the man. "Don't you see that this place is taken?" Jacques admitted the justice of this claim and went on about 100 rods further, but just as he was slanting to the left to return to the crossroad, another man, armed like the first, had suddenly started up with the same inopportune question. Jacques gave him the same answer, watching for game. The man had then pointed to the edge of the wood, saying in a threatening manner, "If I have any advice to give you, my young friend, it is to go over there. It will be safer for you than here." Jacques had taken this advice, or at least had pretended to take it, for as soon as he had reached the edge of the woods, he had crept along in the ditch until, convinced that it would be impossible to recover Monsieur de Valençon's track, he had struck into the open and returned by fields and the high road to the tavern, where he hoped to, and in fact did, find his father. They reached the Chateau de Noirfontaine, as we have seen, just as day was breaking. All that we have related was repeated to Roland with a multiplicity of detail which we must omit, and convinced the young officer that the two armed men who had warned off Jacques were not poachers as they seemed, but companions of Jehu. But where was their haunt located? There was no deserted convent, no ruin in that direction. Suddenly Roland clapped his hand to his head. "Idiot that I am," he cried. "Why did I never think of that?" A smile of triumph crossed his lips, and addressing the two men who were mortified at having brought him no more definite news, he cried, "My lads, I know all I want to know. Go to bed and sleep sound. My word, you deserve to." He himself, setting the example, slept like a man whose brain had solved a problem of the utmost importance which has long harassed it. The thought had just flashed through his mind that the companions of Jehu had abandoned the chartreuse of Seyon for the grottos of Césariat, and at the same time he recalled the subterranean passage leading from these grottos to the church of Bro. Chapter 47. A Reconnaissance. That same day, Sir John, making use of the permission accorded him the night before, presented himself at the Chateau de Noirfontaine between 12 and 1 o'clock. Everything occurred as Morgan had advised. Sir John was received as the friend of the family, Lord Tanley as a suitor whose attentions were most flattering. Amelie made no opposition to the wishes of her mother and brother, and to the commands of the First Consul, further than to dwell on the state of her health and to ask for delay on that account. Sir John bowed and submitted. He had obtained more than he had hoped to obtain. He was accepted. He felt that his presence in Bourg, if prolonged, would be an impropriety. Amélie, being still on the plea of ill health, parted from her mother and brother. He therefore announced that he would pay her a second visit on the morrow and leave Bourg that same evening. He would delay further visits until Amélie came to Paris or until Madame de Montrevel returned to Bourg. The latter arrangement was the more probable of the two, for Amélie assured him she needed the country air and the spring-like weather to assist her in recovering her health. Thanks to Sir John's considerate delicacy, the plan arranged between Amélie and Morgan was thus carried out, and the two lovers had before them a period of solitude and a respite in which to form their plans. Michel learned these details from Charlotte and imparted them in turn to Roland. The latter determined to await Sir John's departure before he took any decisive steps against the companions of Jehu, but this did not prevent him from endeavouring to set at rest any remaining doubts. When night came, he put on a hunting suit, and over it Michel's blouse, concealed his face beneath a broad-brimmed hat, slipped a pair of pistols in his knife belt, hidden by the blouse, and boldly took the road from Noirfontaine to Bourg. He stopped at the barracks of the gendarmerie and asked to see the captain. The captain was in his room. Roland went up and made himself known. Then, as it was only 8 o'clock and someone passing might recognize him, he blew out the light, and the two men talked in the dark. The captain knew already what had happened on the Lyon road 3 days earlier, and, certain that Roland was not killed, was expecting him. To his great astonishment, Roland asked him for only one, or rather for two things: the key of the church of Bourg and a crowbar. The captain gave him the required articles and offered to accompany him, but Roland refused. It was evident to his mind that he had been betrayed by someone connected with the affair of the Maison Blanche, and he would not expose himself to a second defeat. He therefore begged the captain to tell no one of his presence in Bourg, and to await his return even if it were delayed some hours. The captain agreed. Roland, the key in his right hand, the crowbar in his left, reached the side door of the church without making any noise. This he unlocked, entered, relocked it behind him, and found himself facing a wall of hay. He listened. The most profound silence reigned. He remembered his boyish habits, took his bearings, put the key in his pocket, and scrambled up the wall of hay, which was about 15 feet high and formed a sort of platform. When he reached the top, he slid down on the other side, as though he were descending the scarp of a fortification, and reached the flooring of the church, which was almost wholly composed of mortuary stones. The choir was empty, thanks to a rude screen which protected it on one side, and also to the walls which enclosed it to right and left. The door of the screen was open, and Roland entered the choir without difficulty. He came face to face with the monument of Philippe le Beau. At the head of the tomb was a large square flagstone. It covered the steps which led to the burial vaults. Roland must have known the way, for as soon as he reached the stone, he knelt down and felt with his hand for the edge of it. When he found it, he stood up, inserted his lever, and raised the slab. With one hand he held it up while he went down the steps. Then he lowered it slowly. It seemed as though this nocturnal visitor were voluntarily separating himself from the land of the living and descending into the world of the dead. And strange indeed to him who sees by night as by day, on the earth and beneath it, must the impassibility of this young man have seemed, who passed among the dead in search of the living, and who, in spite of darkness and solitude, did not shudder at the touch of mortuary marbles. He walked on, feeling his way among the tombs, until he came to the iron gate leading to the subterranean passage. He looked for the lock. It was only bolted. He inserted the end of his lever between the bolt and the staple and pushed it gently. The gate opened. He drew it close after him, but did not lock it, so as to avoid delay on his return. The crowbar he left at the corner of the gate. Then, with straining ears, dilated pupils, every sense tense with this effort to hear, the need to breathe, the impossibility of seeing, he advanced slowly, a pistol in one hand, touching the wall with the other to guide himself. He walked thus for 15 minutes. A few drops of ice-cold water fell through the roof on his hands and shoulders and told him he was passing under the river. At the end of this time, he found a door which opened from the passage into the quarry. There he halted a moment. He could now breathe more freely, and moreover, he fancied that he heard distant sounds and could see flickering lights like will-o'-the-wisps on the pillars that supported the roof. An observer might have thought, not distinguishing the face of the silent listener, that he showed hesitation, but the moment his countenance was seen, no one could have mistaken its expression of hope. He then resumed his way, heading toward the light he thought he had seen. As he advanced, the lights and the noises grew more distinct. It was evident that the quarry was inhabited. By whom? He did not yet know, but he would know. He was already within 10 feet of that open clearing in the midst of the granite walls which we described in our first visit to the grotto of Cesariat. Roland clung closely to the wall and moved forward almost imperceptibly. In the dim half-light, he looked like a gliding bas-relief. At last his head passed beyond an angle of the wall and his glance rested upon what we may call the camp of the companions of Jehu. A dozen or more of the members sat there at supper. Roland was seized with a wild desire to precipitate himself into their midst, attacking them singly and fighting until he died. But he repressed the insensate thought, withdrew his head slowly as he had advanced it, and, with beaming eyes and heart full of joy, returned, unseen and unsuspected, along the way he had come. Everything was now explained: the deserted chartreuse, Monsieur de Valençon's disappearance, and the counterfeit poachers near the entrance of the grotto of Cesariat. This time he was sure of his vengeance. His deadly, terrible vengeance, deadly because, in like manner as he had been spared, he suspected intentionally he meant to spare others, with this difference that, whereas he had been spared for life, he would order these men spared for death, death on the scaffold. Halfway back, he thought he heard a noise behind him. He turned and was certain he saw a gleam of light. He quickened his steps. The gate once passed, there was no danger of losing his way. It was no longer a quarry with 1,000 windings. It was a straight and narrow vaulted passage leading to the mortuary grating. At the end of 10 minutes, he again passed under the river. A couple of minutes later, his outstretched hand touched the iron gate. He took the crowbar from the place where he had left it, entered the vault, pulled to the gate, closed it gently and noiselessly, and, guiding himself by the tombs, he regained the staircase, pushed up the flagstone with his head, and stood once more in the land of the living. There was a comparative daylight. He left the choir, closed the door of the screen as he had found it, scaled the hay, crossed the platform, and slid down the other side. The key was still in his pocket. He unlocked the door and stepped out into the street. The captain of the gendarmerie was anxiously awaiting him. They conferred together for a few moments, and then they returned to Bourg by the outer road to avoid being seen. Here they entered the town through the market gate and followed the Rue de la Révolution, the Rue de la Liberté, and the Rue d'Espagne, since called the Rue Simoneau. There, Roland ensconced himself in a corner of the Rue de Greffe and waited. The captain continued on his way alone. This was where the colonel of dragoons lived. He had just gone to bed when the captain of the gendarmerie entered his room. In 2 words, the latter told all, and he rose at once and dressed in haste. When the colonel of dragoons and the captain of gendarmerie appeared in the square, a shadow detached itself from the opposite wall and came up to them. That shadow was Roland. The 3 men stood talking for about 10 minutes, Roland giving his orders, the other 2 listening and approving. Then they separated. The colonel returned home. Roland and the captain followed the Rue de l'Étoile, climbed the steps of the Jacobins, passed down the Rue du Bonneuf, and reached the outer road once more. Then they struck diagonally across to the high road of Pont d'Arne. The captain stopped at the barracks, which were on the way, and Roland continued alone to the chateau. 20 minutes later, in order not to awaken Amélie, instead of ringing the bell, he knocked on Michel's window blind. Michel opened, and with one bound, Roland, devoured by that fever which took possession of him whenever he incurred or merely dreamed of some danger, sprang into the room. He would not have awakened Amélie had he rung, for Amélie was not asleep. Charlotte had been into town, ostensibly to see her father, but really to take a letter from her mistress to Morgan. She had seen Morgan and brought back his answer. Amelie was reading that answer, which was as follows. Dear love of mine, yes, all goes well on your side, for you are an angel, but I greatly fear that all may go ill on mine, for I am a demon. I must see you, I must hold you in my arms and press you to my heart. I know not what presentiment hangs over me, but I am sad, sad as death. Send Charlotte tomorrow to make sure that Sir John is gone, and then, if you are certain, make the accustomed signal. Do not be alarmed, do not talk to me of the snow, or tell me that my footsteps will be seen. This time, it is not I who will go to you, but you must come to me. Do you understand? You can safely walk in the park, and no one will notice your footsteps. Put on your warmest shawl and your thickest furs. Then, we will spend an hour in the boat under the willows together, and change our roles for once. Usually I tell you of my hopes, and you tell me of your fears. But tomorrow, you will tell me of your hopes, and I will tell you of my fears, my darling Amelie. Only be sure to come out as soon as you have made the signal. I will await it at Montagnac, and from Montagnac to the Rezus it will not take a love like mine 5 minutes to reach you. Au revoir, my poor Amelie. Had you never met me, you would have been the happiest of the happy. Fatality placed me in your path, and I have made a martyr of you. Your Charles. P.S. Tomorrow, without fail, unless some insurmountable obstacle prevents. Chapter 48, in which Morgan's presentiments are verified. It often happens that the skies are never so calm or so serene as before a storm. The day was beautiful and still, one of those glorious days of February when, in spite of the tingling cold of the atmosphere, in spite of a winding sheet of snow covering the earth, the sun smiles down upon mankind with a promise of spring. Sir John came at noon to make his farewell visit to Amelie. He had, or thought he had, her promise, and that satisfied him. His impatience was altogether personal, but Amelie, in accepting his suit, even though she relegated the period of her marriage to the vaguest possible future, had crowned his hopes. He trusted to the first consul and to Roland's friendship for the rest. He therefore returned to Paris to do much of his courting with Madame de Montrevel, not being able to remain at Bourg and carry it on with Amelie. A quarter of an hour after he had left the Château de Noirfontaine, Charlotte was also on her way to Bourg. At 4 o'clock she returned, bringing word that she had seen Sir John with her own eyes getting into his travelling carriage and that he had taken the road to Mâcon. Amelie could therefore feel perfectly at ease on that score. She breathed freer. She had tried to inspire Morgan with a peace of mind which she herself did not share. Since the day that Charlotte had brought back the news of Roland's presence at Bourg, she had had a presentiment, like that of Morgan himself, that they were approaching some terrible crisis. She knew all that had happened at the Chartreuse of Seyon. She foresaw the struggle between her brother and her lover, and with her mind at rest about her brother, thanks to Morgan's protection, she, knowing Roland's character, trembled for her lover's life. Moreover, she had heard of the stoppage of the Chambéry mail coach and the death of the colonel of Chasseurs. She also knew that her brother had escaped, but that he had disappeared since that time. She had received no letter from him herself. This disappearance and silence to her, who knew her brother so well, was even worse than open and declared war. As for Morgan, she had not seen him since the scene we have narrated, when she promised to send him arms wherever he might be, in case he were condemned to death. Amelie therefore awaited this interview, for which Morgan had asked, with as much impatience as he who had asked it. As soon as she thought Michel and his son were in bed, she lighted the 4 windows with the candles which were to summon Morgan to her. Then, following her lover's injunctions, she wrapped herself in a cashmere shawl which Roland had brought her from the battlefield of the Pyramids, and which he had unwound from the head of a chieftain whom he had killed. Over this she flung a fur mantle, left Charlotte behind to keep her informed in case of eventualities which she trusted would not be forthcoming, opened the park gate and hastened toward the river. During the day, she had gone to the Rezus and back several times to trace a line of footsteps among which the nocturnal ones would not be noticed. She now descended, if not tranquilly, at least boldly, the slope leading to the river. Once there, she looked about her for the boat beneath the willows. A man was waiting in it. Morgan. With 2 strokes of the oar, he reached a spot where Amelie could come to him. The young girl sprang down and he caught her in his arms. The first thing the young girl noticed was the joyous radiance which illuminated, if we may say so, the face of her lover. "Oh," she cried, "you have something nice to tell me." "What makes you think so, dearest?" asked Morgan, with his tenderest smile. "There is something in your face, my darling Charles, something more than the mere happiness of seeing me." "You are right," said Morgan, throwing the boat chain around a willow and letting the oars float idly beside the boat. Then, taking Amelie in his arms, he said, "You were right, my Amelie. Oh, blind, weak beings! It is at that very moment that happiness knocks at our door that we despair and doubt." "Oh, speak, speak," said Amelie. "Tell me what has happened. Do you remember, my Amelie, how you answered me the last time we met, when I asked you to fly and spoke to you of your probable repugnance to this step?" "Yes, I remember, Charles. I said that I was yours and that, though I felt that repugnance, I would conquer it for your sake. And I replied that I had engagements which would prevent my leaving the country, that I was bound to others and they to me, that our duty was to one man, and to whom we owed absolute obedience, the future King of France, Louis the 18th. "Yes, you told me that. Well, we are now released from our pledges, Amelie, not only by the King, but by our General, George Cadoudal." "Oh, my friend, then you will be as other men, only above all others." "I shall become a simple exile, Amelie. There is no hope of our being included in the Breton or Vendéan amnesty." "Why not?" "We are not soldiers, my darling child. We are not even rebels. We are companions of Jehu." Amelie sighed. "We are bandits, brigands, highwaymen," said Morgan, dwelling on the words with evident intention. "Hush," said Amelie, laying her hand on her lover's lips. "Hush, don't let us speak of that. Tell me how it is that your king has released you, and your general also." "The first consul wished to see Cadoudal. In the first place, he sent your brother to him with certain proposals. Cadoudal refused to come to terms, but, like ourselves, he received orders from Louis XVIII to cease hostilities. Coincident with that order came another message from the first consul to Cadoudal. It was a safeguard of the Vendéan general and an invitation to come to Paris, an overture from one power to another power. Cadoudal accepted and is now on his way to Paris. If it is not peace, it is at least a truce." "Oh, what joy, my Charles!" "Don't rejoice too much, my love. Why not?" "Do you know why they have issued this order to suspend hostilities?" "No, because Monsieur Fauchet is a long-headed man. He realized that, since he could not defeat us, he must dishonor us. He has organized false companies of Jehu, which he has set loose in Maine and Anjou, who don't stop at the government money, but pillage and rob travelers and invade the chateaux and farms by night, and roast the feet of the owners to make them tell where their treasure is hidden. Well, these men, these bandits, these roasters, have taken our name and claim to be fighting for the same principles, so that Monsieur Fauchet and his police declare that we are not only beyond the pale of the law, but beyond that of honor." "Oh!" "That is what I wish to tell you before I ask you to fly with me, my Amelie. In the eyes of France, in the eyes of foreigners, even in the eyes of the prince we have served, and for whom we have risked the scaffold, we shall be hereafter, and probably are now, dishonored men worthy of the scaffold. Yes, but to me you are my Charles, the man of devoted convictions, the firm royalist, continuing to struggle for a cause when other men have abandoned it. To me you are the loyal Baron de Saint-Hermine, or, if you like it better, you are to me the noble, courageous, invincible Morgan." "Ah, that is what I long to hear, my darling. If you feel thus, you will not hesitate, in spite of the cloud of infamy that hangs over our honor. You will not hesitate. I will not say to give yourself to me, for that you have already done, but to become my wife." "Hesitate? No, not for an instant, not for a second. To do it is the joy of my soul, the happiness of my life. Your wife? I am your wife in the sight of God, and God will have granted my every prayer on the day that he enables me to be your wife before men." Morgan fell on his knees. "Then," he said, here at your feet, with clasped hands and my whole heart supplicating, I say to you, Amelie, will you fly with me? Will you leave France with me? Will you be my wife in other lands? Amelie sprang erect and clasped her head in her hands, as though her brain were bursting with the force of the blood that rushed to it. Morgan caught both her hands and looked at her anxiously. Do you hesitate? He asked in a broken, trembling voice. No, not an instant, she cried resolutely. I am yours in the past, in the present, in the future, here, everywhere. Only the thought convulses me. It is so unexpected. Reflect well, Amelie. What I ask of you is to abandon country and family, all that is dear to you, all that is sacred. If you follow me, you leave your home where you were born. The mother who nurtured you, the brother who loves you, and who, perhaps, when he hears that you are the wife of a brigand, will hate you. He will certainly despise you. As he spoke, Morgan's eyes were anxiously questioning Amelie's face. Over that face a tender smile stole gradually, and then it turned from heaven to earth, and bent upon Morgan, who was still on his knees before her. Oh, Charles, she murmured, in a voice as soft as the clear limpid river flowing at her feet. The love that comes direct from the divine is very powerful indeed, since, in spite of those dreadful words you have just uttered, I say to you without hesitation, almost without regret, Charles, I am here. Charles, I am yours. Where shall we go? Amelie, our fate is not one to discuss. If we go, if you follow me, it must be at once. Tomorrow we must be beyond the frontier. How do we go? I have 2 horses, ready saddled at Montagnac, one for you, Amelie, and one for me. I have letters of credit for 200,000 francs on London and Vienna. We will go wherever you prefer. Wherever you are, Charles, what difference does it make so long as you are there? Then come. Can I have 5 minutes, Charles? Is that too much? Where are you going? To say goodbye to many things, to fetch your precious letters and the ivory chaplet used at my first communion. Oh, there are many sacred, cherished souvenirs of my childhood, which will remind me over there of my mother of France. I will fetch them and return. Amelie, what is it? I cannot leave you. If I part with you an instant now, I feel that I shall lose you forever. Amelie, let me go with you. Yes, come. What matter if they see your footsteps now? We shall be enough away tomorrow. Come. The young man sprang from the boat and gave his hand to Amelie to help her out. Then he folded his arms about her, and they walked to the house. On the portico, Charles stopped. Go on alone, said he. Memory is a chaste thing. I know that, and I will not embarrass you by my presence. I will wait here and watch for you. So long as I know you are close by me, I do not fear to lose you. Go, dear, and come back quickly. Amelie answered with a kiss. Then she ran hastily up to her room, took the little coffer of carved oak, clamped with iron, her treasury, which contained her lover's letter, from first to last, unfastened from the mirror above her head, the white and virginal chaplet that hung there, put into her belt a watch her father had given her, and passed into her mother's bedchamber. There she stopped and kissed the pillow where her mother's head had lain, knelt before the Christ at the foot of the bed, began a thanksgiving she dared not finish, changed it into a prayer, and then suddenly stopped. She fancied she heard Charles calling her. She listened and heard her name a second time, uttered in a tone of agony she could not understand. She quivered, sprang to her feet, and ran rapidly down the stairs. What is it? Cried Amelie, seizing the young man's hand. Listen, listen, said he. Amelie strained her ears to catch the sound, which seemed to her like musketry. It came from the direction of Cesariat. Oh, cried Morgan, I was right in doubting my happiness to the last. My friends are attacked. Adieu, Amelie, adieu. Adieu, cried Amelie, turning pale. What, will you leave me? The sound of the firing grew more distinct. Don't you hear them? They are fighting, and I am not there to fight with them. Daughter and sister of a soldier, Amelie understood him, and she made no resistance. Go, she said, letting her hands drop beside her. You are right, we are lost. The young man uttered a cry of rage, caught her to his breast, and pressed her to him as though he would smother her. Then, bounding from the portico, he rushed in the direction of the firing with the speed of a deer pursued by hunters. I come, my friends, he cried, and he disappeared like a shadow beneath the tall trees of the park. Amelie fell upon her knees, Her hand stretched towards him without the strength to recall him, or if she did so, it was in so faint a voice that Morgan did not stop or even check his speed to answer her. Chapter 49. Roland's Revenge. It is easy to guess what had happened. Roland had not wasted his time with the captain of the gendarmerie and the colonel of dragoons. They, on their side, did not forget that they had their own revenge to take. Roland had informed them of the subterranean passage that led from the church of Bru to the grotto of Cedereat. At 9 in the evening, the captain and the 18 men under his command were to go to the church, descend into the burial vault of the Dukes of Savoy, and prevent with their bayonets all communication between the subterranean passage and the quarry. Roland, at the head of 20 men, was to enclose the woods in a semicircle, drawing in it until the two ends should meet at the grotto of Cedereat. The first movement of the party was to be made at 9 o'clock, in conjunction with the captain of the gendarmerie. We have seen, from what Morgan told Amelie, the nature of the present intentions of the companions of Jehu. The news brought from Mito and from Brittany had put them at ease. Each man felt that he was free, and knowing that the struggle had been an hopeless one, he rejoiced in his liberty. There was therefore a full meeting at the grotto of Cedereat, almost a fete. At 12 o'clock, the companions of Jehu were to separate, and each one, according to his facilities, was to cross the frontier and leave France. We know how their leader employed his last moments. The others, who had not the same ties of the heart, were supping together in the broad open space of the quarry, brilliantly illuminated, a feast of separation and farewell, for, once out of France, the Vendée and Brittany pacificated, Condé's army destroyed, who knew when and where they would meet again in foreign lands? Suddenly the report of a shot fell upon their ears. Every man sprang to his feet as if moved by an electric shock. A second shot, and then, through the depths of the quarry, rang the cry, quivering on the wings of the bird of ill omen, "To arms!" To the companions of Jehu, subjected to all the vicissitudes of life of an outlaw, the occasional rest they snatched was never that of peace. Pistols, daggers, carbines were ever near at hand. At the cry, given no doubt by the sentinel, each man sprang to his weapons and stood with panting breast and strained ears, waiting. In the midst of the silence, a step as rapid as could be in the darkness was heard. Then, within the circle of light thrown by the torches and candles, a man appeared. "To arms!" he cried again. "We are attacked." The two shots the companions of Jehu had heard were from the double-barreled gun of the sentry. It was he who now appeared, his smoking gun in his hand. "Where is Morgan?" cried 20 voices. "Absent," replied Montbar. "Consequently I command. Put out the lights and retreat to the church. A fight is useless now. It would only be waste of blood." He was obeyed with an alacrity that showed that everyone appreciated the danger. The little company drew together in the darkness. Montbar, who knew the windings of the subterranean passage almost as well as Morgan, directed the troop, and, followed by his companions, he plunged into the heart of the quarry. Suddenly, as he neared the gate of the passage, he fancied he heard an order given in a low tone not 50 feet away, then a sound like a cocking of a gun. He stretched out both arms and muttered in a low voice, "Halt!" At the first instant came the command, this time perfectly audible, "Fire!" It was hardly given before the cavern was lighted with a glare, followed by a frightful volley. 10 carbines had been discharged at once into the narrow passage. By their light Montbar and his companions recognized the uniform of the gendarmes. "Fire!" cried Montbar in turn. 7 or 8 shots answered the command. Again the darkness was illuminated. 2 of the companions of Jehu lay upon the ground, one killed outright, the other mortally wounded. "Our retreat is cut off, my friends," cried Montbar. "To the right about. If we have a chance, it is through the forest." The movement was executed with the precision of a military maneuver. Montbar, again at the head of his companions, retraced his steps. At that moment, the gendarmes fired again, but no one replied. Those who had discharged their guns reloaded them. Those who had not reserved their fire for the real struggle which was to come. 1 or 2 sighs alone told that the last volley of the gendarmes had not been without result. At the end of 5 minutes, Montbar stopped. The little party had reached the open space of the quarry. "Are your pistols and guns all loaded?" he asked. "Yes," answered a dozen voices. "Remember the order for those who fall into the hands of the police. We belong to the army of Monsieur de Tessonnet, and we are here to recruit men for the royalist cause. If they talk to us of mail coaches and diligences, we don't know what they mean." "Agreed. In either case it will be death. We know that well enough, but the death of a soldier is better than that of thieves, the volley of a platoon rather than the guillotine." "Yes, yes," cried a mocking voice. "We know what that is. Vive la fusillade." "Forward, friends," said Montbar, "and let us sell our lives for what they are worth, that is to say, as dearly as possible." "Forward," they all cried. Then, as rapidly as was possible in the profound darkness, the little troop resumed its march. Still under the guidance of Montbar, as they advanced, the leader noticed a smell of smoke which alarmed him. At the same time, gleams of light began to flicker on the granite walls at the angles of the path, showing that something strange was happening at the opening of the grotto. "I believe those scoundrels are smoking us out," exclaimed Montbar. "I fear so," replied Adler. "They think we are foxes." "Oh," replied the same voice, "they shall know by our claws that we are lions." The smoke became thicker and thicker, the light more and more vivid. They turned the last corner. A pile of dried wood had been lighted in the quarry about 50 feet from the entrance, not for the smoke, but for the light it gave. By the blaze of that savage flame, the weapons of the dragoons could be seen gleaming at the entrance of the grotto. 10 steps in advance of the men stood an officer, waiting. He was leaning on his carbine, not only exposed to attack, but apparently courting it. It was Roland. He was easily recognized. He had flung his cap away. His head was bare, and the fitful light of the flames played upon his features. But that which should have cost him his life saved him. Montbar recognized him and stepped backward. "Roland de Montrevel," he said, "remember Morgan's injunction." "Yes," replied the other companions in muffled tones. "And now," said Montbar, "let us die, but dearly." And he sprang forward into the space illuminated by the fire and discharged one barrel of his gun at the dragoons, who replied with a volley. It would be impossible to relate all that followed. The grotto was filled with smoke, which the flame of each weapon pierced like a flash of lightning. The two bands clinched and fought hand to hand, pistols and daggers serving them in turn. At the noise of the struggle, the gendarmes poured in from the rear. Few more demons added to this fight of devils, but the groups of friends and enemies were so confused that they dared not fire. They struggled in the red and lurid atmosphere, fell down and rose again. A roar of rage was heard, then a cry of agony, the death sigh of a man. The survivors sought another man, and the struggle was renewed. This work of death lasted 15 minutes, perhaps 20. At the end of those 20 minutes, 20 corpses could be counted on the grotto of Césariat. 13 were those of the gendarmes and the dragoons. 9 belonged to the companions of Jehu. 5 of the latter were still living. Overwhelmed by numbers, crippling by wounds, they were taken alive. The gendarmes and the dragoons, 25 in number, surrounded them. The captain of gendarmes had his arm shattered. The colonel of dragoons was wounded in the thigh. Roland alone, covered with blood that was not his own, had not a scratch. 2 of the prisoners were so grievously wounded that it was impossible for them to walk, and the soldiers were obliged to carry them on an improvised litter. Torches were lighted, and the whole troop, with the prisoners, took the road to the town. As they were leaving the forest to branch into the high road, the gallop of a horse was heard. It came on rapidly. "Go on," said Roland. "I will stay here and find out what this means." It was a rider who, as we have said, was advancing at full speed. "Who goes there?" cried Roland, raising his carbine when the rider was about 20 paces from him. "One more prisoner, Monsieur de Montrevel," replied the rider. "I could not be in the fight, but I will at least go to the scaffold. Where are my friends?" "There, sir," replied Roland, who had recognized not the face but the voice of the rider, a voice which he had now heard for the 3rd time. As he spoke, he pointed to the little group in the center of the soldiers, who were making their way along the road from Césariat to Bourg. I am glad to see that no harm has befallen you, Monsieur de Montrevel, said the young man with great courtesy. I assure you it gives me much happiness. And spurring his horse, he was beside the soldiers and gendarmes in a few strides. Pardon me, gentlemen, he said, springing from his horse. I claim a place among my 3 friends, the Vicomte de Gaillac, the Comte de Valensole, and the Marquis de Ribière. The 3 prisoners gave a cry of admiration and held out their hands to their friend. The 2 wounded men lifted themselves up on their litters and murmured, Well done, Saint-Hermine, well done. I do believe, God help me, cried Roland, that those brigands will have the noblest side of the affair. Chapter 50. Cadoudal at the Tuileries. The day but one after the events which we have just related took place, 2 men were walking side by side up and down the Grand Salon of the Tuileries. They were talking eagerly, accompanying their words with hasty and animated gestures. These men were the first consul, Bonaparte, and Cadoudal. Cadoudal, impelled by the misery that might be entailed by a prolonged struggle in Brittany, had just signed a peace with Brune. It was after this signing of the peace that he had released the companions of Jehu from their obligations. Unhappily, this release had reached them, as we have seen, 24 hours too late. When retreating with Brune, Cadoudal had asked nothing for himself save the liberty to go immediately to England. But Brune had been so insistent that he had consented to an interview with the first consul. He had, in consequence, come to Paris. The very morning of his arrival, he went to the Tuileries, sent in his name, and had been received. It was Rapp who, in Roland's absence, introduced him. As the aide-de-camp withdrew, he left both doors open so as to see everything from Bourrienne's room, and to be able to go to the assistance of the first consul if necessary. But Bonaparte, who perfectly understood Rapp's motive, closed the door. Then, returning hastily to Cadoudal's side, he said, Ah, so it is you at last. One of your enemies, my aide-de-camp, Roland de Montrevel, has told me fine things of you. That does not surprise me, replied Cadoudal. During the short time I saw Monsieur de Montrevel, I recognized him in the most chivalrous nature. Yes, and that touched you? Asked the first consul, fixing his falcon eye on the royalist chief. Listen, George, I need energetic men like you to accomplish the work I have undertaken. Will you be one of them? I have already offered you the rank of colonel, but you are worth more than that. I now offer you the rank of general of division. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, citizen first consul, replied Cadoudal, but you would despise me if I accepted. Why so? Queried Bonaparte hastily. Because I have pledged myself to the House of Bourbon, and I shall remain faithful to it under all circumstances. Let us discuss the matter, resumed the first consul. Is there no way to bind you? General, replied the royalist leader, may I be permitted to repeat to you what has been said to me? Why not? Because it touches upon the deepest political interests. Oh, some nonsense, said the first consul, smiling uneasily. Cadoudal stopped short and looked fixedly at his companion. It is said that an agreement was made between you and Commodore Sidney Smith at Alexandria, the purport of which was to allow you to return to France on the condition, accepted by you, of restoring the throne to our former kings. Bonaparte burst out laughing. How astonishing you are, you plebeians, he said, with your love for your former kings. Suppose that I did re-establish the throne, a thing I assure you I have not the smallest desire to do. What return will you get, you who have shed your blood for the cause? Not even the confirmation of the rank you have won in it, colonel. Have you ever known in the royalist ranks a colonel who was not a noble? Did you ever hear of any man rising by his merits into that class of people? Whereas with me, George, you can attain to what you will. The higher I raise myself, the higher I shall raise those who surround me. As for seeing me play the part of Monk, dismiss that from your mind. Monk lived in an age in which the prejudices we fought and overthrew in 1789 were in full force. Had Monk wished to make himself king, he could not have done so. Dictator? No, it needed a Cromwell for that. Richard could not have maintained himself. It is true that he was the true son of a great man, in other words, a fool. If I had wished to make myself king, there was nothing to hinder me, and if ever the wish takes me, there will be nothing to hinder. Now, if you have an answer to that, give it. You tell me, citizen first consul, that the situation in France in 1800 is not the same as England in 1660. Charles I was beheaded in 1649, Louis XVI in 1793. 11 years elapsed in England between the death of the king and the restoration of his son. 7 years have already elapsed in France since the death of Louis XVI. Will you tell me that the English Revolution was a religious one, whereas the French Revolution was a political one? To that I reply that a charter is as easy to make as an abjuration. Bonaparte smiled. No, he said, I should not tell you that. I should say to you simply this, that Cromwell was 50 years old when Charles I died. I was 24 at the death of Louis XVI. Cromwell died at the age of 59. In 10 years' time, he was able to undertake much, but to accomplish little. Besides, his reform was a total one, a vast political reform by the substitution of a republican government for a monarchical one. Well, grant that I live to be Cromwell's age, 59, that is not too much to expect. I shall still have 20 years, just the double of Cromwell. And remark, I change nothing, I progress. I do not overthrow, I build up. Suppose that Caesar, at 30 years of age, instead of being merely the first roue of Rome, had been its greatest citizen. Suppose his campaign in Gaul had been made, that his campaign in Egypt was over, his campaign in Spain happily concluded. Suppose that he was 30 years old instead of 50. Don't you think he would have been both Caesar and Augustus? Yes, unless he found Brutus, Cassius, and Casca on his path. So, said Bonaparte sadly, my enemies are reckoning on assassination, are they? In that case, the thing is easy, and you, my enemy, have the first chance. What hinders you at this moment, if you feel like Brutus, from striking me as he struck Caesar? I am alone with you, the doors are shut, and you would have the time to finish me before anyone could reach you. Cadwal made a step backward. No, said he, we do not count upon assassination, and I think our extremity must be great indeed before any of us would become a murderer. But there are the chances of war. A single reverse would destroy your prestige. One defeat would bring the enemy to the heart of France. The campfires of the Austrians can already be seen from the frontiers of Provence. A cannonball may take off your head, as it did that of Marshal Berwick. And then what becomes of France? You have no children, and your brothers? Oh, cried Bonaparte, from that point of view you are right enough, but if you don't believe in Providence, I do. I believe that nothing happens by chance. I believe that when, on the 15th of August 1769, 1 year, day for day, after Louis XV issued the decree reuniting Corsica to France, a child was born to Ajaccio, destined to bring about the 13th Vendémiaire and the 18th Brumaire, and that Providence had great designs, mighty projects in view for that child. I am that child. If I have a mission, I have nothing to fear. My mission is a buckler. If I have no mission, if I am mistaken, if instead of living the 25 or 30 years I need to accomplish my work, I am stabbed to the heart like Caesar, or knocked over by a cannonball like Berwick, Providence will have had its reasons for acting so, and on Providence will devolve the duty of providing for France. We spoke just now of Caesar. When Rome followed his body, mourning, and burned the houses of his murderers, when the eternal city turned its eyes to the four quarters of the globe, asking whence would come the genius to stay her civil wars, when she trembled at the sight of drunken Antony and treacherous Lepidus, she never thought of the pupil of Apollonius, the nephew of Caesar, the young Octavius. Who then remembered that son of the Velletri banker, whitened with the flower of his ancestors? No one, not even the far-sighted Cicero. Well, that lad fooled all the grey beards in the Senate, and reigned almost as long as Louis XIV. George, don't struggle against the providence which created me, or that providence will destroy you. Then I shall be destroyed while following the path of the religion of my fathers, replied Cadwal, bowing, and I hope that God will pardon my error, which will be that of a fervent Christian and a faithful son. Bonaparte laid his hands on the shoulders of the young leader. So be it, said he, but at least remain neuter. Leave events to complete themselves. Watch the thrones as they topple, the crowns as they fall. Usually spectators pay for a show. I will pay you to look on." "And what will you pay me for that, citizen first consul?" asked Cadoudal, laughing. 100,000 francs a year, replied Bonaparte. "If you would give 100,000 francs to one poor rebel leader," said Cadoudal, "what would you give to the prince for whom he fought?" "Nothing, sir. I pay you for your courage, not for the principle for which you fought. I prove to you that I, man of my own works, judge men solely by theirs. Accept, George, I beg of you." "And suppose I refuse?" "You will do wrong. Will I still be free to depart when I please?" Bonaparte went to the door and opened it. "The aide-de-camp on duty," he said. He waited, expected to see Rapp. Roland appeared. "Ah, is it you?" he cried. Then, turning to Cadoudal, he said, "Colonel, I do not need to present to you my aide-de-camp, Monsieur Roland de Montrevel. He is already one of your acquaintances. Roland, tell to the colonel that he is as free in Paris as you were in his camp at Musilac, and that if he wishes a passport for any country in the world, Fouché has orders to give it to him." "Your word suffices, citizen first consul," replied Cadoudal, bowing. "I leave tonight." "May I ask where you are going?" "To London, General." "So much the better." "Why so much the better?" "Because there you will be near the men for whom you have fought. And then? Then, when you have seen them, what? You will compare them with those against whom you have fought. But once out of France, Colonel?" Bonaparte paused. "I am waiting," said Cadoudal. "Do not return without warning me, or if you do not be surprised if I treat you as an enemy. That would be an honor, General. By treating me so, you will show that you consider me a man to be feared." So saying, George bowed to the first consul and retired. "Well, General," asked Roland, after the door had closed on the Breton leader, "is he the man I represented him to be?" "Yes," responded Bonaparte, thoughtfully. "Only he sees things awry. But the exaggeration of his ideas arises from noble sentiments, which must give him great influence over his own people." Then he added in a low voice, "But we must make an end of him. And now, what have you been doing, Roland?" "Making an end of my work," replied Roland. "Aha! Then the companions of Jehu no longer exist, General. 3/4 are dead, the rest prisoners. And you are safe and sound? Don't speak of it, General. I do verily believe that I have a compact with the devil." That same evening, Cadoudal, as he said, left Paris for England. On receiving the news that the Breton leader was in London, Louis XVIII wrote him the following letter. "I have learned with the greatest satisfaction, General, that you have at last escaped from the bands of the tyrant who misconceived you so far as to offer you service under him. I deplore the unhappy circumstances which obliged you to treat with him, but I did not feel the slightest uneasiness. The heart of my faithful Bretons, and yours in particular, are too well known for me. Today you are free. You are near my brother. All my hopes revive. I need not say more to such a Frenchman as you. Louis." To this letter were added the Lieutenant General's commission and the Grand Cordon of St. Louis. Chapter 51. The Army of the Reserves. The first consul had reached the point he desired. The companions of Jehu were destroyed and the Vendée was pacificated. When demanding peace from England, he had hoped for war. He understood very well that, born of war, he could exist only by war. He seemed to foresee that a poet would arise and call him the giant of war. But war? What war? Where should he wage it? An article of the Constitution of the year 8 forbade the first consul to command the armies in person or to leave France. In all constitutions there is inevitably some absurd provision. Happy the constitutions that have but one. The first consul found a means to evade this particular absurdity. He established a camp at Dijon. The army which occupied this camp was called the Army of the Reserves. The force withdrawn from Brittany and the Vendée, some 30,000 men in all, formed the nucleus of this army. 20,000 conscripts were incorporated in it. General Berthier was appointed commander-in-chief. The plan which Bonaparte explained to Roland in his study one day was still working in his mind. He expected to recover Italy by a single battle, but that battle must be a great victory. Moreau, as a reward for his cooperation on the 18th Brumaire, received the command he had so much desired. He was made commander-in-chief of the Army of the Rhine, with 80,000 men under him. Ugo, with 25,000 more, was on the Dutch frontier, and Massana, commanding the Army of Italy, had withdrawn to the country about Genoa, where he was tenaciously maintaining himself against the land forces of the Austrian general and the British fleet under Admiral Keith. While the latter movements were taking place in Italy, Moreau had assumed the offensive on the Rhine and defeated the enemy at Stockach and Moskirch. A single victory was to furnish an excuse to put the army of reserves under waiting orders. 2 victories would leave no doubt as to the necessity of cooperation. Only, how was this army to be transported to Italy? Bonaparte's first thought was to march up the Valais and to cross the Simplon. He would thus turn Piedmont and enter Milan. But the operation was a long one and must be done overtly. Bonaparte renounced it. His plan was to surprise the Austrians and to appear with his whole army on the plains of Piedmont before it was even suspected that he had crossed the Alps. He therefore decided to make the passage of the Great Saint Bernard. It was for this purpose that he had sent 50,000 francs, seized by the companions of Jehu, to the monks whose monastery crowns that mountain. Another 50,000 had been sent since, which had reached their destination safely. By the help of this money, the monastery was to be amply provisioned for an army of 50,000 men halting there for a day. Consequently, toward the end of April, the whole of the artillery was advanced to Lausanne, Villeneuve, Martigny, and Saint-Pierre. General Marmont, commanding the artillery, had already been sent forward to find a means of transporting cannon over the Alps. It was almost an impracticable thing to do, and yet it must be achieved. No precedent existed as a guide. Hannibal with his elephants, Numidians and Gauls, Charlemagne with his Franks, had no such obstacles to surmount. During the campaign in Italy in 1796, the army had not crossed the Alps, but turned them, descending from Nice to Serasco by the Corniche road. This time, a truly titanic work was undertaken. In the first place, was the mountain unoccupied? The mountain without the Austrians was in itself difficult enough to conquer. Laines was dispatched like a forlorn hope with a whole division. He crossed the peak of the Saint Bernard without baggage or artillery and took possession of Châtillon. The Austrians had left no troops in Piedmont except the cavalry in barracks and a few posts of observation. There were no obstacles to contend with except those of nature. Operations were begun at once. Sledges had been made to transport the guns, but narrow as they might be, they were still too wide for the road. Some other means must be devised. The trunks of pines were hollowed and the guns inserted. At one end was a rope to pull them, at the other a tiller to guide them. 20 grenadiers took the cables. 20 others carried the baggage of those who drew them. An artilleryman commanded each detachment with absolute power, if need be, over life and death. The iron mass in such a case was far more precious than the flesh of men. Before leaving, each man received a pair of new shoes and 20 biscuits. Each put on his shoes and hung his biscuits around his neck. The first consul, stationed at the foot of the mountain, gave to each cannon detachment the word to start. A man must traverse the same roads as a tourist. On foot or on muleback, he must plunge his eye to the depth of the precipice before he can have any idea of what this crossing was. Up, always up those beetling slopes by narrow paths on jagged stones which cut the shoes first, the feet next. From time to time they stopped, drew breath, and then on again without a murmur. The ice belt was reached. Before attempting it, the men received new shoes. Those of the morning were in shreds. A biscuit was eaten, a drop of brandy from the canteen was swallowed, and on they went. No man knew whither he was climbing. Some asked how many more days it would take, others if they might stop for a moment at the moon. At last they came to the eternal snows. There the toil was less severe. The gun logs slid upon the snow and they went faster. One fact will show the measure of power given to the artilleryman who commanded each gun. General Chamberhack was passing. He thought the advance not fast enough. Wishing to hasten it, he spoke to an artilleryman in a tone of command. "You are not in command here," replied the man. "I am. I am responsible for the gun. I direct its march. Pass on." The general approached the artilleryman as if to take him by the throat, but the man stepped back, saying, "General, don't touch me, or I will send you to the bottom of that precipice with a blow of this tiller." After unheard of toil, they reached the foot of the last rise, at the summit of which stands the convent. There they found traces of Lane's division. As the slope was very steep, the soldiers had cut a sort of stairway in the ice. The men now scaled it. The fathers of Saint Bernard were awaiting them on the summit. As each gun came up, the men were taken by squads into the hospice. Tables were set along the passage with bread and Gruyere cheese and wine. When the soldiers left the convent, they pressed the hands of the monks and embraced the dogs. The descent at first seemed easier than the ascent, and the officers declared it was their turn to drag the guns. But now the cannon outstripped the teams, and some were dragged down faster than they wished. General Lanes and his division were still in the advance. He had reached the valley before the rest of the army, entered the Aosta, and received his orders to march upon Ivrières at the entrance to the plains of Piedmont. There, however, he encountered an obstacle which no one had foreseen. The fortress of Bar is situated about 24 miles from Aosta. On the road to Ivrières, a little behind the village, a small hill closes the valley almost hermetically. The river Dora flows between the hill and the mountain on the right. The river, or rather the torrent, fills the whole space. The mountain on the left presents very much the same aspect, only instead of the river, it is the high road which passes between the hill and the mountain. It is there that the fortress of Bard stands. It is built on the summit of the hill and extends down one side of it to the high road. How was it no one had thought of this obstacle which was well nigh insurmountable? There was no way to assault it from the bottom of the valley, and it was impossible to scale the rocks above it. Yet by dint of searching, they did find a path that they were able to level sufficiently for the cavalry and the infantry to pass, but they tried in vain to get the artillery over it, although they took the guns apart, as at the Mount Saint Bernard. Bonaparte ordered 2 cannon levelled on the road, and opened fire on the fortress, but it was soon evident that these guns made no effect. Moreover, a cannon ball from the fortress struck one of the 2 cannons and shattered it. The first consul then ordered an assault by storm. Columns formed in the village, and armed with ladders, dashed up at a run and reached the fortress at several points. But to ensure success, not only celerity, but silence was needed. It ought to have been a surprise, but Colonel Dufour, who commanded one column, ordered the advance to be sounded and marched boldly to the assault. The column was repulsed and the colonel received a ball through his body. Then a company of picked marksmen were chosen. They were supplied with provisions and cartridges and crept between the rocks until they reached a ledge from which they commanded the fort. From this ledge they discovered another, not quite so high, but which also overlooked the fort. To this they contrived, with extreme difficulty, to hoist 2 guns with which they formed a battery. These 2 pieces on one side and the sharpshooters on the other began to make the enemy uneasy. In the meantime, General Marmont proposed a plan to the first consul so bold that the enemy could not suspect it. It was nothing less than to move the artillery along the high road, notwithstanding that the enemy could rake it. Manure and wool from the mattresses were found in the villages and were spread upon the road. The wheels and chains and all the jingling portions of the gun carriages swathed in hay. The horses belonging to the guns and caissons were taken out, and 50 men supplied their places. This latter precaution had 2 advantages. First, the horses might neigh, while the men had every interest in keeping dead silence. Secondly, a dead horse will stop a whole convoy, whereas a dead man, not being fastened to the traces, can be pushed aside and his place taken without even stopping the march. An officer and a subordinate officer of artillery were placed in charge of each carriage or caisson, with the promise of 600 francs for the transport of each gun or wagon beyond the range of the fort. General Marmon, who had proposed the plan, superintended the first operation himself. Happily, a storm prevailed and made the night extremely dark. The first 6 cannon and the first 6 caissons passed without a single shot from the fortress. The men returned, picking their steps silently, one after another, in single file, but this time the enemy must have heard some noise, and wishing to know the cause, threw hand grenades. Fortunately, they fell beyond the road. Why should these men, who had once passed, returned? Merely to get their muskets and knapsacks? This might have been avoided had they been stowed in the caissons, but no one can think of everything, and, as it happened, no one in the fort at Bard had thought at all. As soon as the possibility of the passage was demonstrated, the transport of the artillery became a duty like any other, only now that the enemy were warned, it was more dangerous. The fort resembled a volcano with its belching flames and smoke, but owing to the vertical direction in which it was forced to fire, it made more noise than it did harm. 5 or 6 men were killed to each wagon, that is to say, a tenth of each 50, but the cannon once safely passed, the fate of the campaign was secure. Later it was discovered that the pass of the Little Saint Bernard would have been practicable, and that the whole artillery would have crossed it without dismounting a gun or losing a man. It is true, however, that the feat would have been less glorious because it was less difficult. The army was now in the fertile plains of Piedmont. It was reinforced on the Ticino by a corps of 12,000 men detached from the army of the Rhine by Moreau, who, after the 2 victories he had just won, could afford to lend this contingent to the army of Italy. He had sent them by the Saint-Gothard. Thus strengthened, the first consul entered Milan without striking a blow. By the by, how come the first consul, who, according to a provision of the constitution of the year 8, would not assume command of the army, nor yet leave France, to be where he was? We shall now tell you. The evening before the day on which he left Paris, that is to say, the 15th of May, or according to the calendars of the time, the 15th Floréal, he had sent for the 2 other consuls and all the ministers, saying to Lucien, "Prepare a circular letter to the prefects tomorrow." Then he said to Fouché, "You will publish the circular in all the newspapers. You are to say that I have left for Dijon to inspect the army of the reserves. Add, but without affirming it positively, that I may go as far as Geneva. In any case, let it be well impressed on everyone that I shall not be absent more than a fortnight. If anything unusual happens, I shall return like a thunderclap. I commend to your keeping all the great interests of France, and I hope you will soon hear of me by way of Vienna and London." On the 6th, he started. From that moment, his strong determination was to make his way to the plains of Piedmont, and there to fight a decisive battle. Then, as he never doubted that he would conquer, he would answer like Scipio to those who accused him of violating the constitution. "On such a day, at such an hour, I fought the Carthaginians. Let us go to the capital and render thanks to the gods." Leaving France on the 6th of May, the first consul was encamped with his whole army between Casale and Turin on the 26th of the same month. It had rained the whole day, but as often happens in Italy, toward the evening, the sky had cleared, changing in a few moments from murky darkness to loveliest azure, and the stars came sparkling out. The first consul signed to Roland to follow him, and together they issued from the little town of Chivasso and walked along the banks of the river. About 100 yards beyond the last house, a tree, blown down by the wind, offered a seat to the pedestrians. Bonaparte sat down and signed to Roland to join him. He apparently had something to say, some confidence to make to his young aide-de-camp. Both were silent for a time, and then Bonaparte said, "Roland, do you remember a conversation we had together at the Luxembourg?" "General," said Roland, laughing, "we had a good many conversations together at the Luxembourg, in one of which you told me we were to cross into Italy in the spring and fight General Milà at Tor di Galifolo or San Giuliano. Does that still hold good?" "Yes, but that is not the conversation I mean." "What was it, General?" "The day we talked of marriage." "Ah, yes, my sister's marriage. That probably has taken place by this time, General." I don't mean your sister's marriage, I mean yours. Good, said Roland, with a bitter smile. I thought that had been disposed of, General. And he made a motion as if to rise. Bonaparte caught him by the arm. Do you know whom I meant you to marry at that time, Roland? He said, with a gravity that showed he was determined to be heard. No, General. Well, my sister Caroline. Your sister? Yes. Does that astonish you? I had no idea you had ever thought of doing me that honour. Either you are ungrateful, Roland, or you are saying what you do not mean. You know that I love you. Oh, my General. He took the First Consul's 2 hands and pressed them with the deepest gratitude. Yes, I should have liked you for my brother-in-law. Your sister and Murat love each other, General, said Roland. It is much better that the plan should have gone no further. Besides, he added in muffled tones, I thought I told you that I did not care to marry. Bonaparte smiled. Why don't you say offhand that you intend becoming a Trappist, father? Faith, General, re-establish the cloisters and remove these opportunities for me to try to get myself killed, which, thank God, are not lacking, and you have guessed what my end will be. Are you in love? Is this the result of some woman's faithlessness? Good, said Roland. So you think I am in love? That is the last straw. Do you complain of my affection when I wish to marry you to my sister? But the thing is impossible now. Your 3 sisters are all married, one to General Leduc, one to Prince Bacciochi, and the third to Murat. In short, said Bonaparte, laughing, you feel easy and settled in your mind. You think yourself rid of my alliance. Oh, General, exclaimed Roland, you are not ambitious, it seems. General, let me love you for all the good you have done to me, and not for what you seek to do. But suppose it is for my own interest that I seek to bind you to me, not by the ties of friendship alone, but also by those of matrimony. Suppose I say to you, in my plans for the future, I cannot rely upon my 2 brothers, whereas I can never for one instant doubt you. In heart, yes, you are right. In all respects, what can I do with the Leclerc, a commonplace man, with Bacciochi, who is not French, with Murat, lion-hearted and feather-brained? And yet some day I shall have to make princes of them because they are my sister's husbands. When that time comes, what can I make of you? A Marshal of France. And afterward? Afterward, I should say that was enough. And then you would be one of 12, and not a unity of your own. Let me be simply your friend, let me always thresh out the truth with you, and then I'll warrant I should be out of the crowd. That may be enough for you, Roland, but it is not enough for me, persisted Bonaparte. Then, as Roland said nothing, he continued, I have no more sisters, Roland, it is true, but I have dreamed that you might be something more to me than a brother. Then, as Roland still said nothing, he went on. I know a young girl, Roland, a charming child, whom I love as a daughter. She is just 17. You are 26, and a brigadier general. Before the end of the campaign, you will be general of division. Well, Roland, when the campaign is over, we will return to Paris, and you shall marry her. General, interrupted Roland, I think I see Bourrienne looking for you. And in fact, the First Consul's secretary was already within 2 feet of the friends. Is that you, Bourrienne? Asked Bonaparte, somewhat impatiently. Yes, General, a courier from France. Ah, and a letter from Madame Bonaparte. Good, said the First Consul, rising eagerly. Give it to me. And he almost snatched the letter from Bourrienne's hand. And for me, asked Roland. Nothing for me? Nothing. That's strange, said the young man, pensively. The moon had risen. By its clear, beautiful light, Bonaparte was able to read his letters. Through the first 2 pages, his face expressed perfect serenity. Bonaparte adored his wife. The letters published by Queen Hortense bear witness to that fact. Roland watched these expressions of the soul on his general's face. But toward the close of the letter, Bonaparte's face clouded. He frowned and cast a furtive glance at Roland. Ah, exclaimed the young man, it seems there is something about me in the letter. Bonaparte did not answer and continued to read. When he had finished, he folded the letter and put it in the side pocket of his coat. Then, turning to Bourrienne, he said, Very well, we will return. I shall probably have to dispatch a courier. Go mend some pens while you are waiting for me. Bourrienne bowed and returned to Chivasso. Bonaparte then went up to Roland and laid his hand on his shoulder, saying, I have no luck with the marriages I attempt to make. How so? Asked Roland. Your sister's marriage is off. Has she refused? No, she has not. She has not. Can it be Sir John? Yes. Refused to marry my sister after asking her of me, of my mother, of you, of herself. Come, don't begin to get angry. Try to see that there is some mystery in all this. I don't see any mystery, I see an insult. Ah, there you are, Roland. That explains why your mother and sister did not write to you. But Josephine thought the matter so serious that you ought to be informed. She writes me this news and asks me to tell you of it, if I think best. You see, I have not hesitated. I thank you sincerely, General. Does Lord Tanley give any reason for this refusal? A reason that is no reason. What is it? It can't be the true one, but what is it? It is only necessary to look at the man and to talk with him for 5 minutes to understand that. But, General, what reason does he give for breaking his word? That your sister is not as rich as he thought she was. Roland burst into that nervous laugh which was a sign with him of violent agitation. Ha, said he, that was the very first thing I told him. What did you tell him? That my sister hadn't a penny. How can the children of a Republican general be rich? And what did he answer? That he was rich enough for two. You see, therefore, that that was not the real reason for his refusal. And it is your opinion that one of your aides-de-camp can receive such an insult and not demand satisfaction? In such situations, the person who feels affronted must judge of the matter for himself, my dear Roland. General, how many days do you think it will be before we have a decisive action? Bonaparte calculated. Not less than 15 days or 3 weeks, he answered. Then, General, I ask for a furlough for 15 days. On one condition. What is it? That you will first go to Bourg and ask your sister from which side the refusal came. That is my intention. In that case, you have not a moment to lose. I see I lose none, said the young man, already on his way to the village. 1 moment, said Bonaparte. You will take my dispatches to Paris, won't you? Ah, I see. I am the courier you spoke of just now to Bourrienne. Precisely. Come then. Wait 1 moment. The young man arrested. The companions of Jehu? Yes. Well, it seems they were all of noble families. They were fanatics rather than criminals. It appears that your mother has been made the victim of some judicial trick or other in testifying at their trial and has called their conviction. Possibly. My mother was in the coach, stopped by them, as you know, and saw the face of their leader. Well, your mother implores me, through Josephine, to pardon those poor madmen. That is the very word she uses. They have appealed their case. You will get there before the appeal can be rejected, and if you think it desirable, tell the Minister of Justice for me to suspend matters. After you get back, we can see what is best to be done. Thank you, General. Anything more? No, said Bonaparte, except to think over our conversation. What was it about? Your marriage. Chapter 52. The Trial. Well, I'll say as you did just now. We'll talk about it when I return, if I do. Bless me, exclaimed Bonaparte. I'm not afraid you'll kill him as you have the others. Only this time, I must admit, I shall be sorry to have him die. If you are going to feel so badly about it, General, I can easily be killed in his stead. Don't do anything foolish, Ninny, cried Bonaparte hastily. I should feel still worse if I lost you. Really, General, you are the hardest man to please that I know of, said Roland with his harsh laugh. And this time he took his way to Cheviso without further delay. Half an hour later, Roland was galloping along the road to Ivray in a post-chaise. He was to travel thus to Aosta. At Aosta, take a mule, cross to Saint Bernard to Martigny, thence to Geneva, on to Bourg, and from Bourg to Paris. While he is galloping along, let us see what has happened in France, and clear up the points in a conversation between Bonaparte and his aide-de-camp, which must be obscure to the reader's mind. The prisoners which Roland had made at the grotto of Césariat had remained but 1 night in the prison at Bourg. They had been immediately transferred to that of Besançon, where they were to appear before the Council of War. It will be remembered that 2 of these prisoners were so grievously wounded that they were carried into Bourg on stretchers. One of them died that same night. The other, 3 days after they reached Besançon. The number of prisoners was therefore reduced to 4. Morgan, who had surrendered himself voluntarily and who was safe and sound, and Montbar, Adler, and Dassas, who were more or less wounded in the fight, though none of them dangerously. These 4 aliases hid, as the reader will remember, the real names of the Baron de Saint-Hermain, the Comte de Jayat, the Vicomte de Vassal, and the Marquis de Ribière. While the evidence was being taken against the 4 prisoners before the military commission at Besançon, the time expired when under the law such cases were tried by courts martial. The prisoners became accountable, therefore, to the civil tribunals. This made a great difference to them, not only as to the penalty if convicted, but in the mode of execution. Condemned by a court martial, they would be shot. Condemned by the courts, they would be guillotined. Death by the first was not infamous, death by the second was. As soon as it appeared that their case was to be brought before a jury, it belonged by law to the court of Bourg. Toward the end of March, the prisoners were therefore transferred from the prison of Besançon to that of Bourg, and the first steps toward a trial were taken. But here the prisoners adopted a line of defense that greatly embarrassed the prosecuting officers. They declared themselves to be the Baron de Saint-Hermain, the Comte de Jayat, the Vicomte de Valençol, and the Marquis de Ribière, and to have no connection with the pillagers of diligences, whose names were Morgan, Montbar, Adler, and Dassas. They acknowledged having belonged to armed bands, but these forces belonged to the army of Monsieur de Tessonnet, and were a ramification of the army of Brittany intended to operate in the east and the Midi, while the army of Brittany, which had just signed a peace, operated in the north. They had waited only to hear of Cadoudal's surrender to do likewise, and the dispatch of the Breton leader was no doubt on its way to them when they were attacked and captured. It was difficult to disprove this. The diligences had invariably been pillaged by masked men, and apart from Madame de Montrevel and Sir John Tanley, no one had ever seen the faces of the assailants. The reader will recall those circumstances. Sir John, on the night they had tried, condemned and stabbed him, Madame de Montrevel when the diligence was stopped, and she, in her nervous struggle, had struck off the mask of the leader. Both had been summoned before the preliminary court, and both had been confronted with the prisoners, but neither Sir John nor Madame de Montrevel had recognized any of them. How did they come to practice this deception? As for Madame de Montrevel, it was comprehensible. She felt a double gratitude to the man who had come to her assistance, and who had also forgiven and even praised Edouard's attack upon himself. But Sir John's silence was more difficult to explain, for among the 4 prisoners, he must have recognized at least 2 of his assailants. They had recognized him, and a certain quiver had run through their veins as they did so, but their eyes were none the less resolutely fixed upon him when, to their great astonishment, Sir John, in spite of the judge's insistence, had calmly replied, "I have not the honour of knowing these gentlemen." Amélie, we have not spoken of her, for there are sorrows no pen can depict. Amélie, pale, feverish, almost expiring since that fatal night when Morgan was arrested, awaited the return of her mother and Sir John from the preliminary trial with dreadful anxiety. Sir John arrived first. Madame de Montrevel had remained behind to give some orders to Michel. As soon as Amélie saw him, she rushed forward, crying, "What happened?" Sir John looked behind him to make sure that Madame de Montrevel could neither see nor hear him. Then he said, "Your mother and I recognize no one." "Ah, how noble you are! Aye, how generous! How good, my lord!" cried the young girl, trying to kiss his hand. But he, withdrawing his hand, said hastily, "I have only done as I promised you, but hush, here is your mother." Amélie stepped back. "Ah, mamma," she said, "so you did not say anything to compromise those unfortunate men?" "What?" replied Madame de Montrevel. "Would you have me send to the scaffold a man who had helped me, and who, instead of punishing Edouard, kissed him?" "And yet," said Amélie, trembling, "you recognized him, did you not?" "Perfectly," replied Madame de Montrevel. "He is the fair man with the black eyebrows who calls himself the Baron de Saint-Hermain." Amélie gave a stifled cry. Then, making an effort to control herself, she said, "Is that the end of it for Sir John and you? Will you be called to testify again?" "Probably not," replied Madame de Montrevel. "In any case," observed Sir John, "as neither your mother nor I recognized anyone, she will persist in that declaration." "Oh, most certainly," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, God keep me from causing the death of that unhappy young man. I should never forgive myself. It is bad enough that Roland should have been the one to capture him and his companions." Amélie sighed, but nevertheless her face assumed a calmer expression. She looked gratefully at Sir John and then went up to her room where Charlotte was waiting for her. Charlotte had become more than a maid. She was now Amélie's friend. Every day since the 4 young men had returned to the prison at Bourg, she had gone there to see her father for an hour or so. During these visits nothing was talked of but the prisoners, whom the worthy jailer, royalist as he was, pitied with all his heart. Charlotte made him tell her everything, even to their slightest words, and later reported all to Amélie. Matters stood thus when Madame de Montrevel and Sir John arrived at Noirfontaine. Before leaving Paris, the first consul had informed Madame de Montrevel, both through Josephine and Roland, that he approved of her daughter's marriage, and wished it to take place during his absence and as soon as possible. Sir John had declared to her that his most ardent wishes were for this union, and that he only awaited Amélie's commands to become the happiest of men. Matters having reached this point, Madame de Montrevel, on the morning of the day on which she and Sir John were to give their testimony, had arranged a private interview between her daughter and Sir John. The interview lasted over an hour, and Sir John did not leave Amélie until the carriage came to the door, which was to take Madame de Montrevel and himself to the court. We have seen that this deposition was all in the prisoner's favour, and we have also seen how Amélie received him on his return. That evening, Madame de Montrevel had a long conversation with her daughter. To her mother's pressing inquiries, Amélie merely replied that the state of her health was such that she desired a postponement of her marriage, and that she counted on Sir John's delicacy to grant it. The next day, Madame de Montrevel was obliged to return to Paris, her position in Madame Bonaparte's household not admitting of a longer absence. The morning of her departure, she urged Amélie to accompany her, but again the young girl dwelt upon the feebleness of her health. The sweetest and most reviving months in the year were just opening, and she begged to be allowed to spend them in the country, for they were sure, she said, to do her good. Madame de Montrevel, always unable to deny Amélie anything, above all where it concerned her health, granted her request. On her return to Paris, Madame de Montrevel travelled as before with Sir John. Much to her surprise, during the 2 days' journey, he did not say anything about his marriage to Amélie. But Madame Bonaparte, as soon as she saw her friend, asked the usual question, "Well, when shall we marry Amélie and Sir John? You know how much the First Consul desires it." To which Madame de Montrevel replied, "It all depends on Sir John." This response furnished Madame Bonaparte with much food for reflection. Why should a man who had been so eager suddenly grow cold? Time alone could explain the mystery. Time went by, and the trial of the prisoners began. They were confronted with all the travellers who had signed the various depositions, which, as we have seen, were in the possession of the Minister of Police. No one had recognized them, for no one had seen their faces uncovered. Moreover, the travellers asserted that none of their property, either money or jewels, had been taken. Jean Picot testified that the 200 louis, which had been taken from him by accident, had been returned. These preliminary inquiries lasted over 2 months. At the end of that time, the accused, against whom there was no evidence connecting them with the pillage of the coaches, were under no accusation but that of their own admissions, that is to say, of being affiliated with the Breton and Vendine insurrection. They were simply one of the armed bands roaming the Jura under the orders of Monsieur de Tessonnet. The judges delayed the final trial as long as possible, hoping that some more direct testimony might be discovered. This hope was balked. No one had really suffered from the deeds imputed to these young men, except the Treasury, whose misfortunes concerned no one. The trial could not be delayed any longer. The prisoners on their side had made the best of their time. By means, as we have seen, of an exchange of passports, Morgan had travelled sometimes as Ribière and Ribière as Saint-Hermine, and so with the others. The result was a confusion in the testimony of the innkeepers, which the entries in their books only served to increase. The arrival of travellers noted on the registers an hour too early or an hour too late furnished the prisoners with irrefutable alibis. The judges were morally convinced of their guilt, but their conviction was impossible against such testimony. On the other hand, it must be said that public sympathy was wholly with the prisoners. The trial began. The prison at Boer adjoins the courtroom. The prisoners could be brought there through the interior passages. Large as the hall was, it was crowded on the opening day. The whole population of Boer thronged about the doors, and persons came from Mâcon, Saône-le-Saunière, Besançon, and Nantua. So great was the excitement caused by the stoppages, and so popular were the exploits of the companions of Jehu. The entrance of the 4 prisoners was greeted by a murmur in which there was nothing offensive. Public sentiment seemed equally divided between curiosity and sympathy. Their presence, it must be admitted, was well calculated to inspire both. Very handsome, dressed in the latest fashion of the day, self-possessed without insolence, smiling toward the audience, courteous to their judges, though at times a little sarcastic, their personal appearance was their best defense. The oldest of the 4 was barely 30. Questioned as to their names, Christian and family, their age, and places of birth, they answered as follows. Charles de Saint-Hermine, born at Tours, department of the Indre-et-Loire, aged 24. Louis-André de Gaillac, born at Bages-le-Château, department of the Ain, aged 29. Raoul Frédéric Auguste de Valençol, born at Saint-Colombe, department of the Rhône, aged 27. Pierre-Hector de Ribière, born at Boulogne, department of Vaucluse, aged 26. Questioned as to their social condition and state, all 4 said they were of noble rank and royalists. These fine young men, defending themselves against death on the scaffold, not against a soldier's death before the guns, who asked the death they claimed to have merited as insurrectionists, but a death of honour, formed a splendid spectacle of youth, courage, and gallant bearing. The judges saw plainly that on the accusation of being insurrectionists, the Vendée having submitted and Brittany being pacificated, they would have to be acquitted. That was not a result to satisfy the Minister of Police. Death awarded by a council of war would not have satisfied him. He had determined that these men should die the death of malefactors, a death of infamy. The trial had now lasted 3 days without proceeding in the direction of the minister's wishes. Charlotte, who could reach the courtroom through the prison, was there each day and returned each night to Amélie with some fresh word of hope. On the 4th day, Amélie could bear the suspense no longer. She dressed herself in a costume similar to the one that Charlotte wore, except that the black lace of the headdress was longer and thicker than is usual with the Bressan peasant woman. It formed a veil and completely hid her features. Charlotte presented Amélie to her father as one of her friends who was anxious to see the trial. The good man did not recognize Mademoiselle de Montrevel, and in order to enable the young girls to see the prisoners well, he placed them in the doorway of the porter's room, which opened upon the passage leading to the courtroom. This passage was so narrow at this particular point that the 4 gendarmes who accompanied the prisoners changed the line of march. First came 2 officers, then the prisoners one by one, then the other 2 officers. The girl stood in the doorway. When Amélie heard the doors open, she was obliged to lean upon Charlotte's shoulder for support. The earth seemed to give way under her feet and the wall at her back. She heard the sound of feet and the rattle of the gendarme's sabre. Then the door of the prison opened. First, one gendarme appeared, then another, then Saint-Hermine, walking first as though he were still Morgan, the captain of the companions of Jehu. As he passed, Amélie murmured, "Charles." The prisoner recognized the beloved voice, gave a faint cry, and felt a paper slip into his hand. He pressed that precious hand, murmured her name, and passed on. The others who followed did not, or pretended not to, notice the girls. As for the gendarmes, they had seen and heard nothing. As soon as the party stepped into the light, Morgan unfolded the note and read as follows. "Do not be anxious, my beloved Charles. I am and ever will be your faithful Amélie, in life or death. I have told all to Lord Tanley. He is the most generous man on earth. He has promised me to break off the marriage and to take the whole responsibility on himself. I love you." Morgan kissed the note and put it in his breast. Then he glanced down the corridor and saw the two brazen women leaning against the door. Amelie had risked all to see him once more. It is true, however, that at this last session of the court, no additional witnesses were expected who could injure the accused, and in the absence of proof, it was impossible to convict them. The best lawyers in the department, those of Lyon and Besançon, had been retained by the prisoners for their defense. Each had spoken in turn, destroying bit by bit the indictment, as in the tournaments of the Middle Ages, a strong and dexterous knight was wont to knock off, piece by piece, his adversary's armour. Flattering applause had followed the more remarkable points of their arguments, in spite of the usher's warnings and the admonitions of the judge. Amelie, with clasped hands, was thanking God, who had so visibly manifested himself in the prisoner's favour. A dreadful weight was lifted from her tortured breast. She breathed with joy and looked through tears of gratitude at the Christ which hung above the judge's head. The arguments were all made, and the case about to be closed. Suddenly, an usher entered the courtroom, approached the judge, and whispered something in his ear. "Gentlemen," said the judge, "the court is adjourned for a time. Let the prisoners be taken out." There was a movement of feverish anxiety among the audience. What could have happened? What unexpected event was about to take place? Everyone looked anxiously at his neighbour. Amelie's heart was wrung by a presentiment. She pressed her hand to her breast. It was as though an ice-cold iron had pierced it to the springs of life. The gendarmes rose. The prisoners did likewise, and were then marched back to their cells. One after the other they passed Amelie. The hands of the lovers touched each other. Those of Amelie were as cold as death. "Whatever happens, thank you," said Charles as he passed. Amelie tried to answer, but the words died on her lips. During this time, the judge had risen and passed into the council chamber. There he found a veiled woman who had just descended from a carriage at the door of the courthouse and had not spoken to anyone on her way in. "Madame," said the judge, "I offer you many excuses for the way in which I have brought you from Paris, but the life of a man depends upon it, and before that consideration, everything must yield." "You have no need to excuse yourself, sir," replied the veiled lady. "I know the prerogatives of the law, and I am here at your orders." "Madame," said the judge, "the court and myself recognize the feeling of delicacy which prompted you, when first confronted with the prisoners, to decline to recognize the one who assisted you when fainting. At that time, the prisoners denied their identity with the pillagers of the diligences. Since then, they have confessed all, but it is our wish to know the one who showed you that consideration, in order that we may recommend him to the first consul's clemency." "What?" exclaimed the lady. "Have they really confessed?" "Yes, madame, but they will not say which of their number helped you, fearing, no doubt, to contradict your testimony and thus cause you embarrassment." "What is your request of me, sir?" "That you will save the gentleman who assisted you." "Oh, willingly," said the lady, rising. "What am I to do?" "Answer a question which I shall ask you." "I am ready, sir." "Wait here a moment. You will be sent for presently." The judge went back into the courtroom. A gendarme was placed at each door to prevent anyone from approaching the lady. The judge resumed his seat. "Gentlemen," said he, "the session is reopened." General excitement prevailed. The ushers called for silence, and silence was restored. "Bring in the witness," said the judge. An usher opened the door of the council chamber, and the lady, still veiled, was brought into the court. All eyes turned upon her. Who was she? Why was she there? What had she come for? Amelie's eyes fastened upon her at once. "Oh my God," she murmured, "grant that I be mistaken." "Madame," said the judge, "the prisoners are about to be brought in. Have the goodness to point out the one who, when the Geneva diligence was stopped, paid you those attentions." A shudder ran through the audience. They felt that some fatal trap had been laid for the prisoners. A dozen voices began to shout, "Say nothing!" But the ushers, at a sign from the judge, cried out imperatively, "Silence!" Amelie's heart turned deadly cold. A cold sweat poured from her forehead. Her knees gave way and trembled under her. "Bring in the prisoners," said the judge, imposing silence by a look, as the usher had with his voice. "And you, madame, have the goodness to advance and raise your veil." The veiled lady obeyed. "My mother!" cried Amelie, but in a voice so choked that only those near her heard the words. "Madame de Montrevel," murmured the audience. At that moment, the first gendarme appeared at the door, then the second. After him came the prisoners, but not in the same order as before. Morgan had placed himself third, so that, separated as he was from the gendarmes by Montbard and Adler in front and Dassas behind, he might be better able to clasp Amelie's hand. Montbard entered first. Madame de Montrevel shook her head. Then came Adler. Madame de Montrevel made the same negative sign. Just then, Morgan passed before Amelie. "We are lost," she said. He looked at her in astonishment as she pressed his hand convulsively. Then he entered. "That is he," said Madame de Montrevel, as soon as she saw Morgan, or, if the reader prefers it, Baron Charles de Saint-Hermine, who was now proved one and the same man by means of Madame de Montrevel's identification. A long cry of distress burst from the audience. Montbard burst into a laugh. "Ha! By my faith," he cried, "that will teach you, dear friend, to play the gallant with fainting women." Then, turning to Madame de Montrevel, he added, "With 3 short words, Madame, you have decapitated 4 heads." A terrible silence fell, in the midst of which a groan was heard. "Usher," said the judge, "have you warned the public that all marks of approbation or disapproval are forbidden?" The usher inquired who had disobeyed the order of the court. It was a woman wearing the dress of a Breton peasant, who was being carried into the jailer's room. From that moment the accused made no further attempt at denial, but just as Morgan had united with them when arrested, they now joined with him. Their 4 heads should be saved, or fall together. That same day, at 10 in the evening, the jury rendered a verdict of guilty, and the court pronounced the sentence of death. 3 days later, by force of entreaties, the lawyers obtained permission for the accused to appeal their case, but they were not admitted to bail. Chapter 53, in which Amelie keeps her word. The verdict rendered by the jury of the town of Bourg had a terrible effect, not only in the courtroom, but throughout the entire town. The 4 prisoners had shown such chivalric brotherhood, such noble bearing, such deep conviction in the faith they professed, that their enemies themselves admired the devotion which had made robbers and highwaymen of men of rank and family. Madame de Montrevel, overwhelmed by the part she had been made to play at the crucial point of this drama, saw but one means of repairing the evil she had done, and that was to start at once for Paris and fling herself at the feet of the first consul, imploring him to pardon the 4 condemned men. She did not even take time to go to the Château de Noirfontaine to see Amelie. She knew that Bonaparte's departure was fixed for the first week in May, and this was already the 6th. When she last left Paris, everything had been prepared for that departure. She wrote a line to Amelie explaining by what fatal deception she had been instrumental in destroying the lives of 4 men, when she intended to save the life of 1. Then, as if ashamed of having broken the pledge she had made to Amelie, and above all to herself, she ordered fresh post-horses and returned to Paris. She arrived there on the morning of the 8th of May. Bonaparte had started on the evening of the 6th. He said on leaving that he was only going to Dijon, possibly as far as Geneva, but in any case he should not be absent more than 3 weeks. The prisoner's appeal, even if rejected, would not receive final consideration for 5 or 6 weeks. All hope need not, therefore, be abandoned. But alas, it became evident that the review at Dijon was only a pretext, that the journey to Geneva had never been seriously thought of, and that Bonaparte, instead of going to Switzerland, was really on his way to Italy. Then Madame de Montrevel, unwilling to appeal to her son, for she had heard his oath when Lord Tanley had been left for dead, and knew the part he had played in the capture of the companions of Jehu, then Madame de Montrevel appealed to Josephine, and Josephine promised to write to the first consul. That same evening she kept her promise. But the trial had made a great stir. It was not with these prisoners as with ordinary men. Justice made haste, and 35 days after the verdict had been rendered, the appeal was rejected. This decision was immediately sent to Bourg, with an order to execute the prisoners within 24 hours. But notwithstanding the haste of the Minister of Police in forwarding this decision, the first intimation of the fatal news was not received by the judicial authorities at Bourg. While the prisoners were taking their daily walk in the courtyard, a stone was thrown over the outer wall and fell at their feet. Morgan, who still retained in relation to his comrades the position of leader, picked it up, opened the letter which enclosed the stone, and read it. Then, turning to his friends, he said, "Gentlemen, the appeal has been rejected, as we might have expected, and the ceremony will take place in all probability tomorrow." Valençol and Ribière, who were playing a species of quoits with crown pieces and louis, left off their game to hear the news. Having heard it, they returned to their game without remark. Jaillat, who was reading La Nouvelle Éloire, resumed his book, saying, "Then I shall not have time to finish Monsieur Jean-Jacques Rousseau's masterpiece, and upon my word I don't regret it, for it is the most utterly false and wearisome book I ever read in my life." Saint-Hermine passed his hand over his forehead, murmuring, "Poor Amélie." Then, observing Charlotte, who was at the window of the jailer's room overlooking the courtyard, he went to her. "Tell Amélie that she must keep the promise she has made tonight." The jailer's daughter closed the window, kissed her father, and told him that, in all probability, he would see her there again that evening. Then she returned to Noirfontaine, a road she had taken twice every day for the last 2 months, once at noon on her way to the prison, once in the evening on returning to the chateau. Every night she found Amélie in the same place, sitting at the window which, in happier days, had given admittance to her beloved Charles. Since the day she had fainted in the courtroom, she had shed no tears and, we may almost add, had uttered no word. Unlike the marble of antiquity awakening into life, she might have been compared to a living woman petrifying into stone. Every day she grew paler. Charlotte watched her with astonishment. Common minds, always impressed by noisy demonstrations, that is to say, by cries and tears, are unable to understand a mute sorrow. Dumbness to them means indifference. She was therefore astonished at the calmness with which Amélie received the message she was charged to deliver. She did not see in the dimness of the twilight that Amélie's face, from being pale, grew livid. She did not feel the deadly clutch which, like an iron wrench, had seized her heart. She did not know that as her mistress walked to the door, an automatic stiffness was in her limbs. Nevertheless, she followed her anxiously. But at the door, Amélie stretched out her hand. "Wait for me there," she said. Charlotte obeyed. Amélie closed the door behind her and went up to Roland's room. Roland's room was veritably that of a soldier and a huntsman, and its chief adornments were trophies and weapons. Arms of all kinds were here, French and foreign, from the blue-barreled pistol of Versailles to the silver-handled pistol of Cairo, from the tempered blade of Catalonia to the Turkish scimitar. Amélie took down from this arsenal 4 daggers, sharp-edged and pointed, and 8 pistols of different shapes. She put balls in a bag and powder in a horn. Thus supplied, she returned to her own room. There Charlotte assisted her in putting on the peasant's gown. Then she waited for the night. Night comes late in June. Amélie stood motionless, mute, leaning against the chimney-piece and looking through the open window at the village of Césaréat, which was slowly disappearing in the gathering shades of night. When he could no longer distinguish anything but the lights which were being lighted one by one, she said, "Come, it is time to go." The 2 young girls went out. Michel paid no attention to Amélie, supposing her to be some friend of Charlotte's, who had called to see her and whom the jailer's daughter was now escorting home. 10 o'clock was striking as they passed the church of Brou. It was 1:15 when Charlotte knocked at the prison door. Old Courtois opened it. We have already shown the political opinions of the worthy jailer. He was a royalist. He therefore felt the deepest sympathy for the 4 condemned men, and had hoped, like nearly every one in Bourg, like Madame Montrevel, whose despair at what she had done was known to him, that the first consul would pardon them. He had therefore mitigated their captivity as much as possible, without failing in his duty, by receiving them of all needless restrictions. On the other hand, it is true that he had refused a gift of 60,000 francs, a sum which in those days was worth nearly treble what it is now to allow them to escape. We have seen how, being taken into confidence by his daughter, he had allowed Amélie, disguised as a Brescian peasant, to be present at the trial. The reader will also remember the kindness the worthy man had shown to Amélie and her mother when they themselves were prisoners. This time, as he was still ignorant of the rejection of the appeal, he allowed his feelings to be worked upon. Charlotte had told him that her young mistress was to start that night for Paris to endeavour to hasten the pardon, and that she desired before leaving to see the Baron de Saint-Hermine and obtain his last instructions. There were 5 doors to break through to reach the street, a squad of guards in the courtyard and sentinels within and without the prison. Consequently, Père Courtois felt no anxiety lest the prisoners escape. He therefore consented that Amélie should see Morgan. We trust our readers will excuse us if we use the names Morgan, Charles, and the Baron de Saint-Hermine interchangeably, since they are aware that by the triple appellation we intend to designate the same man. Courtois took a light and walked before Amélie. The young girl, as though prepared to start by the mail coach at once on leaving the prison, carried a travelling bag in her hand. Charlotte followed her mistress. "You will recognize the cell, Mademoiselle de Montrevel," said Courtois. "It is the one in which you were confined with your mother. The leader of these unfortunate young men, the Baron Charles de Saint-Hermine, asked me as a favour to put them in cage number 1. You know that's the name we give ourselves. I did not think I ought to refuse him that consolation, knowing how the poor fellow loved you. Oh, don't be uneasy, Mademoiselle Amélie. I will never breathe your secret." Then he questioned me, asking which had been your mother's bed, and which yours. I told him, and then he wanted his to stand just where yours did. That wasn't hard, for the bed was not only in the same place, but it was the very one you had used. So, since the poor fellow entered your cell, he has spent nearly all his time lying on your bed. Amélie gave a sigh that resembled a groan. She felt, as it was long since she had done so, a tear moisten her eyelids. Yes, she was loved as she loved, and the lips of a disinterested stranger gave her the proof of it. At this moment of eternal separation, this conviction shone like a diamond of light in its setting of sorrow. The doors opened one by one before Père Courtois. When they reached the last one, Amélie laid her hand on the jailer's shoulder. She thought she heard a chant. Listening attentively, she became aware that it was a voice repeating verses. But the voice was not Morgan's. It was unknown to her. Here is what it said. "I have bared all my heart to the God of the just. He has witnessed my penitent tears. He has stilled my remorse. He has armed me with trust. He has pitied and calmed all my fears. My enemies scoffing have said in their rage, Let him die, be his memory accursed. Saith the merciful Father my grief to assuage. Their hatred hath now done its worst. I have heard thy complaints, and I know that the ban of remorse has brought thee so low. I can pity the soul of the penitent man that was weak in this valley of woe. I will crown thy lost name with the just acclaim of the slow judging righteous years. Their pity and justice in time shall proclaim thine honour, then lay off thy fears. I bless thee, O God, who hast deigned to restore mine honour that thou hast made whole. From shame and remorse, as I enter death's door, to thee I commend my poor soul. To the banquet of life, an unfortunate guest, I came for a day and I go. I die in my vigour, I sought not to rest in the grave where the weary lie low. Farewell to thee, earth, farewell, tender verdure of woodland, farewell, sunny shore. Green fields that I love, azure sky, smiling nature, farewell, I shall see thee no more. May thy beauty still gladden the friends that I love, whom I long for, but stern fate denies. May they pass full of years, though I wait them above. May a last loving hand close their eyes. The voice was silent. No doubt the last verse was finished. Amélie, who would not interrupt the last meditations of the doomed men, and who had recognized Gilbert's beautiful ode written on a hospital bed the night before his death, now signed to the jailer to open the door. Père Courtois, jailer as he was, seemed to share the young girl's emotion, for he put the key in the lock and turned it as softly as he could. The door opened. Amélie saw at a glance the whole interior of the cell and the persons in it. Valençol was standing, leaning against the wall and still holding the book from which he had just read the lines that Amélie had overheard. Jehu was seated near a table with his head resting on his hands. Ribière was sitting at the table itself. Near him, but further back, Saint-Hermine, with eyes closed as if in sleep, was lying on the bed. At sight of the young girl, whom they knew to be Amélie, Ribière and Jehu arose. Morgan did not move. He had heard nothing. Amélie went directly to him, and if the love she felt for him were sanctified by the nearness of death, she gave no heed to the presence of his friends, but pressed her lips to his, murmuring, "Awake, my child, it is I, Amélie. I have come to keep my promise." Morgan gave a cry of joy and clasped her in his arms. "Monsieur Courtois," said Monbar, "you are a worthy man. Leave those poor young people alone. It would be sacrilege to trouble their last moments together on earth by our presence." Père Courtois, without a word, opened the door of the adjoining cell. Valençol, Jehu, and Ribière entered it, and the door was closed upon them. Then, making a sign to Charlotte, Courtois himself went away. The lovers were alone. There are scenes that should not be described, words that must not be repeated. God, who sees and hears them from his immortal throne, alone knows what somber joys, what bitter pleasures they contain. At the end of an hour, the two young people heard the key turn once more in the lock. They were sad but calm. The conviction that their separation would not be for long gave them a sweet serenity. The worthy jailer seemed more grieved and distressed at his second appearance than at his first, but Morgan and Amélie thanked him with a smile. He went to the cell where the others were locked up and opened it, murmuring to himself, "Faith, it would have been hard if they couldn't have been alone together on their last night." Valençol, Jehu, and Ribière returned. Amélie, with her left arm wound around Morgan, held out her right hand to them. All three, one after the other, kissed that cold, damp hand. Then Morgan led her to the door. "Au revoir," he said. "Soon," she answered. And then, this parting at the gates of death was sealed by a long kiss, followed by a groan so terrible that it seemed to rend their hearts in twain. The door closed again. The bolts and bars shot into their places. "Well?" cried Valençol, Jehu and Ribière with one accord. "Here," replied Morgan, emptying the travelling bag upon the table. The three young men gave a cry of joy as they saw the shining pistols and gleaming blades. It was all that they desired next to liberty, the joy, the dolorous, precious joy of knowing themselves masters of their own lives, and, if need be, that of others. During this time, the jailer led Amélie to the street. When they reached it, he hesitated a moment, then he touched Amélie's arm, saying as he did so, "Mademoiselle de Montrevel, forgive me for causing you so much pain, but it is useless for you to go to Paris." "Because the appeal has been rejected and the execution takes place tomorrow, I suppose you mean," said Amélie. The jailer, in his astonishment, stepped back a pace. "I knew it, my friend," said Amélie. Then turning to Charlotte, she said, "Take me to the nearest church and come for me tomorrow after all is over." The nearest church was not far off. It was that of Saint Clair. For the last 3 months it had been opened for public worship under the decree of the first consul. As it was now nearly midnight, the doors were closed, but Charlotte knew where the sexton lived, and she went to wake him. Amélie waited, leaning against the walls, as motionless as the marble figures that adorned his frontal. The sexton arrived at the end of half an hour. During that time the girl had seen a dreadful sight. 3 men had passed her, dragging a cart which she saw by the light of the moon was painted red. Within this cart she perceived shapeless objects, long planks and singular ladders, all painted the same colour. They were dragging it toward the bastion Montrevel, the place used for the executions. Amélie divined what it was, and with a cry she fell upon her knees. At that cry, the men in black turned round. They fancied for a moment that one of the sculptured figures of the porch had descended from its niche and was kneeling there. The one who seemed to be the leader stepped close to the young girl. "Don't come near," she cried. "Don't come near." The man returned humbly to his place and continued on his way. The cart disappeared round the corner of the Rue des Prisons, but the noise of its wheels still sounded on the streets and echoed in the girl's heart. When the sacristan and Charlotte returned, they found the young girl on her knees. The man raised some objections against opening the church at that hour of the night, but a piece of gold and Mademoiselle de Montrevel's name dispelled his scruples. A second gold piece decided him to light a little chapel. It was the one in which Amélie had made her first communion. There, kneeling before the altar, she implored them to leave her alone. Toward 3 in the morning, she saw the coloured window above the altar of the Virgin begin to lighten. It looked to the east so that the first ray of light came direct to her eyes, as a messenger from God. Little by little the town awoke. To Amélie the noise seemed louder than ever before. Soon the vaulted ceiling of the church shook with the tramp of a troop of horsemen. This troop was on its way to the prison. A little before 9, the young girl had heard a great noise, and it seemed to her that the whole town must be rushing in the same direction. She strove to lose herself in prayer, that she might not hear these different sounds that spoke to her in an unknown language, of which her anguish told her she understood every word. In truth, a terrible thing was happening at the prison. It was no wonder that the whole town had rushed thither. At 9 o'clock, Père Courtois entered the jail to tell the prisoners at one and the same time that their appeal had been rejected and that they must prepare for immediate death. He found the 4 prisoners armed to the teeth. The jailer, taken unawares, was pulled into the cell and the door locked behind him. Then the young man, without any defence on his part, so astonished was he, seized his keys, and passing through the door opposite to the one by which he had entered, they locked it on him. Leaving him in their cell, they found themselves in the adjoining one, in which he had placed 3 of them during Amélie's interview with Morgan. One of the keys of the jailer's bunch opened the door of this cell, and that door led to the inner courtyard of the prison. This courtyard was closed by the 3 massive doors, all of which led to a sort of lobby opening upon the porter's lodge, which in turn adjoined the law courts. From this lodge 15 steps led down to a vast courtyard closed by an iron gate and railing. Usually this gate was only locked at night. If it should happen to be open on this occasion, it would offer a possibility of escape. Morgan found the key of the prisoner's court, opened the door, and rushed with his companions to the porter's lodge and to the portico, from which the 15 steps led down into the courtyard. From there, the 3 young men could see that all hope was lost. The iron gate was closed, and 80 men, dragoons and gendarmes, were drawn up in front of it. When the 4 prisoners, free and armed to the teeth, sprang from the porter's lodge to the portico, a great cry, a cry of astonishment and terror, burst from the crowd in the streets beyond the railing. Their aspect was formidable, indeed, for to preserve the freedom of their movements, perhaps to hide the shedding of blood, which would have shown so quickly on their white linen, they were naked to the waist. A handkerchief knotted around their middle bristled with weapons. A glance sufficed to show them that they were indeed masters of their own lives, but not of their liberty. Amid the clamouring of the crowd and the clanking of the sabres, as they were drawn from their scabbards, the young men paused an instant and conferred together. Then Montbar, after shaking hands with his companions, walked down the 15 steps and advanced to the gate. When he was within 4 yards of the gate, he turned, with a last glance at his comrades, bowed graciously to the now silent mob, and said to the soldiers, "Very well, gentlemen of the gendarmerie. Very well, dragoons." Then, placing the muzzle of the pistol to his mouth, he blew out his brains. Confused and frantic cries followed the explosion, but ceased almost immediately as Valençol came down the steps, holding in his hand a dagger with a straight and pointed blade. His pistols, which he did not seem inclined to use, were still in his belt. He advanced to a sort of shed, supported on 3 pillars, stopped at the first pillar, rested the hilt of his dagger upon it, and, with a last salutation to his friends, clasped the column with one arm till the blade had disappeared in his breast. For an instant he remained standing, Then a mortal pallor overspread his face. His arm loosened its hold, and he fell to the ground, stone dead. The crowd was mute, paralyzed with horror. It was now Ribier's turn. He advanced to the gate and, once there, aimed the 2 pistols he held at the gendarmes. He did not fire, but the gendarmes did. 3 or 4 shots were heard, and Ribier fell, pierced by 2 balls. Admiration seized upon the spectators at sight of these successive catastrophes. They saw that the young men were willing to die, but to die with honor. And as they willed, and also with the grace of the gladiators of antiquity. Silence therefore reigned when Morgan, now left alone, came smiling down the steps of the portico and held up his hand in sign that he wished to speak. Besides, what more could it want, this eager mob watching for blood? A greater sight had been given to it than it came to see. 4 dead men had been promised to it, 4 heads were to be cut off, but here was variety in death, unexpected, picturesque. It was natural, therefore, that the crowd should keep silence when Morgan was seen to advance. He held neither pistols nor daggers in his hands. They were in his belt. He passed the body of Valensole and placed himself between those of Jaillat and Ribier. "Gentlemen," said he, "let us negotiate." The hush that followed was so great that those present seemed scarcely to breathe. Morgan said, "There lies a man who has blown out his brains." He pointed to Jaillat. "Here lies one who stabbed himself." He designated Valensole. "A third who has been shot." He indicated Ribier. "You want to see the 4th guillotined? I understand that." A dreadful shudder passed through the crowd. "Well," continued Morgan, "I am willing to give you that satisfaction. I am ready, but I desire to go to the scaffold in my own way. No one shall touch me. If anyone does come near me, I shall blow out his brains, except that gentleman," continued Morgan, pointing to the executioner. "This is his affair, and mine only." The crowd apparently thought this request reasonable, for from all sides came the cry, "Yes, yes, yes." The officer saw that the quickest way to end the matter was to yield to Morgan's demand. "Will you promise me," he asked, "that if your hands and feet are not bound, you will not try to escape?" "I give my word of honor," replied Morgan. "Then," said the officer, "stand aside, and let us take up the bodies of your comrades." "That is but right," said Morgan, and he turned aside to a wall about 10 paces distant and leaned against it. The gate opened. 3 men dressed in black entered the courtyard and picked up the bodies, one after the other. Ribier was not quite dead. He opened his eyes and seemed to look for Morgan. "Here I am," said the latter. "Rest easy, dear friend, I follow." Ribier closed his eyes without uttering a word. When the 3 bodies had been removed, the officer of the gendarmerie addressed Morgan. "Are you ready, sir?" he asked. "Yes," replied Morgan, bowing with exquisite politeness. "Then come." "I come." And he took his place between a platoon of gendarmerie and a detachment of dragoons. "Will you mount the cart, sir, or go on foot?" asked the captain. "On foot." "On foot, sir." "I am anxious that all shall see it. It is my pleasure to be guillotined, and that I am not afraid." The sinister procession crossed the Place d'Elysée and skirted the walls of the Hôtel Montbazon. The cart bearing the 3 bodies came first, then the dragoons, then Morgan walking alone in a clear space of some 10 feet before and behind him, then the gendarmes. At the end of the wall they turned to the left. Suddenly, through an opening that existed at that time between the wall and the marketplace, Morgan saw the scaffold raising its 2 posts to heaven like 2 bloody arms. "Oh," he exclaimed, "I have never seen a guillotine, and I had no idea it was so ugly." Then, without further remark, he drew his dagger and plunged it into his breast up to the hilt. The captain of the gendarmerie saw the movement without being in time to prevent it. He spurred his horse toward Morgan, who, in his own amazement and that of everyone else, remained standing. But Morgan, drawing a pistol from his belt and cocking it, exclaimed, "Stop! It was agreed that no one should touch me. I shall die alone, or 3 of us will die together." The captain reined back his horse. "Forward," said Morgan. They reached the foot of the guillotine. Morgan drew out his dagger and struck again as deeply as before. A cry of rage rather than pain escaped him. "My soul must be riveted to my body," he said. Then, as the assistants wished to help him mount the scaffold on which the executioner was awaiting him, he cried out, "No, I say again, let no one touch me." Then he mounted the 3 steps without staggering. When he reached the platform, he drew out the dagger again and struck himself a 3rd time. Then a frightful laugh burst from his lips. Flinging the dagger, which he had wrenched from the 3rd ineffectual wound, at the feet of the executioner, he exclaimed, "By my faith, I have done enough. It is your turn. Do it if you can." A minute later, the head of the intrepid young man fell upon the scaffold, and by a phenomenon of that unconquerable vitality which he possessed, it rebounded and rolled forward beyond the timbers of the guillotine. Go to Boer, as I did, and they will tell you that, as the head rolled forward, it was heard to utter the name of Amelie. The dead bodies were guillotined after the living one, so that the spectators, instead of losing anything by the events we have just related, enjoyed a double spectacle. Chapter 54. The Confession. 3 days after the events we have just recited, a carriage covered with dust and drawn by 2 horses, white with foam, stopped about 7 of the evening before the gate of the Chateau de Noirfontaine. To the great astonishment of the person who was in such haste to arrive, the gates were open, a crowd of peasants filled the courtyard, and men and women were kneeling on the portico. Then, his sense of hearing being rendered more acute by astonishment at what he had seen, he fancied he heard the ringing of a bell. He opened the door of the chaise, sprang out, crossed the courtyard rapidly, went up to the portico, and found the stairway leading to the 1st floor filled with people. Up the stairs he ran, as he had up the portico, and heard what seemed to him a murmured prayer from his sister's bedroom. He went to the room. The door was open. Madame de Montrevel and little Edouard were kneeling beside Amelie's pillow. Charlotte, Michel, and his son Jacques were close at hand. The curate of Saint Clair was administering the last sacraments. The dismal scene was lighted only by the light of the wax tapers. The reader has recognized Roland in the traveller whose carriage stopped at the gate. The bystanders made way for him. He entered the room with his head uncovered and knelt beside his mother. The dying girl lay on her back, her hands clasped, her head raised on her pillows, her eyes fixed upon the sky, in a sort of ecstasy. She seemed unconscious of Roland's arrival. It was as though her soul were floating between heaven and earth, while the body still belonged to this world. Madame de Montrevel's hand sought that of Roland, and finding it, the poor mother dropped her head on his shoulder, sobbing. The sobs passed unnoticed by the dying girl, even as her brother's arrival had done. She lay there perfectly immovable. Only when the viaticum had been administered, when the priest's voice promised her eternal blessedness, her marble lips appeared to live again, and she murmured in a feeble but intelligible voice, "Amen." Then the bell rang again. The choir boy who was carrying it left the room first, followed by the 2 acolytes who bore the tappers, then the cross-bearer, and lastly the priest with the host. All the strangers present followed the procession, and the family and household were left alone. The house, an instant before so full of sound and life, was silent, almost deserted. The dying girl had not moved. Her lips were closed, her hands clasped, her eyes raised to heaven. After a few minutes, Roland stooped to his mother's ear and whispered, "Come out with me, mother. I must speak to you." Madame de Montrevel rose. She pushed little Edouard toward the bed, and the child stood on tiptoe to kiss his sister on the forehead. Then the mother followed him, and leaning over, with a sob she pressed a kiss upon the same spot. Roland, with dry eyes but a breaking heart, he would have given much for tears in which to drown his sorrow, kissed his sister as his mother and little brother had done. She seemed as insensible to this kiss as to the preceding ones. Edouard left the room, followed by Madame de Montrevel and Roland. Just as they reached the door, they stopped, quivering. They had heard the name of Roland, uttered in a low but distinct tone. Roland turned. Amelie called him a second time. "Did you call me, Amelie?" he asked. "Yes," replied the dying girl. "Alone or with my mother?" "Alone." That voice, devoid of emphasis, seemed perfectly intelligible and had something glacial about it. It was like an echo from another world. "Go, mother," said Roland. "You see that she wishes to be alone with me." "Oh my God," murmured Madame de Montrevel, "can there still be hope?" Low as these words were, the dying girl heard them. "No, mother," she said. "God has permitted me to see my brother again, but tonight I go to him." Madame de Montrevel groaned. "Roland, Roland," she said. "She is there already." Roland signed to her to leave them alone, and she went away with the little Edouard. Roland closed the door and returned to his sister's bedside with unutterable emotion. Her body was already stiffened in death. The breath from her lips would scarcely have dimmed a mirror. The eyes, only wide open, were fixed and brilliant, as though the whole remaining life of the body, dead before its time, were centered there. Roland had heard of this strange state called ecstasy, which is nothing else than catalepsy. He saw that Amélie was a victim of that preliminary death. "I'm here, sister," he said. "What can I do for you?" "I knew you would come," she replied, still without moving, "and I waited for you." "How did you know I was coming?" asked Roland. "I saw you coming." Roland shuddered. "Did you know why I was coming?" he asked. "Yes, I prayed to God so earnestly in my heart that he gave me strength to rise and write to you." "When was that?" "Last night." "Where is the letter?" "Under my pillow. Take it and read it." Roland hesitated an instant. Was his sister delirious? "Poor Amélie," he murmured. "Do not pity me," she said. "I go to join him." "Whom?" asked Roland. "Him whom I loved and whom you killed." Roland uttered a cry. This was delirium, or else. What did his sister mean? "Amélie," said he, "I came to question you." "About Lord Tanley, yes, I know," replied the young girl. "You knew? How could you know? Did I not tell you I saw you coming? And knew why you came? Then answer me. Do not turn me from God and from him, Roland. I have written it all. Read my letter." Roland slipped his hand beneath the pillow, convinced that his sister was delirious. To his great astonishment, he felt a paper, which he drew out. It was a sealed letter. On it were written these words: "For Roland, who will come tomorrow." He went over to the nightlight in order to read the letter, which was dated the night before at 11 o'clock in the evening. "My brother, we have each a terrible thing to forgive the other." Roland looked at his sister. She was still motionless. He continued to read. "I love Charles de Saint-Germain. I did more than love him. He was my lover." "Oh," muttered the young man between his teeth. "He shall die." "He is dead," said Amélie. The young man gave a cry of astonishment. He uttered the words to which Amélie had replied, too low even to hear them himself. His eyes went back to the letter. There were no legal marriage possible between the sister of Roland de Montrevel and the leader of the companions of Jehu. That was the terrible secret which I bore, and it crushed me. One person alone had to know it, and I told him. That person was Sir John Tanley. May God forever bless that noble-hearted man who promised to break off an impossible marriage, and who kept his word. Let his life be sacred to you, Roland. He has been my only friend in sorrow, and his tears have mingled with mine. I love Charles de Saint-Germain. I was his mistress. That is the terrible thing you must forgive. But in exchange you caused his death. That is the terrible thing I now forgive you. Oh, come fast, Roland, for I cannot die till you are here. To die is to see him again. To die is to be with him and never to leave him again. I am glad to die." All was clearly and plainly written. There was no sign of delirium in the letter. Roland read it through twice and stood for an instant silent, motionless, palpitating, full of bitterness. Then pity got the better of his anger. He went to Amélie, stretched his hand over her, and said, "Sister, I forgive you." A slight quiver shook the dying body. "And now," she said, "call my mother, that I may die in her arms." Roland opened the door and called Madame de Montrevel. She was waiting and came at once. "Is there any change?" she asked eagerly. "No," replied Roland. "Only Amélie wishes to die in your arms." Madame de Montrevel fell upon her knees beside her daughter's bed. Then Amélie, as though an invisible hand had loosened the bonds that held her rigid body to the bed, rose slowly, parted the hands that were clasped upon her breast, and let one fall slowly into those of her mother. "Mother," she said, "you gave me life and you have taken it from me. I bless you. It was a mother's act. There was no happiness possible for your daughter in this life." Then, letting her other hand fall into that of Roland, who was kneeling on the other side of the bed, she said, "We have forgiven each other, brother." "Yes, my dear Emily," he replied, "and from the depths of our hearts, I hope. I have still one last request to make." "What is it?" "Do not forget that Lord Tanley has been my best friend." "Fear nothing," said Roland. "Lord Tanley's life is sacred to me." Emily drew a long breath. Then, in a voice which showed her growing weakness, she said, "Farewell, mother. Farewell, Roland. Kiss Edouard for me." Then, with a cry from her soul, in which there was more joy than sadness, she said, "Here I am, Charles. Here I am." She fell back in her bed, drawing her two hands as she did so, and clasping them upon her breast again. Roland and his mother rose and leaned over her. She had resumed her first position, except that her eyelids were closed and her breath extinguished. Amelie's martyrdom was over. She was dead. Chapter 55. Invulnerable. Amelie died during the night of Monday and Tuesday, that is to say, the 2nd and 3rd of June. On the evening of Thursday, the 5th of June, the Grand Opera at Paris was crowded for the second presentation of Ossian, or the Bards. The great admiration which the First Consul professed for the poems of Macpherson was universally known. Consequently, the National Academy, as much in flattery as from literary choice, had brought out an opera which, in spite of all exertions, did not appear until a month after General Bonaparte had left Paris to join the army of the reserves. In the balcony to the left sat a lover of music who was noticeable for the deep attention he paid to the performance. During the interval between the acts, the doorkeeper came to him and said in a low voice, "Pardon me, sir, are you Sir John Tanley?" "I am." "In that case, my lord, a gentleman has a message to give you. He says it is of the utmost importance, and asks if you will speak to him in the corridor." "Oh," said Sir John. "Is he an officer?" "He is in civilian's dress, but he looks like an officer." "Very good," replied Sir John. "I know who he is." He rose and followed the woman. Roland was waiting in the corridor. Lord Tanley showed no surprise on seeing him, but the stern look on the young man's face repressed the first impulse of his deep affection, which was to fling himself upon his friend's breast. "Here I am, sir," said Sir John. Roland bowed. "I have just come from your hotel," he said. "You have, it seems, taken the precaution to inform the porter of your whereabout every time you have gone out, so that persons who have business with you should know where to find you." "That is true, sir. The precaution is a good one, especially for those who, like myself, come from a long distance and are hurried and have no time to spare." "Then," said Sir John, "was it to see me that you left the army and came to Paris?" "Solely for that honour, sir, and I trust that you will guess my motives and spare me the necessity of explaining them." "From this moment I am at your service, sir," replied Sir John. "At what hour tomorrow can two of my friends wait upon you?" "From 7 in the morning until midnight, unless you prefer it should be now." "No, my lord. I have but just arrived, and I must have time to find my friends and give them my instructions. If it will not inconvenience you, they will probably call upon you tomorrow between 10 and 11. I shall be very much obliged to you if the affair we have to settle could be arranged for the same day." "I believe that will be possible, sir, as I understand it to be your wish. The delay will not be from my side." "That is all I wish to know, my lord. Pray do not let me detain you longer." Roland bowed, and Sir John returned the salutation. Then the young man left the theatre, and Sir John returned to his seat in the balcony. The words had been exchanged in such perfectly well-modulated voices, and with such an impassible expression of countenance on both sides, that no one would have supposed that a quarrel had arisen between the two men who had just greeted each other so courteously. It happened to be the reception day of the Minister of War. Roland returned to his hotel, removed the traces of his journey, jumped into the carriage, and a little before 10 he was announced in the salon of the citizen Carnot. Two purposes took him there. In the first place, he had a verbal communication to make to the Minister of War from the First Consul. In the second place, he hoped to find there the two witnesses he was in need of to arrange his meeting with Sir John. Everything happened as Roland had hoped. He gave the Minister of War all the details of the crossing of the Mont Saint-Bernard and the situation of the army, and he himself found the two friends of whom he was in search. A few words sufficed to let them know what he wished. Soldiers are particularly open to such confidences. Roland spoke of a grave insult, the nature of which must remain a secret even to his seconds. He declared that he was the offended party and claimed the choice of weapons and mode of fighting, advantages which belonged to the challenger. The young fellows agreed to present themselves to Sir John the following morning at the Hôtel Mirabeau, Rue de Richelieu, at 9 o'clock and make the necessary arrangements with Sir John's seconds. After that, they would join Roland at the Hôtel de Paris in the same street. Roland returned to his room at 11 that evening, wrote for about an hour, then went to bed and to sleep. At 9:30 the next morning, his friends came to him. They had just left Sir John. He admitted all Roland's contentions, declared that he would not discuss any of the arrangements, adding that if Roland regarded himself as the injured party, it was not for him to dictate the conditions. To their remark that they had hoped to discuss such matters with two of his friends, and not with himself, he replied that he knew no one in Paris intimately enough to ask their assistance in such a matter, and that he hoped, once on the ground, that one of Roland's seconds would consent to act in his behalf. The two officers were agreed that Lord Tanley had conducted himself with the utmost punctiliousness in every respect. Roland declared that Sir John's request for the services of one of his two seconds was not only just but suitable, and he authorized either one of them to act for Sir John and to take charge of his interests. All that remained for Roland to do was to dictate his conditions. They were as follows. Pistols were chosen. When loaded, the adversaries were to stand at 5 paces. At the third clap of the second's hand, they were to fire. It was, as we see, a duel to the death, in which, if either survived, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. Consequently, the young officers made many objections, but Roland insisted, declaring that he alone could judge of the gravity of the insult offered him, and that no other reparation than this would satisfy him. They were obliged to yield to such obstinacy. But the friend who was to act as Sir John's second refused to bind himself for his principle, declaring that unless Sir John ordered it, he would refuse to be a party to such a murder. "Don't excite yourself, dear friend," said Roland. "I know Sir John, and I think he will be more accommodating than you." The seconds returned to Sir John. They found him at his English breakfast of beefsteak, potatoes, and tea. On seeing them, he rose, invited them to share his repast, and, on their refusing, placed himself at their disposal. They began by assuring him that he could count upon one of them to act as his second. The one acting for Roland announced the conditions. At each stipulation, Sir John bowed his head in token of assent, and merely replied, "Very good." The one who had taken charge of his interests attempted to make some objections to a form of combat that, unless something impossible to foresee occurred, must end in the death of both parties, but Lord Tanley begged him to make no objections. "Monsieur de Montrevel is a gallant man," he said. "I do not wish to thwart him in anything. Whatever he does is right." It only remained to settle the hour and the place of meeting. On these points, Sir John again placed himself at Roland's disposal. The two seconds left even more delighted with him after this interview than they had been after the first. Roland was waiting for them and listened to what had taken place. "What did I tell you?" he asked. They requested him to name the time and place. He selected 7 o'clock in the evening in the Allée de la Meute. At that hour, the Bois was almost deserted, but the light was still good enough. It will be remembered that this was in the month of June for the two adversaries to fight with any weapon. No one had spoken of the pistols. The young men proposed to get them at an armourer's. No, said Roland. Sir John has an excellent pair of dueling pistols which I have already used. If he is not unwilling to fight with those pistols, I should prefer them to all others. The young man, who was now acting as Sir John's second, went to him with the 3 following questions: whether the time and place suited him, and whether he would allow his pistols to be used. Lord Tanley replied by regulating his watch by that of his second and by handing him the box of pistols. "Shall I call for you, my lord?" asked the young man. Sir John smiled sadly. "Needless," he replied. "You are Monsieur de Montrevel's friend, and you will find the drive pleasanter with him than with me. I will go on horseback with my servant. You will find me on the ground." The young officer carried this reply to Roland. "What did I tell you?" observed Roland again. It was then midday. There were still 7 hours before them, and Roland dismissed his friends to their various pleasures and occupations. At 6:30 precisely, they were to be at his door with 3 horses and 2 servants. It was necessary, in order to avoid interference, that the trip should appear to be nothing more than an ordinary promenade. At 6:30 precisely, the waiter informed Roland that his friends were in the courtyard. Roland greeted them cordially and sprang into his saddle. The party followed the boulevards as far as the Place Louis V, and then turned up to the Champs-Élysées. On the way, the strange phenomenon that had so much astonished Sir John at the time of Roland's duel with Monsieur de Barjol recurred. Roland's gaiety might have been thought an affectation had it not been so evidently genuine. The 2 young men acting as seconds were of undoubted courage, but even they were bewildered by such utter indifference. They might have understood it had this affair been an ordinary duel, for coolness and dexterity ensure their possessor a great advantage over his adversary, but in a combat like this, to which they were going, neither coolness nor dexterity would avail to save the combatants, if not from death, at least from some terrible wound. Furthermore, Roland urged on his horse like a man in haste, so that they reached the end of the Allée de la Meute 5 minutes before the appointed time. A man was walking in the alley. Roland recognized Sir John. The seconds watched the young man's face as he caught sight of his adversary. To their great astonishment, it expressed only tender goodwill. A few more steps and the 4 principal actors in the scene that was about to take place met. Sir John was perfectly calm, but his face wore a look of profound sadness. It was evident that this meeting grieved him as deeply as it seemed to rejoice Roland. The party dismounted. One of the seconds took the box of pistols from the servants and ordered them to lead away the horses and not to return until they heard pistol shots. The principals then entered the part of the woods that seemed the thickest and looked about them for a suitable spot. For the rest, as Roland had foreseen, the bois was deserted. The approach of the dinner hour had called everyone home. They found a small open spot exactly suited to their needs. The seconds looked at Roland and Sir John. They both nodded their heads in approval. "Is there to be any change?" one of the seconds asked Sir John. "Ask Monsieur de Montrevel," replied Lord Tanley. "I am entirely at his disposal." "Nothing," said Roland. The seconds took the pistols from the box and loaded them. Sir John stood apart, switching the heads of the tall grasses with his riding whip. Roland watched him hesitatingly for a moment, then, taking his resolve, he walked resolutely toward him. Sir John raised his head and looked at him with apparent hope. "My lord," said Roland, "I may have certain grievances against you, but I know you to be, none the less, a man of your word." "You are right," replied Sir John. "If you survive me, will you keep the promise that you made me at Avignon?" "There is no possibility that I shall survive you, but so long as I have any breath left in my body, you can count upon me. I refer to the final deposition to be made of my body. The same, I presume, as at Avignon?" "The same, my lord." "Very well. You may set your mind at rest." Roland bowed to Sir John and returned to his friends. "Have you any wishes in case the affair terminates fatally?" asked one of them. "Only one." "What is it?" "That you permit Sir John to take entire charge of the funeral arrangements. For the rest, I have a note in my left hand for him. In case I have not time to speak after the affair is over, you are to open my hand and give him the note." "Is that all?" "Yes." "The pistols are loaded then?" Very well, informed Sir John. One of the seconds approached Sir John. The other measured off 5 paces. Roland saw that the distance was greater than he had supposed. "Excuse me," he said. "I said 3 spaces." "5," replied the officer who was measuring the distance. "Not at all, dear friend, you are wrong." He turned to Sir John and to the other second, questioningly. "3 paces will do very well," replied Sir John, bowing. There was nothing to be said if the 2 adversaries were agreed. The 5 paces were reduced to 3. Then 2 sabres were laid on the ground to mark the limit. Sir John and Roland took their places, standing so that their toes touched the sabres. A pistol was then handed to each of them. They bowed to say that they were ready. The 2 seconds stepped aside. They were to give the signal by clapping their hands 3 times. At the first clap, the principals were to cock their pistols, at the second to take aim, at the third to fire. The 3 claps were given at regular intervals amid the most profound silence. The wind itself seemed to pause, and the rustle of the trees was hushed. The principals were calm, but the seconds were visibly distressed. At the third clap, 2 shots rang out so simultaneously that they seemed but one. But to the utter astonishment of the seconds, the combatants remained standing. At the signal, Roland had lowered his pistol and fired into the ground. Sir John had raised his and cut the branch of a tree 3 feet behind Roland. Each was clearly amazed that he himself was still living, after having spared his antagonist. Roland was the first to speak. "Ah," he cried, "my sister was right in saying that you were the most generous man on earth." And throwing his pistol aside, he opened his arms to Sir John, who rushed into them. "Ah, I understand," he said. "You wanted to die, but, God be thanked, I am not your murderer." The 2 seconds came up. "What is the matter?" they asked together. "Nothing," said Roland, "except that I could not die by the hand of the man I love best on earth." "You saw for yourselves that he preferred to die rather than kill me." Then, throwing himself once more to Sir John's arms, and grasping the hands of his 2 friends, he said, "I see that I must leave that to the Austrians. And now, gentlemen, you must excuse me. The First Consul is on the eve of a great battle in Italy, and I have not a moment to lose if I am to be there." Leaving Sir John to make what explanations he thought suitable to the seconds, Roland rushed to the road, sprang upon his horse, and returned to Paris at a gallop. Chapter 56. Conclusion. In the meantime, the French army continued its march, and on the 5th of June it entered Milan. There was little resistance. The fort of Milan was invested. Murat, sent to Piacenza, had taken the city without a blow. Lanes had defeated General Ott at Montebello. Thus disposed, the French army was in the rear of the Austrians before the latter were aware of it. During the night of the 8th of June, a courier arrived from Murat who, as we have said, was occupying Piacenza. Murat had intercepted a dispatch from General Milas and was now sending it to Bonaparte. This dispatch announced the capitulation of Genoa. Massena, after eating horses, dogs, cats, and rats, had been forced to surrender. Milas spoke of the army of the reserves with the utmost contempt. He declared that the story of Bonaparte's presence in Italy was a hoax, and asserted that he knew for certain that the First Consul was in Paris. Here was news that must instantly be imparted to Bonaparte, for it came under the category of bad news. Consequently, Bourrienne woke him up at 3 o'clock in the morning and translated the dispatch. Bonaparte's first words were as follows: "Oh, Bourrienne, you don't understand German." But Bourrienne repeated the translation word for word. After this reading, the general rose, had everybody waked up, gave his orders, and then went back to bed and to sleep. The same day he left Milan and established his headquarters at Stradella. There he remained until June the 12th, left on the 13th, and marched to the Scrivia through Montebello, where he saw the field of battle, still torn and bleeding after Lane's victory. The traces of death were everywhere. The church was still overflowing with the dead and wounded. "The devil," said the First Consul to the victor, "you must have made it pretty hot here. So hot, General, that the bones in my division were cracking and rattling like hail on a skylight. Desaix joined the French consul on the 11th of June while he was still at Stradella. Released by the capitulation of El Arish, he had reached Toulon on 6th of May, the very day on which Bonaparte left Paris. At the foot of the Mont Saint-Bernard, Bonaparte received a letter from him asking whether he should march to Paris or rejoin the army. "Start for Paris indeed," exclaimed Bonaparte. "Write him to rejoin the army at headquarters, wherever that may be." Bourrienne had written, and, as we have seen, Desaix joined the army the 11th of June at Stradella. The first consul received him with twofold joy. In the first place, he regained a man without ambition, an intelligent officer and a devoted friend. In the second place, Desaix arrived just in the nick of time to take charge in the division lately under Boudet, who had been killed. Through a false report received through General Gardan, the first consul was led to believe that the enemy refused to give battle and was retiring to Genoa. He sent Desaix and his division on the road to Novi to cut them off. The night of the 13th passed tranquilly. In spite of a heavy storm, an engagement had taken place the preceding evening, in which the Austrians had been defeated. It seemed as though men and nature were wearied alike, for all was still during the night. Bonaparte was easy in his mind. There was but one bridge over the Bormida, and he had been assured that that was down. Pickets were stationed as far as possible along the Bormida, each with 4 scouts. The whole of the night was occupied by the enemy in crossing the river. At 2 in the morning, 2 parties of scouts were captured. 7 of the 8's men were killed. The 8th made his way back to camp, crying, "To arms!" A courier was instantly dispatched to the first consul, who was sleeping at the Torre de Galifo. Meanwhile, till orders could be received, the drums beat to arms all along the line. A man must have shared in such a scene to understand the effect produced on a sleeping army by the roll of drums calling to arms at 3 in the morning. The bravest shuddered. The troops were sleeping in their clothes. Every man sprang up, ran to the stacked arms, and seized his weapons. The lines formed on the vast plains of Marengo. The noise of the drums swept on like a train of lighted powder. In the dim half-light, the hasty movements of the pickets could be seen. When the day broke, the French troops were stationed as follows. The Division Gardens and the Division Chamberhac, forming the extreme advance, were encamped around a little country place called Metrabona, at the angle formed by the high road from Marengo to Tortona and the Bormida, which crossed the road on its way to the Tanaro. The corpse of General Lanes was before the village of San Giuliano, the place which Bonaparte had pointed out to Roland 3 months earlier, telling him that on that spot the fate of the campaign would be decided. The consular guard was stationed some 500 yards or so in the rear of Lanes. The cavalry brigade under General Kellerman and a few squadrons of chasseurs and hussars forming the left filled up along the advance line the gap between the divisions of Gardens and Chamberhac. A second brigade under General Champeau filled up the gap on the right between General Lane's cavalry. And finally, the 12th Regiment of Hussars and the 21st Chasseurs, detached by Murat under the orders of General Rivel, occupied the opening of the valleys of Salo and the extreme right of the position. These forces amounted to about 25 or 6,000 men, not counting the divisions Monet and Boudet, 10,000 men in all, commanded by Dessau, and now, as we have said, detached from the main army to cut off the retreat of the enemy to Genoa. Only instead of making that retreat, the enemy were now attacking. During the day of the 13th of June, General Milas, commander-in-chief of the Austrian army, having succeeded in reuniting the troops of Generals Hadich, Kaim, and Ott, crossed the Tanaro and was now encamped before Alexandria with 36,000 infantry, 7,000 cavalry, and a numerous well-served and well-horsed artillery. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the firing began and General Victor assigned all to their line of battle. At 5, Bonaparte was awakened by the sound of cannon. While he was dressing, General Victor's aide-de-camp rode up to tell him that the enemy had crossed the Bormida and was attacking all along the line of battle. The first consul called for his horse and, springing upon it, galloped off toward the spot where the fighting was going on. From the summit of the hill, he could overlook the position of both armies. The enemy was formed in 3 columns. That on the left, comprising all the cavalry and light infantry, was moving toward Castel Ceriolo by the Salo road, while the columns of the right and centre, resting upon each other and comprising the infantry regiments under Generals Hadich, Kame and O'Reilly, and the reserve of Grenadiers under command of General Ott, were advancing along the Tortona road and up the Bormida. The moment they crossed the river, the latter columns came in contact with the troops of General Gardens, posted, as we have said, at the farmhouse and the ravine of Petrabona. It was the noise of the artillery advancing in this direction that had brought Bonaparte to the scene of battle. He arrived just as Gardin's division, crushed under the fire of that artillery, was beginning to fall back, and General Victor was sending forward Chamberhack's division to its support. Protected by this move, Gardin's troops retreated in good order and covered the village of Marengo. The situation was critical. All the plans of the commander-in-chief were overthrown. Instead of attacking, as was his wont, with troops judiciously massed, he was attacked himself before he could concentrate his forces. The Austrians, profiting by the sweep of land that lay before them, ceased to march in columns and deployed in lines parallel to those of Gardens and Chamberhack, with this difference that they were 2 to the French army's 1. The first of these lines was commanded by General Hadich, the second by General Milas, the third by General Ott. At a short distance from the Bormida flows a stream called the Fontanon, which passes through a deep ravine forming a semicircle round the village of Marengo and protecting it. General Victor had already divined the advantages to be derived from this natural entrenchment, and he used it to rally the divisions of Gardens and Chamberhack. Bonaparte, approving Victor's arrangements, sent him word to defend Marengo to the very last extremity. He himself needed time to prepare his game on this great chessboard enclosed between the Bormida, the Fontanon, and Marengo. His first step was to recall Dessous, then marching, as we have said, to cut the retreat of Genoa. General Bonaparte sent off 2 or 3 aides-de-camp with orders not to stop until they had reached that corps. Then he waited, seeing clearly that there was nothing to do but to fall back in as orderly a manner as possible until he could gather a compact mass that would enable him not only to stop the retrograde movement but to assume the offensive. But this waiting was horrible. Presently the action was renewed along the whole line. The Austrians had reached one bank of the Fontanon, of which the French occupied the other. Each was firing on the other. From either side of the ravine, grape shot flew from side to side within pistol range. Protected by its terrible artillery, the enemy had only to extend himself a little more to overwhelm Bonaparte's forces. General Rivel of Gardin's division saw the Austrians preparing for this maneuver. He marched out from Marengo and placed a battalion in the open, with orders to die there rather than retreat. Then, while that battalion drew the enemy's fire, he formed his cavalry, came round the flank of the battalion, fell upon the 3,000 Austrians advancing to the charge, repulsed them, threw them into disorder, and all wounded as he was by a splintered ball, forced them back behind their own lines. After that he took up a position to the right of the battalion, which had not retreated a step. But during this time, Gardin's division, which had been struggling with the enemy from early morning, was driven back upon Marengo, followed by the first Austrian line, which forced Chamberhack's division to retreat in like manner. There, an aide-de-camp sent by Bonaparte ordered the 2 divisions to rally and retake Marengo at any cost. General Victor reformed them, put himself at their head, forced his way through the streets, which the Austrians had not time to barricade, retook the village, lost it again, took it a third time, and then, overwhelmed by numbers, lost it for the third time. It was then 11 o'clock. Jehu, overtaken by Bonaparte's aide-de-camp, ought at that hour to be on his way to the battle. Meanwhile, Lane with his 2 divisions came to the help of his struggling comrades. This reinforcement enabled Gardennes and Chamberhac to reform their lines parallel to the enemy, who had now debouched through Marengo to the right and also to the left of the village. The Austrians were on the point of overwhelming the French. Lane, forming his centre with the divisions rallied by Victor, deployed with his 2 least exhausted divisions for the purposes of opposing them to the Austrian wings. The 2 corps, the one excited by the prospect of victory, the other refreshed by a long rest, flung themselves with fury into the fight, which was now renewed along the whole line. After struggling an hour, hand to hand, bayonet to bayonet, General Kame's corps fell back. General Champeau, at the head of the 1st and 8th regiments of dragoons, charged upon him, increasing his disorder. General Watrin, with the 6th Light Infantry and the 22nd and 40th of the line, started in pursuit and drove him nearly 1,000 rods beyond the rivulet. But this movement separated the French from their own corps. The centre divisions were endangered by the victory of the right. The generals Watrin and Champeau were forced to fall back to the lines they had left uncovered. At the same time, Kellerman was doing on the left wing what Champeau and Watrin had done on the right. 2 cavalry charges made an opening through the enemy's line, but behind that first line was a second. Not daring to go further forward because of superior numbers, Kellerman lost the fruits of that momentary victory. It was now noon. The French army, which undulated like a flaming serpent along a front of some 3 miles, was broken in the centre. The centre, retreating, abandoned the wings. The wings were therefore forced to follow the retrograde movement. Kellerman to the left, Watrin to the right, had given their men the order to fall back. The retreat was made in squares under the fire of 80 pieces of artillery which preceded the main body of the Austrian army. The French ranks shrank visibly. Men were borne to the ambulances by men who did not return. One division retreated through a field of ripe wheat. A shell burst and fired the straw, and 2,000 or 3,000 men were caught in the midst of a terrible conflagration. Cartridge boxes exploded, and fearful disorder reigned in the ranks. It was then that Bonaparte sent forward the consular guard. Up they went at a charge, deployed in line of battle, and stopped the enemy's advance. Meantime, the mounted grenadiers dashed forward at a gallop and overthrew the Austrian cavalry. Meanwhile, the division which had escaped from the conflagration received fresh cartridges and reformed in line. But this movement had no other result than to prevent the retreat from becoming a rout. It was 2 o'clock. Bonaparte watched the battle, sitting on the bank of a ditch beside the high road to Alexandre. He was alone. His left arm was slipped through his horse's bridle. With the other he flickered the pebbles in the road with the tip of his riding whip. Cannonballs were ploughing the earth about him. He seemed indifferent to this great drama on which hung all his hopes. Never had he played so desperate a game. 6 years of victory against the crown of France. Suddenly he roused from his reverie. Amid the dreadful roar of cannon and musketry, his ear caught the hoofbeats of a galloping horse. He raised his head. A rider, dashing along at full speed, his horse covered with white froth, came from the direction of Novi. When he was within 50 feet, Bonaparte gave one cry. "Roland!" The latter dashed on, crying, "Dessous, dessous, dessous!" Bonaparte opened his arms. Roland sprang from his horse and flung himself upon the first consul's neck. There was a double joy for Bonaparte in this arrival, that of again seeing a man whom he knew would be devoted to him unto death, and because of the news he brought. "And Dessous?" he questioned. "Is within 3 miles. One of your aides met him, retracing his steps toward the cannon." "Then," said Bonaparte, "he may yet come in time." "How in time?" "Look." Roland glanced at the battlefield and grasped the situation in an instant. During the few moments that had elapsed while they were conversing, matters had gone from bad to worse. The first Austrian column, the one which had marched on Castelcicciolo and had not yet been engaged, was about to fall on the right of the French army. If it broke the line, the retreat would be flight. Desu would come too late. "Take my last 2 regiments of grenadiers," said Bonaparte, "rally the consular guard, and carry it with you to the extreme right. You understand? In a square, Roland, and stop that column like a stone redoubt." There was not an instant to lose. Roland sprang upon his horse, took the 2 regiments of grenadiers, rallied the consular guard, and dashed to the right. When he was within 50 feet of General Elsnitz's column, he called out, "In square! The first consul is looking at us!" The square formed. Each man seemed to take root in his place. General Elsnitz, instead of continuing his way in the movement to support General Milas and Kame, instead of despising the 900 men who present no cause for fear in the fear of a victorious army, General Elsnitz paused and turned up upon them with fury. Those 900 men were indeed the stone redoubt that General Bonaparte had ordered them to be. Artillery, musketry, bayonets, all were turned upon them, but they yielded not an inch. Bonaparte was watching them with admiration when, turning in the direction of Novi, he caught the gleam of Desu's bayonets. Standing on a knoll raised above the plain, he could see what was invisible to the enemy. He signed to a group of officers who were near him. Awaiting orders, behind stood orderlies holding their horses. The officers advanced. Bonaparte pointed to the forest of bayonets, now glistening in the sunlight, and said to one of the officers, "Gallop to those bayonets and tell them to hasten. As for Desu, tell him I am waiting for him here." The officer galloped off. Bonaparte again turned his eyes to the battlefield. The retreat continued, but Roland and his 900 had stopped General Elsnitz and his column. The stone redoubt was transformed into a volcano. It was belching fire from all 4 sides. Then Bonaparte, addressing 3 officers, cried out, "One of you to the center, the other 2 to the wings. Say everywhere that the reserves are at hand and that we resume the offensive." The 3 officers departed like arrows shot from a bow, their ways parting in direct lines to their different destinations. Bonaparte watched them for a few moments, and when he turned round, he saw a rider in a general's uniform approaching. It was Desu whom he had left in Egypt, and who that very morning had said, laughing, "The bullets of Europe don't recognize me. Some ill luck is surely impending over me." One grasp of the hand was all that these 2 friends needed to reveal their hearts. Then Bonaparte stretched out his arm toward the battlefield. A single glance told more than all the words in the world. 20,000 men had gone into the fight that morning, and now scarcely more than 10,000 were left within a radius of 6 miles. Only 9,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 10,000 still in condition for use. 1/4 of the army was either dead or wounded, another quarter was employed in removing the wounded, for the first consul would not suffer them to be abandoned. All of these forces, save and excepting Roland and his 900 men, were retreating. The vast space between the Bormida and the ground over which the army was now retreating was covered with the dead bodies of men and horses, dismounted cannon and shattered ammunition wagons. Here and there rose columns of flame and smoke from the burning fields of grain. Desu took in these details at a glance. "What do you think of the battle?" asked Bonaparte. "I think that this one is lost," answered Desu, "but it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We have time to gain another." "Only," said a voice, "we need cannon." This voice belonged to Marmon, commanding the artillery. "True, Marmon, but where are we to get them? I have 5 pieces still intact from the battlefield. We left 5 more at Scrivia, which are just coming up." "And the 8 pieces I have with me," said Desu. 18 pieces, said Marmon. "That is all I need." An aide-de-camp was sent to hasten the arrival of Desu's guns. His troops were advancing rapidly and were scarcely half a mile from the field of battle. Their line of approach seemed formed for the purpose at hand. On the left of the road was a gigantic perpendicular hedge, protected by a bank. The infantry was made to file in a narrow line along it, and it even hid the cavalry from view. During this time, Marmont had collected his guns and stationed them in battery on the right front of the army. Suddenly they burst forth, vomiting a deluge of grape shot and canister upon the Austrians. For an instant the enemy wavered. Bonaparte profited by that instant of hesitation to send forward the whole front of the French army. "Comrades," he cried, "we have made steps enough backward. Remember, it is my custom to sleep on the battlefield." At the same moment, as if in reply to Marmont's cannonade, volleys of musketry burst forth to the left, taking the Austrians in flank. It was Jehu and his division come down upon them at short range and enfilading the enemy with the fire of his guns. The whole army knew that this was the reserve, and that it behooved them to aid this reserve by a supreme effort. "Forward!" rang from right to left. The drums beat the charge. The Austrians, who had not seen the reserves and were marching with their guns on their shoulders as if at parade, felt that something strange was happening within the French lines. They struggled to retain the victory they now felt to be slipping from their grasp. But everywhere the French army had resumed the offensive. On all sides, the ominous roll of the charge and the victorious Marseillaise were heard above the din. Marmont's battery belched fire. Kellerman dashed forward with his cuirassiers and cut his way through both lines of the enemy. Jehu jumped ditches, leaped hedges, and reaching a little eminence, turned to see if his division were still following him. There he fell, but his death, instead of diminishing the ardor of his men, redoubled it, and they charged with their bayonets upon the column of General Zach. At that moment, Kellerman, who had broken through both the enemy's lines, saw Jehu's division struggling with a compact, immovable mass. He charged in flank, forced his way into a gap, widened it, broke the square, quartered it, and in less than 15 minutes the 5,000 Austrian grenadiers who formed the mass were overthrown, dispersed, crushed, annihilated. They disappeared like smoke. General Zach and his staff, all that was left, were taken prisoners. Then, in turn, the enemy endeavoured to make use of his immense cavalry corps, but the incessant volleys of musketry, the blasting canister, the terrible bayonets stopped short the charge. Murat was manoeuvring on the flank with 2 light battery guns and a howitzer, which dealt death to the foe. He paused for an instant to succour Roland and his 900 men. A shell from the howitzer fell and burst in the Austrian ranks. It opened a gulf of flame. Roland sprang into it, a pistol in one hand, his sword in the other. The whole consular guard followed him, opening the enemy's ranks as a wedge opens the trunks of an oak. Onward he dashed till he reached an ammunition wagon surrounded by the enemy. Then, without pausing an instant, he thrust a hand holding the pistol through the opening of the wagon and fired. A frightful explosion followed. A volcano had burst its crater and annihilated those around it. General Elsnitz's corps was in full flight. The rest of the Austrian army swayed, retreated and broke. The generals tried in vain to stop the torrent and form up for a retreat. In 30 minutes the French army had crossed the plain it had defended foot by foot for 8 hours. The enemy did not stop until Marengo was reached. There they made a vain attempt to reform under fire of the artillery of Carasansir, forgotten at Castel Ciriolo, and not recovered until the day was over. But the Jehu, Gardens and Chamberhac divisions, coming up at a run, pursued the flying Austrians through the streets. Marengo was carried, the enemy retired on Petrabona, and that too was taken. Then the Austrians rushed toward the bridge of the Bormida, but Carasansir was there before them. The flying multitudes sought the fords or plunged into the Bormida under a devastating fire which did not slacken before 10 that night. The remains of the Austrian army regained their camp at Alexandre. The French army bivouacked near the bridge. The day had cost the Austrian army 4,500 men killed, 6,000 wounded, 5,000 prisoners, besides 12 flags and 30 cannon. Never did fortune show herself under 2 such opposite aspects as on that day. At 2 in the afternoon, the day spelt defeat and its disastrous consequences to Bonaparte. At 5, it was Italy reconquered and the throne of France in prospect. That night, the first consul wrote the following letter to Madame de Montrevel. Madame, I have today won my greatest victory, but it has cost me the two halves of my heart, Dessus and Roland. Do not grieve, Madame. Your son did not care to live, and he could not have died more gloriously. Bonaparte. Many futile efforts were made to recover the body of the young aide-de-camp. Like Romulus, he had vanished in a whirlwind. None ever knew why he had pursued death with such eager longing. The end. This has been The Companions of Jehu by Alexandre Dumas, narrated by Sam Cusi.